जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बन के खड़ा हो जाए।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल हर इंजन का सोल्जर, celebrating the release of Border 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. I'm Sharad Dubey and with me is Mahima Vatsrajani, and well, we are welcoming you to Ask Profit Afternoon Edition, where you'll send in your queries in the WhatsApp. You can see up and the numbers flashing down where you can send in your stock queries, and we'll ask our technical and fundamental guests. Just a short check on the markets. There has been a recovery after what we saw. The Nifty, if you could just pull up, that was down less than 25,200. A recovery was made, short covering was there, but it's still very volatile. And rupee, that is at record levels at 91.7. That's weekend pass. That's the key concern of the markets. But moving ahead, now important development has come in. Our government has formally invited financial bids for the strategic disinvestment of IDBI Bank. Shrimi joins in with more details. Shrimi?
Yeah, a very crucial development coming in. Top sources in the government told us that government formally invited the financial bid for its strategic sale in the IDBI Bank. In fact, this is coming after, a host of security and regulatory clearances, and what we've been given to understand that potential bidders have been given 4 weeks of time to file the financial offer. Now, what will happen next? That once the potential bidder will file for the financial offer, the government, through cabinet approval, will announce the winning bidder, and they are aiming to it by end of March. And post that, it will take some more time, given the fact that it's a, very sensitive sector, and both government and RBI is involved throughout the process. So perhaps the transaction would close in the next financial year. If you remember in the Air India case as well, we have seen that it will take around 4 to 5 months of time between announced bidder and the final transaction to actually get sealed. So as far as fiscal, maths is concerned, the fiscal context is concerned, the receipt from this disinvestment, if you see under the proposed transaction, both government and LIC is expected to sell 60.72%. In IDBI Bank, if you see the total valuation, which is coming to around 75 to 76,000 crore, so that receipt will reflect perhaps in the next financial year. Now, as far as disinvestment target is concerned, that's also crucial ahead of the budget, because the government will take a call on the budgetary estimates as well. Disinvestment is no longer is a separate accounting; it's a part of capital miscellaneous receipt. And that the target for this financial year is actually 47,000 crore. And so far in this financial year, the government has garnered around 8,700 crore. So clearly a shortfall. But this shortfall is not actually concerning for the government at this point of time. But the main big story here is that government is moving fast on the IDBI disinvestment, which has been dragging for some time. But now with calling for financial bid, we will see, they are getting close to the transaction, and it will be sealed perhaps by, between July and August is what the sense we are getting.
Thanks a lot, Shrimi, for that interesting development coming in for IDBI Bank. I just want to show the chart as well. IDBI Bank, what's the reaction happening in the stock? If you could just pull up the daily chart, and we see, yes, there's a good up move coming in the stock itself. But now joining in, we are having our guest for Ask Profit Afternoon Edition, Kunal Rambia, Fund Manager and Trading Strategist at The Streets, and Prashant Tapse, Senior VP Research Analyst at Mehta Equities. Good afternoon to you, gentlemen. I'd like to start with Kunal. Views on IDBI Bank before we move on to our viewers. Kunal, what's the view coming in? Interesting update coming from Shrimi on the speeding up of the process of the disinvestment.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me on the show. So overall formation on the IDBI Bank is pretty much sideways, consolidating since almost June 25 so far. And this counter has not shown any extraordinary moves, though it's a up move, but it's a muted up move. So I think with the stop of 90 levels, one can definitely accumulate this counter. The volumes are pretty good, which is supporting the muted up move. So with the stop of 90, I think one can initiate the trade at this level where the risk reward ratio is extremely favorable.
Right, now let's come back to our show, your Ask Profit Afternoon Edition, and these are the numbers. You can call in there. These are the numbers it's flashing on the screen where you can put in your queries and we will get in all your answers. First one is, of course, Venkat here, and he is holding 45 shares of CE Infosystem, that is MapMyIndia. The price is at 1,792 rupees per share. He needs a 6 month suggestion on this, and in recent months, nothing has happened. MapMyIndia, Prashant, I want to get you on this. What's your view on this? What should Venkat do?
I think he should try to be avoiding this stock at this point of time. If he is holding, I think it should be the exit call from my side. If you see the financial numbers, the valuations are very expensive at this point of time. Plus, the quarterly earnings are not so good, so that I will have a very positive outlook. For me, it's a negative outlook for the stock for the near term as well as the long term. So exit is my call.
So the exit call coming in for MapMyIndia. Another query from WhatsApp is Suman from Kolkata. 30 shares of Zaggle prepaid he has. Average price is roughly at 309 rupees. Is the right time to accumulate? Good to hold for long term? Kunal, your views?
So again, the recent correction in the market has brought almost all the counters near to the support level, and this counter is also one of them. The strong support is near 270, though as of now it's near to 280. If the counter consolidates near this 270, 280 mark, I think this can offer a good risk reward ratio. Overall trend is definitely negative, but from risk reward point of view, I think, this is the level to watch out for. Keep a watch on it for 2-3 days. After consolidation, you can initiate a buy with the stop of 270.
Right. of course, a good time to enter for L&T. That's actually for Interglobe Aviation. That's the query coming in from Suresh Babu. He's from Hyderabad. And the question is Interglobe Aviation for long term. Kunal, I want to get you on this. Is it a good time, or is it the valuation still kind of on the higher side?
See, to be honest, after this chaos, this counter has come down significantly, right? And from those 6,200 levels, we are near to 4,600. Even if I look at the overall long-term trend on the charts, which are like 3.5 to 4 years trend, this counter is looking very attractive to me. We turned bullish on this counter somewhere near mid of December, where the counter first time hit the low of 4,800. In fact, counter is still at the same level. With the stop of 4,500, it's a clear buy. And the upside can be till again 5,500 to 6,000. We are just waiting for the dust to settle, but overall the trend is very, very strong on the long-term charts.
All right, that's pretty much interesting on that. But Mohan from Bengaluru is joining us. Hi, Mohan. Of course, the markets are very dicey, but which stock you are holding?
I'm holding some, I bought 10 shares at Thangamayil Jewellery at the rate of 1,432. I just want to know whether can I add these shares more or for long-term perspective.
All right. Congratulations, Mohan, on the profit. And you have picked the right stock, actually. The momentum is very strong. And from the HNI circles, what I'm hearing is the significant buying is happening across the DIs. Prashant, short-term view on Thangamayil. Should there be some more addition in this counter, or a little bit of profit booking is there right now?
I don't advise a new fresh addition at this point of time. I think the way how gold has rallied and the way how the earnings have been presented by the gold jewelry businesses. So I think there should be some kind of profit booking attempt, at least 50% from the current levels, or trail your stop losses to 3,700. But it can be a two-way to hold the stock for the short term.
All right. Now Udit is joining us from Mumbai. And hi, Udit. What stock you're talking about here?
Good afternoon, Sarath. I am talking about New Gen Software. I hold around 50 shares of New Gen with 1030 a piece. Huge loss. I know circumstances are dictating terms now. I understand that. In spite of that, if I discount that, is this stock still good enough to hold on to, or do I average at this level, or do I get out booking the loss?
Yeah, Udit, that seems a concern. Your buying price was 1,030 and now it's, it has gone down almost 30 to 40 odd percent. Kunal, I want to get you on this. Is it the right time for Udit to actually, average up or exit the stock? What's your view on that, New Gen Software?
So no, certainly not to average out, first of all, because if the counter is in downtrend, I definitely agree on one point that the risk reward ratio might be favorable, but unless this, the falling knife stops somewhere, we should not be holding this counter. Now, if I look at the broader term, the chart of the counter, this counter was having a strong support near to 775, 780 levels. I'm talking from 2024 consolidation bottom till now. But it has decisively broken that also, and the volumes are very, very high. So I would advise to stay away from this counter, because now already it's in loss and our viewer is holding it. Wait for a dead cat bounce somewhere near to 775. I think you should book the losses and move on to some other IT companies which are literally looking good, and the momentum is really building strong.
But if Udit is there with us, just can you recommend, Kunal, which IT stock can he go?
So I'm betting honestly on the large cap IT counters. The first is Infosys. Today also it's trading at 1650 days high, and the overall trend since last 3 to 4 months is very, very positive. So with the stop of 1550, we are long on Infi, and the target remains at 1800 to 1850. The second is TCS, where again the trend is very, very muted but positive. Near to the support with the stop of 3000, one can go long on TCS also. I think these are two better counters, though the recovery in New Gen can be faster. But here we will have a risk reward ratio which is favorable, and the capital protection which is the must in such kind of markets.
Definitely some kind of recovery also happening in this large cap IT names. But now moving on, Siva from Hyderabad, he is holding 1,000 shares of CG Power and Industrial Solutions at 650 rupees per share. Of course, there is a loss. He has stated it's a huge loss, but it's not that big loss also, to be honest. At these levels right now, the company's fundamentals are still decent. Kunal, is good time to average out or exit the stock? Feels like it can be a good average play.
So beginning of 2025, this counter was near 530. From there, a big upswing was seen, and again counter has reached the same level. Interestingly, on 19th of Jan, The highest volumes were recorded. The highest volume of the entire year were recorded on that day. We also shortlisted this counter, but only we were waiting for the higher top, higher bottom to just confirm the trend, which did not happen. But yes, this level is very attractive. If the counter manages to close above 590 to the 600 level, which is a round off level, we will definitely be into it. And I would advise our viewer also to average out at that point in time with the stop of 560. So with the stop of 560, buying above 600, and then let's ride the rally if at all there is a significant recovery.
That's the view coming in. But Hanish from Bengaluru joins in. Hi Hanish, which is the stock you want to ask our technical or the fundamental guests?
So I would like to ask on with respect to SBI card as well as Tata Motors, but anyone is buying for me right now?
Right. So it's Tata Motors CV, right? Okay. So there are two stocks, Tata Motors CV and SBI from Hanish. I would like to take the technical views first. Prashant, your views, which would be better, Tata Motors CV or SBI in current levels?
I think Tata Motors CV can be a better stock in this market. I think that is making all-time highs, and the way how CV cycle is going forward, I think that is creating a lot of good earning visibility for me. So currently, I think continue to hold this stock at this point of time, and even if you can add more, adding more at this point of time is highly recommendable. And SBI Cap, I think that is also a good stock right now. NBFC, that is a great company right now to accumulate. Going forward, the consumption story will be more on the spending cycle of a credit card. So SBI credit card can be a best stock at this point of time.
All right. Apart from this, Kunal, even your views on it, SBI or Tata Motors CV, fundamentally, which looks good now?
See, honestly, so we have created one of these strategies on it, and that's a short-term derivative strategy I would like to share. That's on Tata Motors CV. The only reason being this counter actually rallied multiple times from 320, 330 levels itself since March 2022, post this, the adjustment of the prices. So I think the downside on this counter is very minimum. So with the stop of, I think, around 325, one can go long on futures and short straddle. Now, short straddle logic is that even if the counter remains sideways, we still end up making something for this remaining month and for the next month. And if there is a positive rally, you are anyway long on the future. So upside is protected, upside is kept, but still 5.5% on the upside can be really good on large cap counters. So a very strong view on Tata Motors passenger vehicle from trading point of view. And if someone wants to go ahead with fundamentals, I think obviously SBI is a better play because overall the trend has been really strong. And even in the correction, this counter has not really come down much.
All right. Okay. So that's the view coming in on SBI as well as Tata Motors. But moving on to our next caller, Ashok is calling us from Andhra Pradesh. Ashok, hi. Very good afternoon to you. How can we help you today?
Yeah, ITC, can we buy at this price level? I have already 400 shares with average price of 355.
Okay. And this is, I believe, from a long-term perspective.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Prashant, I'll come to you on this one. ITC, what's the view like?
Yeah, continue to hold and add more at this point of time. I think the way taxation will always keep on hitting this kind of sector. Every year there is some kind of news from the government keeping some extra excess duties or some taxes on these kind of goods. For me, at 320, 310 is a good level to start accumulating for long-term investors. Again, it's a very big conglomerate having a lot of other businesses also. So very good at this point of time.
Okay. All right. So that's the view coming in on ITC. We've got the next question, which is from Ananta, who's writing us from Vijayawada. She's bought around 405 odd shares of Stalin India Fluoro at an average price of 261. Now sitting on a loss of around 27,000 odd rupees. Wants to know if she should average out at the current price or exit. 1 year is the time frame. Kunal, I'll come to you on this one. What's the view like?
See, again, I would avoid such counters. The only reason being, these counters are either in upper circuit or the lower circuit, and the risk management goes for the toss, whether you're a short-term or a long-term trader. So I would avoid this counter for now, for the sake of the view on the chart. I think 185 can be the good support, and below that 155 can be the next support. Keep these levels in mind, but I would advise an exit on this counter as early as possible.
Right. Now we are moving on. Sunil from Mumbai. He's calling. He's holding Angel One at 200 shares. Hi, Sunil. What would you like to do with this counter?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I just want a short-term target, sir.
Okay, short-term targets for Angel One.
And stop loss.
Okay,
please.
And stop loss. Short-term targets and stop loss coming in for Angel One. Prashant, what's your view on that?
I think the stop loss should be anywhere between 2350 on a short-term basis. But again, very much positive on this stock. On the sector as well. The way how BSE has performed, the way volatility has created a lot of good earnings show by Angel One. So I think BSE, Angel One as well as Grow. I am very much positive on this. Obviously, 2370 can be a stop loss for him for short term.
All right. Apart from this, another query coming in, and that is from Prakash from Chennai. He's having a tactical bet on UPL. It's invested at 775 rupees, roughly 250 shares is there. He wants his view, of course, on the long term and the short term. First of all, Kunal, I'd like to ask you on these levels.
Absolutely. Today's low was the extreme low, which was seen on the counter 670, and in fact, it has recovered really sharp from that level. 690 is a present level. I think this bottom might remain intact for the coming days if the counter is in the positive trend of last 1.5 years, if it wants to continue in the same trend. So yes, with today's low as a stop, one can definitely think of initiating a fresh long on this. But just one question, and that is that, this counter has come down significantly. So if there is a good spike, and if you feel that from the short term perspective, this 5.5-6% is enough for you, take an exit. Otherwise, trail the stop loss. With the stop of 670, it's a buy as of.
All right, so that's the view coming in on UPL. We've got our next caller. Neeraj is calling us from Gujarat. Neeraj, hi, a very good afternoon to you. I believe you have a question on Vedanta.
Yes, I hold around 15,732 shares and my purchase price is 248 per share. Now, I'm confused whether I should book profit or should wait for company allocation. Like, I have heard that the stock is going to split in 5 different companies.
That's correct. Okay, Neeraj, got your question. So I'll take this up with Prashant. And Prashant is already sitting on profits of over 66 lakh rupees. Should he wait for the demerger or should he book his profits?
I think a lot of demerger valuation has been discounted in the price. The way stock has been already doubled in last 52 weeks. The low was 362 and the high is almost 388. So at least 50-60% profit booking should be done at this point of time. And again, rest of the stocks can be taken care with respect to the demerger. I think before March, the demerger will get cleared. So upside is very limited from the current level. 720, 730 can be a best level to even book more after booking 50% from the current level. So my advice is 50% book profit, rest take it to 720.
All right, okay, so that's the view coming in on Vedanta. It's time for our rapid fire round for Ask Profit. Prashant and Kunal, you both know the drill. Try to keep your answers as short as possible. We'll try to throw as many questions as possible. The first question that we have is from Rama Devi, who's writing us from Hyderabad. She's invested in Hindustan Copper. The purchase value is 571 and 174 is the quantity. Should she continue to hold from a short-term perspective or not? Kunal, your view?
Absolutely hold with the stop of 525.
All right, there's Chandrasekhar from Bengaluru. He's holding 10 shares of Vari Energies. Average price is 1900. Can he hold for a long time? Prashant?
Exit at this point of time.
Okay, Sterling and Wilson is the next one. The person is holding 150 shares at the levels of 210. Can I buy, hold or sell from long-term perspective? Prashant, your view?
Buy for long term.
All right, Guru Shankar from Pune, he's holding Eternal. Zomato, that's around 75 stocks at 74. There's a profit of 16,000 rupees coming in. Should he hold the stock or sell, Kunal?
Looking at the profit, one should not exit. Yeah, it's a hold with the stop of 275.
Okay, the next one is on Paradeep Phosphates. Google from Odisha wants to know if this is the right time to make an entry. Kunal, your view?
It's an exit as of now.
Interesting. Sterling, Wilson and Renewable Energy, 150 shares were bought at around 210. Good time to sell or exit or even average out. Kunal?
I think the PO answered, but still, I'm very bullish on this counter from the risk-reward point of view, waiting for the breakout of 210. One can add about that level.
Okay, the next one is from Bhaskar Reddy. He's asking whether this is the right time to buy HDFC Bank. Prashant, would you recommend that?
As a long term, yes, buy at this point of time.
Vasu Patel, he's asking, should he invest in Gravita? Current holding is 1,000 shares, or should he average more out? Prashant?
Considering the recent fall, I think yes, one should start buying at this point of time.
Okay, the next one is on Praj Industries. Abhinay Gupta is holding 185 shares at an average cost of 446. He wants to know if he can hold, buy or sell. Kunal, your view?
So it has broken the main support, so exit for now, but re-enter about 305.
All right, okay, so that's the view coming in on Praj Industries. But with that, we're completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit as well as Rapid Fire Round. Kunal and Prashant, thank you so much for giving us all those insights and helping our viewers solve those queries. But with that, as I said, completely out of time. India market close up next. Stay tuned.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बन के खड़ा हो जाता है।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल, हर इंजन का सोल्जर, सेलिब्रेटिंग द रिलीज ऑफ बॉर्डर 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement and energy on one of the country's most storied courses. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the
Hello and welcome to India Market Close. I am Sharad Dubey and with me is Hiral Dadia and Somit Sarkar. We have seen a very eventful day actually. The markets actually cracking below the 25,000 mark, also dipping below the Nifty 200 DMA levels as well, but then a recovery also coming in and now a slight bit of correction from the day's top levels as well. And Nifty still down 80 points. Concerns are still there in the market. I will be listing these concerns in some time. The Nifty Bank, that has seen a much more bigger fall and it's down 600 points. It hasn't recovered that much what attempt Nifty tried to make in the day's time. But yes, the advanced decline ratio, earlier it was really bad, almost 1:10 in the ratio for the bears, but then slight increase definitely has happened. But nevertheless, the markets are still traveling, with a negative touch. Let's pull out the Nifty constituents to show you what has happened here itself, and largely we see Eternal over here. The stock is up 5%. The company will be coming out with its results. Apart from that, Indigo, Hindalco and Max Health, Ultratech, all of them showing strength in the trade. But where the fall is happening, this is of course coming in from HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank. That's where the sell-off is there. Apart from that, Nestle, Trent and BEL also make it to the list. Of course, the India VIX levels, that has also jumped up 10% and near the 14 odd levels. But definitely the market is in their oversold territory. Let's look at the sectors which would be in focus, what the sectors have been doing, and largely we are back to the metal and PSU banks where we had seen some strength, but again we are in a sea of red and barely Nifty Infra is there in the green, and big sell-off especially in the defense and the consumer durable segment. But to put the perspective in the mid-cap space, stock-specific moves, earnings, all the details Hiral is getting. Hiral?
Absolutely, Sharad. You know, the pain is absolutely deep when you talk about the broader markets. If you pull up the mid-cap 150 or even the small-cap 250, you'll see the kind of cuts that are coming in on both these indices. 1.3% on the mid-cap 150, and if you have to look at the small-cap 250, 1.3% is the kind of cuts. Let's just pull up the intraday charts of both the indices, and that will tell you. Because the recovery that has come in terms of the benchmarks is critical. We did see that recovery come in the broader markets as well. Again, come down, but we're not at the day's lowest levels on the broader markets as well. Overall, if you see in terms of individual stocks, let's look at the ones which are gaining first. Credit Access, MRPL, Eternal, India Mart, KPR Mills, JNK Bank, smart gains coming in all these names. What's losing out? Kalyan Jewellers, a 12% downtick coming in on this counter. SRF continues to trade under pressure. Scient is down, Force Motors, Laurus Labs, Paytm, Siet are few of the ones which are losing out in trade. So interesting moves, Soumya, that we're picking up so far in terms of the markets as we speak. But one stock that is in focus right now is a Supreme Petro. Anything that you're picking, Supreme Industries, I beg your pardon, anything that you're picking up on that front before we speak to the management?
Well, pretty much inline set of numbers is what the street has said. Now, if you look at the EBITDA number, that came in at close to 314 odd crore rupees, and analysts were estimating this number to be close to 304. Margins came in at 11.7 as against estimates of 11.5%. The piping volumes, now that grew nearly 16% on a YOY basis to close to 147 KT, and piping realizations that came in below by around 6 odd % on a YOY basis to close to 124 rupees per kg. Blended EBITDA per kg also 10% down to close to 17.1%. But let's go across to MP Tiparia, the managing director of Supreme Industries. Sir, when it comes to the FY26 volume and margin, are you maintaining your volume and margin guidance that you had given earlier? I believe the volume guidance was 12 to 14% that you had guided for FY26, and margin was close to around 14%. Are you maintaining that guidance?
No, we have given a guidance of plastic piping 15 to 17% volume growth. And we maintain that we will grow 15 to 17% by volume in plastic piping system. And margin side, we will grow between 13.5 to 14% overall in the company.
Right, but I believe the total volume guidance was 12 to 14%?
You are right.
So that is also maintained for FY26?
We maintain.
And we had seen a lot of the volume numbers were not that great so far. But are you seeing a pickup right now when it comes to overall piping segment volumes?
We are quite happy that we have grown this quarter 16%. But just to share with you that in PVC resin, PVC plastic piping system, our company has grown 14% first 9 months, where the country has a degrowth of 7% by volume in PVC in plastic piping. That was the raw material producer. So we are happy that we country had a 7% degrowth, we had 14% growth.
And just one question from my side on the PVC pricing. We have seen a severe downtick coming in. Do you expect further downside on this PVC resin prices, or they have stabilized for now?
Dear friend, already too much down happened up to December. Since January beginning, the price has started inching up. several producers in the worldwide have to close their operation. Some have reduced their operation. It became uneconomical for them to produce PVC. So we do not see, based on current crude price trend, we do not see any possibility of PVC price to come down. Actually, starting from 1st January, PVC prices are inching up.
Mr. Taparia, good afternoon. Hiral on this side. Now, PVC prices have seen a drop as well in the third quarter, right? Now, the stakeholders want to know from here on, what was the inventory loss, if any, in the third quarter? And in terms of outlook for PVC price stabilization in the fourth quarter?
One thing, see, I can say in the first 9 months, there was fall in all the polymer prices. So our company may have suffered an inventory loss between 100 to 120 crore rupees 9 months. Now this quarter, we do not anticipate any further inventory loss coming. And we believe that prices will slowly and surely, definitely on PVC and other polymer also inching up.
Mr. Taparia, hi, Sharad here. I was just checking your segments, industrial product segment, that's where the degrowth has come in. If you just see on a 9-month basis, which we have compared, is there kind of a, demand pressure in the industrial product segment? And if it's there, will it bottom out in the coming time?
Different. We are only supplier of component to the industrial companies. So the component which are industry we were supplying for them, they had a demand poor. So we cannot forecast about the demand, how they are going to fare, but we don't consider any great happening in the industrial component segment.
Okay. Mr. Taparia, the question that we are looking at over here is, now you are talking about the margin guidance of 13.5% to 14% for FY26, correct?
Yeah, right.
Okay. And currently your margin is at around 11.7%, correct?
And so the numbers are already with you.
Correct. No, so my question is, from a 11.7% in this quarter, a 12.3% in the previous quarter, what will lead you to achieve that 13.5% to 14% margin?
We do not anticipate any more inventory loss happening in any polymer in this quarter.
Okay, so that is what will help you to gain back that margin loss that has happened. Is that what you're saying?
That will prevent the erosion in our margin.
Okay.
9 months of our margin were eroded due to the too much fall, which we have not seen like that.
Understood.
All the polymer, everywhere the price has fallen.
Okay. Now, when we talk about the Wavin business integration, the 250 crore acquisition of Orbia Wavin's business, how has that progressed? What is that revenue contribution you will see from this business in FY26? And you have your industrial products business, which has seen a 13-14% decline in terms of revenues. So, is this decline or has this segment actually bottomed out from here on? Two questions.
No, first I talk about the Wavin. We had a capacity of 71,000 ton, and the capacity is fully integrated, and we are now able to run the plant properly. Our overall capacity of the company around 1.2 million ton, and we anticipate that we may sell between 60 to 65% in this year overall. And the same capacity of Wavin also have been put to use, and goods are selling, there is no issue. Industrial component, as I said earlier, depend on our customer, and if their demand of that particular model is weak, then our demand in turn will be weak. But industrial segment in our company also comprise material handling system and also cylinder. We are having good business growth in material handling system and good that we are expecting for cylinder.
Right. Thank you, sir, for giving the entire views on the company and growth outlook going ahead. And it's very good to talk to you. But moving on, we are joined in by Kunal Shah and Dharmesh Kant. Thank you, gentlemen, joining in. Kunal, I just wanted to get your views in. Just right now, we just spoke with Supreme Industries. What are the technical levels suggesting?
I think for Supreme Industries, we have already witnessed a good correction from the higher levels. The important levels to be watch out here for Supreme Industry will be 32.20, 32.30 zone. That has been the demand zone for the stock. If we see any reversals from those levels, that would be a good opportunity to go on the long side. The immediate hurdle for the stock is at 34.20, and once that is taken out, you can see the short covering coming toward 3600. So overall, the setup is bullish. It's a buy on dip stocks. Dips to be utilized as a buying opportunity. A real strength will come once the stock surpasses 34.20 on the upside.
And Kunal, Nifty and Nifty Bank, I just wanted to get your views in also, because it has been very volatile. Very important levels were breached. Nifty Bank also not showing that much strength in the recovery as what Nifty has recovered. What will be the key, technical levels to watch out for? And is there any options trade also?
Okay, so firstly for the Nifty index, the fall what we have seen from the top of 26,373, we have already on the technical charts have completed the wave 3 as per the Elliott wave. So here you might have some technical bounce coming back for the indices towards 25,300, 350 zone, which is the resistance zone for the markets. And again, any rejection from those levels will lead the markets toward 24,800 on the downside. So the downside level, what I'm looking out is 24,800, 750. That is the maximum downside is what I'm looking at. And on the higher end, the resistance continues to be at 25,500 mark. So I think now this is going to be a broad range. We are heading towards the budget. So probably market will consolidate at these levels. 24,800 to 25,500 would be a broad range in which I'm expecting Nifty to consolidate. Today we have breached the 200 DMA for the Nifty index, but we have reclaimed that again on a closing basis. We are trading right now also above it. So probably a doji candle will be formed in today's trading session, which indicates an indecisiveness. So probably a consolidation from here on, and then probably we'll see the correction going forward post the budget. So overall, the view remains negative. Pullbacks should be utilized as an exit opportunity. Now the Bank Nifty. So Bank Nifty was the one index which was strong, and in today's trading session, in yesterday's trading session, we breached the 20 DMA, and then we had a follow-up move in today's trading session. Now 58,700 is a key level to watch out for. We have seen multiple bounces from those levels, and in today's trading session, we breached that level on an intraday perspective. But again, now we have reclaimed that levels on the higher end. So if we get a close below 58,700 in today's trading session, expect some more correction in the Bank Nifty towards the mark of 57,600, 57,700 on the downside. So for Bank Nifty, till the time 20 DMA is not reclaimed on the higher end, that is 59,500, the view continues to remain as a sell-on rise mode for the Bank Nifty.
Right. Shifting focus to another stock that has declined significantly in the last couple of trading sessions. In fact, UPL has come down nearly 15% after the company announced that it will, in fact, not after the company announced, they came out with the RHP or DRHP of the subsidiary that is Advanta Enterprises. Let's get in Varsha to understand what does this mean for UPL and what could have been the reason behind this fall, Varsha?
Well, I think this is all a profit booking that the market is doing after this news. Let's see how Advanta Enterprises is important and what this means for UPL. Talking about Advanta Enterprises, which filed DRHP with IPO size of around 36 million shares, that is 3.6 crore via OFS, and the UPL will sell around 2.8 crore shares. Now, Advanta is UPL seed business, if you see, and why Advanta is important, let's let's highlight on that. It's a seed vertical of UPL, global hybrid seeds player, and among top 10 seeds companies globally. Now, UPL holds almost 78% of stake in Advanta. Rest is owned by KKR and Alpha Wave. Now, talking about the long-term value creation. Now, if you see, Advanta has grown nearly 3.5x in USD terms over last 10 years and has a revenue CAGR of around 18% in last 5 years, with EBITDA CAGR of 23% and EBITDA margin of 25% and ROC of more than 25%, which is highest among its peer companies. Now, talking about the impact on UPL, how the listing of Advanta Enterprises will benefit UPL. So objective is to reduce UPL's group debt and the proceeds will be used for the debt repayment. The net debt EBITDA, if you see, currently currently UPL has almost 1.6x, which is expected to go down to around 1.2 to 1.3 times, a massive reduction when it comes to overall debt. Talking about the valuations, of the Adventa Enterprises, considering the FY26 net profit of around 1,000 crores with taking multiple P ratios, case 1 at 30, if we take the P of 30, the Adventa's valuation comes at around 32,340 crore. That's the market cap we are expecting post listing. On the a bull case, if you see, taking around 1,000 crores of PAT with 40 PE, considering the industry average as well, the company's valuation comes at around 43,120 crore, which is 51% of the UPL's market cap. So overall, this is beneficial for UPL considering the reduction of debt on its balance sheet. But yes, market is actually booking profit, and overall, considering the mood in the market, UPL is also down in trade.
Well, thanks a lot, Varsha, for that. Dharmesh, I want to get you on this. UPL Street is punishing the stock a lot, it seems, for the last two trading sessions. Is there a value emerging, and what's the outlook looking like for UPL? Of course, the deleveraging is also at play now.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends upon what kind of a valuation multiple this entire thing happens and how much is the stake been diluted by. The money comes back to UPL, and among the partners, how much is the OFS being structured. But Adventa was a cash cow for UPL. I mean, out of the revenue, 12% was contributed by Adventa, and with a consistent, profit margin of around 17%. So that was a contribution which Adventa did consistently, irrespective of UPL other business going up and down. So on console level, it was a balancing factor. So let's see the entire deal structure, how it goes through, and then how much of that part of the profit will go out of the consolidation and it gets converted into minority interest has to be seen. On the face of it, it does look that UPL will get some leverage on its debt portfolio, but at the same time, its own business of chemicals, agrochemical and all has not been doing that great. So that's the reason I think people are taking some money off the table of UPL.
Yeah, Dharmesh, just stay with us very quickly. We need to just cut across to an exclusive conversation coming in from Davos, where SBI Chairman C.S. Sethi is in conversation with Tamanna Inamdar, Managing Editor of NDTV Profit.
Thank you for that. Yes, in these cold climes and in this beautiful backdrop, we're having a conversation with the State Bank of India Chairman, India's largest bank, over here at Davos, where I must tell you the ongoing commentary is that India seems to have taken over a lot of the promenade. Sir, thank you so much for coming into our studios and speaking with us. Absolute pleasure. How's the trip going so far?
Thank you, Tamanna, for having me here. So far, so good. I think a lot of fruitful meetings and also a lot of fruitful discussions where you could participate and listen to the people what exactly is happening in a very difficult geopolitical environment. Yes. Very good trip.
In a few hours from now, everyone's waiting to hear what Trump says. But in terms of what you are looking at here in Davos, a little birdie tells me that a lot of your conversations are around AI and adding that kind of tech to the prowess of State Bank of India. Are you shopping here, speaking to possible partners?
No, we do have partners and, of course, long-term partners. More importantly, my conversations with them is for the last 3 to 4 versions of Davos, we've been talking about AI. A lot of proof of concepts have happened, and we have not seen adoption of AI in the BFSI space at scale. So my venture here is to understand how do we bring AI adoption at scale as big as State Bank of India with 530 million customer base, that you need to have something which will change the customer experience and also improve the productivity of our employees. I think this is what I've been focusing on. But what I believe now is that a lot of entities have moved away from POCs to adoption. And AI adoption also has a critical element in the sense that you need to have large-scale change management, the way how people use both of your employees as well as the customers. So this has been my focus, has been a good conversation so far.
How do you see AI changing both the customer experience and your core requirement of financial inclusion? As India's largest bank and largest public sector bank, that's also a big part of the mission. How do you think that this can really change the game from that context?
So it's not that we have not used AI in the past. What we are talking, obviously now moving from the predictive analytics to Gen AI and agentic AI. So we were one of the early adopters of AI models, both for purpose of the customer service, lending, for instance, and also fraud risk management. If you really see cyber protection of our customers, where transaction monitoring happens, and also we need to protect them from the cyber frauds. A large-scale Gen AI adoption is happening in SBI on the fraud risk management side. But we can definitely use in terms of creating hyper-personalization. Today, a lot of people receive a lot of calls on many products, right? How do we cut down on them? What Tamanna really requires, only those calls should go. I think
Indians will thank you if this is a model everyone can adopt.
This is what AI is capable of doing, in the sense that you don't disturb or you don't trouble the customer as much because you have not understood the customer much. If AI tools can provide that insight in terms of what customer needs and when does he or she wants to be contacted for. I think these are some of the things on the customer side. But more in terms of the customer protection side, I think agentic AI and AI have humongous applications going forward.
Now, let's come back to a bit of the domestic business. I know we're sitting here in Davos, but we must talk about what is your outlook on urban consumption. Some of those concerns which are being talked about there, are you actually seeing it? Because you will be in the right position to see if that kind of consumption is coming in. A lot of the conversation that after the GST rationalization, it is banks who will see that uptake as people want to go out and consume more and take loans to do the same.
So we did see. Of course, I won't be able to speak about our Q3 numbers because the results is scheduled sometime during February. But broadly speaking, I think consumption demand helped in terms of growing some of the consumer loans. What we have seen is that, since you mentioned about urban consumption, the consumption numbers which have been announced now shows that the rural consumption is picking up faster than the urban consumption. And another, dimension of the consumption is that it has been more in non-discretionary items. That means, auto sector, white goods have shown much more uptick than the discretionary or non-discretionary spending. Sorry, discretionary spending was more than non-discretionary. So I think GST has to help maybe the lower middle class to consume more. That consumption in the urban areas is yet to be seen. But on the discretionary spending, we have seen a significant uptick, both on the auto sector as well as white goods.
So I won't ask you about numbers because, like you said, it's the silent period. But just want to get a sense of how you're seeing deposit growth. Deposit growth has been a pain point for the industry and for several reasons. How do you look at it as the largest player?
So the kind of financialization, the overall financialization of savings which have been there, and the unconscious asset allocation which has been happening. People earlier probably used to have savings, and savings destinations were only bank deposits. But today you may not call it asset allocation in the truest sense, but you would like to keep some money in the mutual funds and some money goes to the insurance, some to the pension fund. So which means that I personally believe that it is a kind of irreversible movement which is happening from the bank deposits to the other alternative financial instruments. It may change. If the stock market is doing, probably more flows will be there towards that. But broadly, the banks have to live with a lower deposit growth rate. That's one. Number two, I think we also have to see that how do you structure your balance sheet? Do you want to structure your asset growth purely based on deposits, or you can go to the market and some of these savings which are currently going to various instruments have to come to the real economy, right? Back to the real economy. They are coming in some form. But ultimately the banks have to build their balance sheets based on not only on deposits, but other alternate instruments, market instruments, certificate of deposits, bonds. I think this is inevitable. I think that will definitely happen.
Eyebrows raised when, a bank of your size goes after certificate of deposits.
See, this is. I mentioned certificate of deposit to make you to ask me that question. So I think it's important to realize that every bank in India has to look for alternate sources of funding their balance sheet. This is what happened globally. If you really take my New York office, for instance, 75 to 80% of the balance sheet is built on market borrowings, not on deposits. So as the individuals and households diversify their saving instruments, the banks also have to diversify their source of funding.
Just one last point. We've talked about deposit growth slowing down. Interest rates are also coming down. I'm not going to ask you for a number, but margins or 4% margins, thing of the past for now. Banks have to look at other ways and avenues.
The margins, I think, are different for different banks. The way we structure our liability franchise, what kind of asset segment what we are doing, what kind of risks we are taking on the balance sheet, they all determine our margins. But broadly, I think the margins are likely to moderate as we go forward. It is also a fact that, while the asset side, that is loans are getting repriced faster, the deposits are taking a little longer time to reprice, which means that the margin pressure will be there. But as I mentioned earlier, I think on the guidance side, we are still sticking that most of the banks will be able to maintain the margins, not because of anything, but the better management of the liability side.
You also have a big listing coming up for State Bank of India Mutual Fund, SBI MF, and that's, the red hot space, really. But do you think that there's that kind of an appetite for so much paper?
So the investor community is also, very diversified. I think this is one stock I believe that is widely being looked forward to. We are the largest AMC in the country, and we had created value not only to the investors, two of the investors who backed the company, but we created value in the ecosystem of the overall mutual fund industry. I think it's a good stock to invest in.
There you have it. One last question, sir. We're speaking ahead of budget. What would you hope to see as the message that India gives? And I think this time the budget is going to be important because it's a domestic budget, but it's coming at a time of so much geopolitical crisis and turmoil. What is it that you are looking forward to?
I think the whole the financial system obviously looks at budget from a directional point of view, and broadly, it is expected that fiscal management, which has been the hallmark of this government, will be maintained. And if you see, despite so much geopolitical uncertainty, the resilience which has been shown by the Indian economy is admirable. There is absolutely no doubt about it. So the government, we assume that would continue to be on the path of fiscal consolidation and fiscal management. And whatever, I think, on the taxation side, they've been very liberal in the last 12 months, if you see, both on the indirect taxes as well as direct taxes. So we don't expect much on the taxation side, but I think more in terms of ease of doing business and also very clear direction that the fiscal management continues to be the key.
Well, that's great, sir. I hope we get to a chance to speak to you after the budget and get your views then as well. But there you have it, the State Bank of India chairman. And I think the big headline for me, amongst other things, is the SBI Mutual Fund. He's saying it's a good stock to buy, so take a look at that. Thank you so much, sir.
That's an interesting conversation. SBI Mutual Fund, that's going to be a good one to buy. That's the word coming in there. And margins are going to moderate from here on. That's the other key takeaway that I'm picking up from the conversation that Tamanna has been having with CS Sethi as well. The stock not doing much, but just down around 0.7 to 0.8%. It's 2:55. We've missed the window by 10 minutes, but Samit Sarkar continues with us with all the chatter from the dealing room. I know, Samit, I mean, there is absolute mayhem in dealing rooms as well, I'm sure, because of the way markets have been over the last two trading sessions. First up, anything that you're hearing from a market perspective as to what is causing this nervousness, though we know it was expiry yesterday?
Well, there is no one specific reason for this nervousness. Consistent FI selling is the biggest reason that is considering this, that is leading to this worry. Apart from that, yes, rupee depreciation is another concern. But given the fact that there is a lot of volatility in the market, not a lot of stocks is being dealt by dealers, or there are not much of news flow that is coming in the dealing rooms. Few stocks that dealers have still highlighted. Firstly, it's Timex. Dealers are indicating that there are buy flows on the large HNI desk on this counter. Large influential HNIs have been accumulating in trade today is what dealers have indicated for Timex. For Indigo and Coforge, there are buy flows on there are buy flows on the PMS desk ahead of the Q3 numbers. So keep an eye out for both the names Indigo and Coforge. And lastly, when it comes to MCX, there are sell flows that we are seeing. Despite the recovery in the market, that stock continues to be in red, and the dealers are indicating that there are sell flows on the large HNI desk ahead of the Q3 numbers. So though the data suggests that MCX numbers could be quite good for the third quarter, but it would be important to see why the sell flows are coming in just ahead of the Q3 numbers.
Thanks a lot, Samit, for that. Kunal, just before we take you leave, what are your important technical picks? That's something which we had missed out. If you could just give it in a short time.
I think two ideas would be there. First would be Federal Bank. Again, a good reversal what we had seen in the chart, and now we are seeing follow-up action coming in a weak market. So that's a buy for me. With a stop loss of 269 on the downside, looking for targets of 283 to 289 on the upside. So Federal Bank is the first stock which is there on the buy side. Second stock where I'll again focusing on the buy side over here will be CUB, City Union Bank. Again, good consolidation which has happened into the stock, and now we are seeing the base getting formed, and we expect further up move into the stock. So this is also a buy for me with a stop loss of 265, looking out for targets of 285 to 290 on the upside.
All right. Thanks a lot, Kunal, for joining in. And now moving on, earlier today, we had an insightful conversation with Sandeep Kalra, the CEO of Persistent Systems. He said that the company is expecting a strong outperformance from their banking financial services. He also shared his growth outlook for the company's North America and European market. Listen in.
If you look at our current, markets, as I just said, North America grew by about 18.6%. in the last quarter, year on year. We are expecting, unless there is significant policy changes brought in by the new administration, there should be a healthy growth in North America. Similar in Europe. Now, from a sectoral perspective, our banking financial services is growing at roughly about 30% year on year. We expect it to lead the growth for the near term. Healthcare life sciences had tepid growth for the last 2-3 quarters. It's coming back big time. And remember, healthcare for the last 2 years was the leading, vertical for us across the industry, and it had grown at one point in time upwards of 60% year on year. So, from our near future, we see banking financial services leading, high tech following, followed by healthcare life sciences, secular growth, decent growth across all three sectors.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बन के खड़ा हो जाए।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल हर इंजन का सोल्जर, सेलिब्रेटिंग द रिलीज ऑफ बॉर्डर 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ टाइम।
Welcome back to India Market Close, but let's also get in Shivangi Sarda from Motilal Oswal Financial Services. Shivangi, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you. In this kind of a market, your strategy and your top picks.
Very good afternoon. Thank you for having me. So we've seen that, the indices have been facing some sort of pressure, and we've seen profit taking and the bears took take full control. But the good part is that we've seen a smart recovery from the lower levels, which has kind of, provided some bit of comfort to some pockets and sectors. Looking at the markets, there would be some sort of weakness which is likely to continue here because the call writers are still positioned with heavy, positions at these levels. Now we're looking at 25,400 as the next resistance levels with a support at 24,900 marks. And talking about Bank Nifty, of course, this is stronger out of the lot, but we've seen that, there has been some slight bit of profit booking here as well. But overall, Bank Nifty looks, more stable than the broader market, and one could actually start accumulating good PSU names even at these levels. We're looking at, 59,300 level as the next, resistance for Nifty with a support of 58,500. So,
right, Shivangi. And what would be your top picks?
So top picks, first up on my radar is Hindalco. We've seen that metal stocks have been doing exceptionally well, and even in such kind of a volatile market, they've been holding at the higher levels quite strongly. Hindalco recently touched an all-time high levels and is hovering near its all-time high territory as well. It has been making an upward sloping channel on the monthly basis, and it has been an outperformer consistently from the last 6 years. So definitely one of the strongest names in this entire pack and likely to continue the move here because RSI is showing positive signs from the lower levels and it is turning towards the positive levels. So we're recommending a buy here with the next target of 975 levels for Hindalco with a support of 920. So.
Right. And what about a counter like SRF? Yesterday it was down 4%. Today again a 7% downtick. Any support levels for SRF?
So SRF has been seeing a lot of weakness of lately. In fact, it's given a weekly breakdown. It broke the important support level of 2770 levels, which was an important level to watch out for this one. And even after the gap down today, we've seen relentless selling and every bounce being actually sold into. So SRF is something which we are keeping a watch and wait and watch over here. there is no signs of reversal that we can see as of now clearly in the data. But there could be some bit of weakness that could continue even more here. So we're looking at a base of 27. No, we're looking at a base of round about 2650, 2630 levels. And the upside still remains capped at 2700 because of the call factors that are still present.
Shivangi, hi, Sharad here. Kalyan Jewellers, that's been a concern for the stock. The stock is down almost 14%. I'm just seeing that in the trade, kind of a recovery attempt was being made, but that's also getting nullified. Any technical views on Kalyan Jewellers? Good time to enter or any important stop loss?
So Sharad, when we look at the entire jewelry business space, there are stocks like Titan which have shown signs of reversals here at these levels. Of course, too early to say, but the data is suggesting that buying has started to happen at the important key retracement levels. But when you look at Kalyan Jewellers, we've seen that there has been a weekly breakdown. So clearly, Kalyan Jewellers is not moving with the entire broader market. And of course, with the gold prices, touching sky high levels, we've seen that, these stocks have actually kind of had an impact, but a positive one. But amidst all this, Kalyan Jewellers has not been able to sustain and it has actually fallen by more than 12% today. So overall, this stock may continue some sort of weakness on the technical front, and we could, kind of wait and watch on this one before starting to accumulate.
Okay, so that's with regards to where Kalyan Jewellers goes. In fact, that stock has nosedived in trade, extending losses for 8 consecutive sessions. Let's get a bull versus bear on this one. Mahima standing by with both the cases. Mahima, over to you.
Right, so Hiral, it's been, a bad day for Kalyan Jewellers for sure. And if we take a look at the bull versus bears, side of this particular counter, Q3 business update suggests that there was a revenue growth of around 42%. But that as compared to the rise in gold prices year on year, that stands at 65%. Though all of that revenue growth has largely come in from a pricing growth perspective rather than a volume growth perspective. And that's been the story for a lot of these jewelry companies. The second argument remains with regards to where debt stands. They've said they earlier paused their debt with regards to some land acquisition claims going on, but now they have resumed their debt reduction and they plan to be debt free by the next year. But at the same time, the working capital days for them have really gone up in the past couple of quarters and has risen to around 23 days. This is also largely on account of the way prices have panned out as to where gold stands. The next one, with regards to where the profit CAGR stands, that's been at a healthy 38.2% CAGR over the last 5 years. But valuations are nowhere near cheap for something like a Kalyan Jewellers. It's still sitting at a 57 times PE versus a 5-year average of 67 times, slightly better than the 5-year average, but still very expensive as compared to peers like PN Gadgil or for that matter Thangamali Jewellery as well. Lastly, in terms of where the segment candor stands, now Kalyan is focused on growing this particular business for them. This is largely an online business and a store that focuses more on lightweight jewellery. Kalyan has the candor segment has recorded a revenue growth of 147% this particular quarter, but it is yet to be profitable, and the expansion plans that the company has for candor store addition is also something that could put pressure in terms of where profitability stands. So this is the overall view of the bull versus bear case for something like Kalyan Jewellers.
Right, Mahima, while you're with us and the Zomato or Eternal will be reporting its numbers anytime soon, what is the street expecting here?
Right, so, Somit, the street is expecting a good set of numbers going forward from Eternal. It can come anytime now. Generally, they post their earnings around the 3 p.m. time, but overall revenue might see an uptick of around 2 times in terms of where it stood in Q3 FY25. EBITDA may rise around 1.5 times. Margins will be at that 2% mark versus that of almost 3% earlier, but that is largely on account of the additions of, the rapid addition of dark stores that they're doing. Net profit may also be at that 115 odd crores versus that of 60 crores in Q3 FY25. In terms of what to expect, festive season might get slightly impacted because of the gig workers strike, but overall strong revenue growth is expected. Higher marketing spends could also put pressure in terms of where the margin stands, and this is largely on account of competition panning out in the quick commerce and food delivery space. Lastly, key things to watch out for, the guidance in terms of where expansion of dark store edition is concerned, whether it is on track, whether they are increasing their guidance in terms of where the dark store edition is concerned. Recovery in food delivery will take place or not is something that the street is watching out for, because that's not been the case for the past couple of quarters. Quick commerce market share expansion, how much has that happened this quarter, considering the kind of pressure or competitive pressure that is there in the quick commerce space? And hyper-pure revenue growth, what is the trajectory looking like? And lastly, how has going out business scaled up in the last quarter is something that we'll be watching out for. So this is the overall view of what you can expect from Eternal earnings.
Right, Shivangi, despite the market volatility today, Eternal was one counter that has been continuously gaining in trade. Any breakout that we have seen on technical level, or any target that you can give?
We see that Eternal has actually witnessed a good comeback, and we've seen that the stock has already recouped most of its losses of the last two trading sessions, and it is kind of showing good strength, because even in such kind of a market, we are seeing that there is buying interest emerging at these levels. Now, Eternal, technically speaking, in the short term, it might have had some point of pain from the last 2 to 3 odd months. But positionally speaking, the stock is quite well placed, and actually quick commerce space, this one is quite positive, even with the expansion of Blinkit, not just Zomato. So this one's actually quite positive, and one should look at adding this or start accumulating this at a portfolio level. And immediately we are looking at some level like 295, and then positionally we could see levels like 305 levels.
So 305, that's the important positional level Shivangi is talking about. But moving on, Dr. Reddy's is set to announce its Q3 numbers today. Will the US pricing overhang sustain for the company? And what is the street expecting from Q3? Let's go to Varsha to find out.
Well, muted performance has been expected when it comes to Dr. Reddy's Q3 FY26 numbers, wherein revenue may fall 0.5%, EBITDA may fall around 19%, net profit may fall 22%. Now, this muted performance will be driven by, continued pressure in US. US impact will be due to negligible Revlimid, that is a cancer drug contribution, and of course, additional pressure will also come from the pricing pressure seen in the US market. India business is expected to partly, offset US weakness, and Europe is expected to deliver mid-single digit to low double-digit growth. Talking about the analyst expectation when it comes to, US business, so analysts are expecting around $310 million to $325 million of US sales for Dr. Reddy's. Now, talking about India business, wherein the domestic business is expected to have an improvement year on year, that is true for every pharma company. Well, India is expected to be the strongest growth driver. Growth will be supported by core therapy segments, and analysts are expecting double-digit growth. Talking about the Europe business, wherein steady growth is expected between 7 to 13%. Growth will diversify earnings and US pressure. What investors should watch out when it comes to Dr. Reddy's? 3 most important things. One is the semaglutide, which is the anti-diabetic or anti-obesity approval timeline in Canada. Progress on some of their regulatory filings on the products that they have been launched, and any improvements in the US pricing pressure. These are the 3 key things which investors should watch out when it comes to Dr. Reddy's.
So that's the expectation when it comes to Dr. Reddy's as well. But moving on to our earnings candidate. Now, Rallis India is seeing some good gains today at the day's highest levels, gains of 1.5% coming in there on the back of the numbers that it posted. Varsha caught up with the management as well. Let's hear what they had to say.
The growth was led by volumes. What about pricing? When one can expect a recovery in prices?
So, I think, first of all, good morning to all my viewers. Pricing is a very, very complex subject. There are segments where we have some lever on pricing. There are segments we don't have lever. So when it comes to export business of crop protection, I think we have to be very competitive. Same way, when I sell my domestic crop protection business, I have to be very competitive. So that is one area. A lot depends on China factor, because there are domestic producers, including us, and there are importers. So in order to do that, I think in that segment, we make sure that we want to focus on volume. We don't want to lose the market share. But when it comes to seed and soil and plant health portfolio, there we have a better leverage pricing based on the value and the benefit we offer to the customer. So it's kind of 60% business where I don't have a pricing lever, 40% we do have some pricing lever.
Right. So, Mr. Shukla, as you said that you as a company is, concentrating more towards the volume rather than value. What was the volume growth in absolute terms, if you could, help us with? And of course, will this volume growth be sustainable for Q4 and for FY27?
So, obviously, market share is one. I said we really worry and care about it. So we'll continue to drive that. I would say we had double-digit volume growth across all the segments. There is one segment where we didn't have a lot of volume growth, but we have been able to use price lever, was a small CSM segment we have. So I think it depends because agriculture season was very good. There was good planting. As a result, there was a demand. So we didn't want to lose market share. We were very competitive in pricing. Going forward, given that crop is already in the field, while some of the crops have not done well, I expect this momentum to continue in Q4. And when we start a new season every year, we always start on optimism. A lot depends on how commodity prices will be there at the time of planting of the Kharif season, how, besides planting, how the rainfall will be have. Sometimes even good rainfall, too much of rainfall can also be very negative. So our idea is that be ready, be optimistic, and work towards developing more relationship with the customer, invest more time with the customer, make sure we have a right channel partners to serve the customers. That's all we control.
All right, that's a kind of optimistic kind of commentary coming in from the management for Rallis India. Let's see what the stock is doing. The stock is up 2%, and in a volatile day like such, Rallis has done well. But let's put the long-term chart for Rallis and see where the pressure was there. It's an, of course, agrochemical player, and see that's the downtick coming in as well. But Shivangi, on a positional basis, is Rallis looking a good buy from current levels? Shivangi, if you could unmute yourself.
Yes, Sharad. So actually looking at Rallis, we've seen that, of course, there has been some bit of bounce back today, but on a monthly basis, the stock is actually wiped off the gains of the minor attempts of recovery that it had made in the last couple of months. In fact, barring these 2 months, it has been in a downtrend from the last 5 odd months, and we've seen that weakness has persisted here. Even though there have been minor attempts in between. So overall, this stock is actually lacking a lot of strength here, and confidence is clearly missing. So I would recommend avoid from Rallis at these levels.
Any STBT trades today?
So looking at the markets, we've been seeing that the metal pack is actually one of the strongest out of the lot. And apart from this, we are seeing a lot of movement in some steel action stocks. So my BTST here would be Vedanta. It has been consolidating at the higher zones from the last 4 sessions. And after a very good breakout last week, we've seen follow-up is quite strong. And from the lower levels, it has actually shown immense buying interest from 660 odd levels today. So overall, this stock is quite strong and closing on the higher note, which is indicating that it would continue on a positive note. So 705 is what we're looking at for Vedanta, and with a stop loss of 665.
Right, Industars is another counter that one should keep an eye out for, because the company yesterday came out with an exchange announcement where they are saying that on Feb 2nd they will consider their Q3 results. But with the Q3 results, they have not announced anything about a dividend or a buyback. Now, why is this announcement important? Because Street was expecting a dividend announcement to come in from Indus Tower's side, given the fact that the Vodafone Idea AGR issue is now behind and the company has a lot of time to make the payment for this AGR. So the cash flow coming in from Vodafone Idea to Indus Tower wouldn't be an issue. Hence, Street was expecting a dividend to come in from Indus Tower's side in the third quarter numbers. Now, as a rule, Indus Towers largely pays off all the free cash flow that it generates to its shareholders as a reward. Now, what the management has said so far when it comes to the dividend point. In the fourth quarter of FY25, the board deferred the dividend, citing that it would form a committee to decide the best way to pay back the money to shareholders. In the first quarter of FY26 result, the company said that the board will be relooking at decision of giving dividend at the end of the financial year FY26. In the second quarter of FY26, board said that they will consider and is committed to distributing the cash to shareholders, and the timing still remains at the end of this financial year Q4. But they also said that this is the case because there was no clarity when it comes to Vodafone Idea AGR issue. But given the fact that this clarity has come in, Street was expecting this amount to come in. Now, what could be the quantum of dividend if at all the company announces a dividend by the end of FY26? Now, for FY26, the company is expected to generate a free cash flow of close to 5,400 crore rupees, which is nearly 5% of the company's market capitalization, which means that the dividend yield could also be as much as 5% for Indus Tower in FY26. Now, there are three possibilities why the company has so far not announced any dividend. Possibility one is the fact that the company is sticking to the guidance of announcing a dividend at the end of this financial year. Second possibility is that they are still analyzing their investment plans when it comes to the Africa business foray, and hence they are yet not announcing this dividend because they still do not know how much capital expenditure they will be doing in Africa, and hence they do not know the free cash flow that will come in by the end of this financial year. And the third possibility is that Reliance Jio might likely shift few of its tenancies out of Indus Towers to other tower companies on renewal. Now, Jio contributes around 12 to 13% to the top line, and if that happens, then the company's cash flow could take a hit, not in FY26, but in FY27 at least.
Okay, so that's with regards to where, Indus Towers goes. And if you look at Indus Towers as well, the stock from today's lows has recovered quite a bit now. Shivangi, any view when it comes to Indus Towers? And in turn, I would want to look at a Vodafone as well, because that stock, none of us have spoken about of this one since quite some time. It's languishing around those 10 levels. Let's just pull up a 1 month chart. That range has always been 8 to 12. Currently, you're at 10. Anything on Indus and Vodafone?
So here, when we look at this entire space, of course, Bharti Airtel is one stock which I would start looking at. And we've seen that this stock has actually seen a lot of weakness from the last 20 odd sessions. Now, if you pull out a chart of Indus Tower or a Vodafone, we've seen that, in line with the broader market, these stocks have actually not done quite well. And they've, kind of given up most of its gains of the last 1 month. So overall, I'm not expecting such comeback here at these levels. One could actually consolidate over here and a little wait and watch at these levels, and not recommend to start accumulating here.
That's pretty interesting on that. But let's just point out Thangamel Jewellery. The stock is up 4%, and of course, on back of earnings coming in and some kind of a good volume move as well. See a sharp recovery also come after the fall. Your views on this, Shivangi?
Absolutely. This has been one stock which has moved right from the start of the session today. We've seen volatile cues in between, but overall, it has made a good volatile day. We've seen that it is closing on a better note, higher than its opening levels, but then again, the swings are quite high. So I would recommend, if one is trading in this stock, to strictly maintain a stop loss and do it on an intraday basis because of the volatile nature. But the levels that we could watch out is 38.30 levels on the downside, and on the upside, one could look at 4,020 odd levels.
Okay, so that's with regards to Thangama. Let's just quickly put up all the metal names on the screens as well, because that is pretty interesting when you talk about what's happening there. Hind Copper, Hind Zinc, Hindalco, JSW, all of these have been trading in the positive. Shivangi, do you see Hind Copper, Hind Zinc sustaining the kind of up moves that have already come in so far?
So definitely, Hiral, these two stocks are quite positive, and we've been quite bullish on both of these names since we've seen that, of course, metal stocks and especially copper has also started to show signs of strength from here. If you look at Hindustan Zinc, this has been one of the most resilient stocks in the past few months. And even Hindustan Copper is holding at the life high levels currently, with good momentum. So would definitely recommend people to keep holding this stock, and one could also start accumulating at these levels because the support levels are quite intact. If we talk about the levels, Hindustan Copper next is what we're looking at, 580 levels, and Hindustan Zinc, one could actually look at the next targets of around about 720 zones.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the metal names are concerned. Apart from that, Credit Access Grameen, AU Small Finance Bank, a spectacular set of numbers that both these companies have reported, and you've seen a strong reaction come in there as well. AU Small Finance Bank, though, trading under pressure. Shivangi, what are charts indicating for both these names?
So looking at AU Small Finance Bank, actually we've seen that the stock has actually not really performed in line with the overall broader sector. Now, if you look at the other banks in the same sector, we've seen that there has been much more strength. Of course, AU Bank has performed on a month-on-month basis from the last 4 months, but the kind of volatile swings that we've seen in the stock from the last 5-6 trading session has actually made it quite volatile. So overall, we would expect some bit of swings to continue here, but my preferred pick would still be some of the PSU names that one can look at. For that matter, SBI is quite positive for the positional basis. Even PNB is looking quite good, and one could look at these stocks on a positional basis.
Vodafone Idea is another counter that remains in focus. It has increased prices of some of its family postpaid packs by around 7 to 9%. Earlier, the 701 plan, which had 2 connections, is now costing 751. The 1201 rupees plan is now costing 1301, and the 1401 rupees plan, which had 5 connections, is now costing 1525 rupees. Now, earlier, these plans were very much comparable to Bharti Airtel in terms of charge per GB, but right now, post this hike, they are nearly 7 to 9% expensive compared to Bharti Airtel. So it would be interesting to see whether Bharti Airtel also takes cues from this and increases its postpaid plan or not. Shivangi, quickly, any view on Vodafone Idea on charts?
Yes, so we just discussed the entire space as of now, and we've seen that there has been some bit of volatile cues of lately, but my recommendation would be a little wait and watch on all these stocks, which includes Vodafone, Indus Tower, Bharti Airtel. Of course, positionally, Bharti Airtel is quite strong as a portfolio stock, but on an immediate trading basis, one could actually wait.
All right. Thank you very much, Shivangi, for joining in and giving your technical views at market close. But now let's look at the market closing, how things are shaping up. And of course, market staged the recovery, but it's not very convincing. If you look at it, it's still, 70 points down. It's below the 25,200 mark. But yes, comfortably above the 200 DMA levels and the 25,000 levels. Nifty Bank, better placement and still down 600 points. But the majority of the pain which we had seen earlier, the broader market pain, that has actually recovered. But still 1:2 in the favors of bears. Let's pull out the Nifty stocks and show you what the stocks have been doing in the constituents. Lastly, we see it's even Stevens Eternal will be coming out with its number. Stock is near its day's high level, up 5%. Interglobe Aviation and the steel related stocks also buzzing in trade. But what's not working are your two big banks, HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank. Apart from that, Tata Consumer, Trent are also taking the pain. But yes, today was a very volatile session and a big range was there which we saw. Let's see the sectors which is moving. or most probably most of the sectors are in red. A slight up move coming back in metals and the infra and the oil and gas space, but majority wise we see most of the sectoral indices traded in the red in the closing session. Let's pull out the advanced decline ratio to give you a perspective on how the markets fared. And yes, there were gyrations, but it still was largely in the favors of the bears. Let's pull out the mid cap and the small cap indices, because last two trading sessions there was a massive sell off, and today also the story remains the same. Mid cap index was down 1%. There was a slight attempt at recovery, but small cap was not that bad as compared to the mid cap. It was down almost 0.6 odd percent. Let's show the BSE 500 stocks where the action is happening, and in the last moment the Veranda Learning also went up. MRPL, Credit Access Grameen on earnings, India Mart doing really well, and earnings related numbers were something which we are looking at. But what's not working, that's the concern. Kalyan Jewellers, that's the top loser in BSE 500, followed by SRF, Shoppers Stop on the earnings sentiment. Scient also down by almost 5%. So this is how the markets have fared, but the biggest concern definitely is the FIs selling and the rupee at the record low levels. Of course, weakening past that 91 mark, and more, almost you could say 50 to 60 paise of weakening we just saw in one single day. So that's a very big concern actually, and going ahead the lot of bond yield expectations would be there in the market. But let's see what are the cues to watch. It's still earnings heavy day, and balance of trade would be coming in. US President Trump speaks in the evening at around 6 to 7 p.m. That's where the focus would be. Apart from that, these are the important corporate announcements which would be their cues for tomorrow. What is coming out from the lock-in is Anthem Biosciences, and focusing on the earnings post-market hours, Dr. Reddy's, that's what you should be looking at, followed by KEI Industries as well. And also for tomorrow, the earnings, Adani Group earnings would be coming in. Bandhan Bank will be looking at, especially the trading community. Coforge as well, after Persistent came out with the good numbers. Ujjivan Small Finance, Z, Syngene, and even Premier Energy. So these are the stocks which should be in focus for tomorrow, and this is the most important situation coming in. The live coverage will be happening at NDTV Profit. Trump's Greenland Gambit. What's the game going ahead? And we will be tracking, giving you live updates as and when it happens. That's all, folks, for India Market Close. And thank you very much for tuning in. And up next is Market Express by Malika.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार।
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Market Express and I'm Malika Mishra. Let's get straight into the show and first check the markets. It was a day of high volatility on Dalal Street as benchmarks saw sharp swings between gains and losses in trade throughout the day. Nifty, after giving up the 25,000 level in morning, saw a sharp recovery of near 300 points, eventually ended around 25,150 odd levels. Broader markets witnessed a broad-based sell-off as both mid and small cap indices saw near 1% cut. Sectorally, other than metal and oil and gas index, others ended in the red. The Indian rupee falls to a record low against the dollar, touching 91.75 levels today amid continued foreign outflows from equities and rising geopolitical uncertainty. Bonds also rise on lower state debt supply. Credit Access Grameen is creating a buzz after a strong third quarter. The microfinance lender has swung back to profitability, reporting healthy revenue and a big jump in margins driven by better operations and lower provisions. Brokerage firm Investec also maintains a buy rating with healthy target prices as the company begins an upcycle. SRF posts a strong third quarter performance with profit jumping close to 60% and margins expanding even after one-time costs. Revenues up modestly, but despite the solid numbers, the stock tanked in trade as investors reacted to caution around future demand and industry pressures. Morgan Stanley maintains underweight with a target of 2,177. Shoppers Stop hosts a weak third quarter with net profit plunging nearly 70% year-on-year, while revenue inches up modestly amid soft demand. Operating earnings and margins contract as festive timing and uneven consumption weigh on sales. Despite some growth in premium offerings, the overall performance disappoints, leading to a slide in the stock. Persistent Systems has posted an in-line set of Q3 numbers, marking its 23rd straight quarter of revenue growth. Revenues were up about 5.5% sequentially to 3,778 crore rupees, while constant currency growth came in at 4.1% versus 4.4% in Q2. Margins expanded by 45 basis points, with EBIT rising 8.5% to 632.5 crore rupees and margins touching 16.74%. Total contract value strengthened to $674.5 million against $609 million in the previous quarter. However, net profit dipped 6.8% to 439 crore rupees, weighed down by an 89 crore one-time impact from the Labour Code. Bazaar-style retail is in focus today after Cupid announces a strategic investment of around 331 crore rupees through preferential warrants in a deal stuck at a slight discount to recent prices. The value fashion retailer posts year-on-year revenue growth, but same-store sales and sales per square foot fall as festive timing shifts impact demand. Both Bazaar Style and Cupid shares show volatility in trade as markets assess the news. Morgan Stanley stays bullish on select steel players even as markets watch volatility in this sector. The brokerage favors names with strong pricing power and domestic demand support, but it also flags risks from capacity additions and pricing pressures. Our desk looks at which steel stocks make the cut and why analysts see spreads and supportive macro trends driving the sector. IndiaMart Intermesh posts a solid third quarter with profit and revenue beating estimates, but weakness in paid subscriber additions keeps investors cautious. Despite strong collections growth, the number of paying subscribers falls slightly and brokerages see muted upside ahead. Jefferies upgrades the stock to a hold, trims its target price to around 2,100 rupees and forecasts moderate revenue and earnings growth over the next few years. Lupin has signed a major pact with Spain-based Galantim Health to bring finished formulations of semaglutide to global markets. Semaglutide, a GLP-1 receptor agonist, is widely prescribed to regulate blood sugar and appetite, making it a key therapy for type 2 diabetes and weight management. With this deal, Lupin expands its diabetes portfolio beyond India and will commercialize semaglutide across 23 countries, strengthening its presence in one of the fastest growing therapeutic segments. And in a big shake-up in the QSR space, Restaurant Brands Asia is set to be acquired by Inspira Global, with Ayush Agrawal taking majority control. The deal, valued at around 1,500 crore rupees, will be routed through Lenithis Foodworks and could trigger an open offer for public shareholders at 70 rupees a share. Inspira Global plans to infuse 900 crore rupees via equity and another 600 crore rupees through warrants, marking a significant recapitalization of the Burger King India operator. Cyan DLM's Q3 numbers disappointed, with revenue down 31.8% year-on-year. Macquarie has maintained its neutral rating on the stock with a target of 380 rupees. The brokerage says that while management commentary is positive, it still needs more conviction, especially after the company missed estimates due to some tariff push-outs. Management, however, remains confident about returning to growth in Q4, but Macquarie says it would rather wait for execution before turning constructive. Rallis India delivered strong volume-led growth this quarter, driving revenue up 19.3% to 623 crore rupees from 522 crore rupees. EBITDA jumped nearly 32% to 58 crore rupees, with margins improving to 9.3% versus 8.4% last year. But profit took a major hit. Net profit slumped 81.8% to just 2 crore rupees, largely due to the impact of wage code implementation. The company saw broad-based volume strength across businesses, while B2B growth was aided by both higher volumes and better pricing. Tangamail Jewellery has reported a stellar jump in Q3 revenues, which more than doubled to 2,406 crore rupees from 1,132 crore rupees last year. EBITDA also saw a sharp rise to 172 crore rupees versus 83.2 crore rupees, though margins stayed broadly stable at 7.2% compared to 7.3%. Net profit too nearly doubled, coming in at 105 crore rupees against 48.2 crore rupees. Strong festive season demand and higher gold sales continue to drive the company's performance this quarter. Raymond Realty has launched a new luxury residential project in Mumbai, marking another expansion of its premium housing portfolio. The project carries a strong revenue potential of around 5,000 crore rupees, underscoring the company's growing ambitions in the city's upscale real estate market. With demand staying robust for high-end homes, now this launch further strengthens Raymond Realty's presence in one of India's most lucrative property corridors. AU Small Finance Bank reported a strong Q3 as well. Net interest income rose 16% to 2,341 crore rupees, driven by healthy loan growth. Operating profit was flat at 1,215 crore rupees, indicating higher costs during the quarter. However, net profit jumped 26.5% to 668 crore rupees, supported by lower provisioning and stable business momentum. On asset quality, gross NPA improved to 2.3% from 2.41% QOQ, which is quarter on quarter, while net NPA stayed flat at 0.88%, reflecting steady credit performance. Brokerage sentiment remains positive. Jefferies has maintained a buy rating and raised its target price to 1,220 rupees, signaling confidence in AU Small Finance Bank's growth and profitability outlook. Supreme Industries has reported a mixed third quarter with steady growth in sales volumes but pressure on profitability. Plastic goods volumes grew nearly 13%, while value-added product sales were up over 16%. Consolidated revenue rose 7% year-on-year, but net profit declined 18% due to softer margins. The company says polymer prices have started moving up in the new calendar year, which may influence cost dynamics ahead. Supreme has also reaffirmed its full-year guidance, expecting stronger volume growth in both overall operations and the plastic piping segment. United Spirits has posted a steady third quarter with revenues largely in line with expectations, though volume growth remained weak. The company managed to offset softer volumes through pricing and a favorable mix, but higher advertising and promotion spends weighed on margins. EBITDA grew modestly, while net profit saw a double-digit increase. Gross margins expanded sharply, but operating margins compressed due to elevated brand investments. The company has also announced an interim dividend of 6 rupees per share. Brokerage views on United Spirits remain constructive after the company posted steady revenue growth but softer volumes in the third quarter. Investec has maintained its buy rating, highlighting strong net sales value growth and expecting earnings momentum to pick up in the fourth quarter. JP Morgan also remains overweight, noting that revenue and gross margins held up well even as elevated advertising spends dragged EBITDA margins. Both brokerages point to the importance of monitoring the volume recovery trajectory going forward for the company. The overall stance stays positive, with margin pressures seen as manageable. Vikram Solar has posted a strong third quarter with significant improvement in profitability and operational metrics. Module sales rose 35% year-on-year, helping the company lift capacity utilization to 90% during the quarter. Consolidated revenue grew nearly 8%, but the standout gains came in margins, with EBITDA expanding more than 2.5 times and net profit rising fivefold. The company's order book now stands at 10.6 gigawatts, offering strong near-term visibility. Domestic business continues to dominate the mix, contributing 84% of revenue. Let's take a look at some other important stories as well. The government has officially invited financial bids for the strategic sale of IDBI Bank, moving the long-pending privatization process into its final phase. Bids have been sought after all key regulatory clearances came through, clearing the path for serious contenders to make their offers. Potential bidders have been given 4 weeks to submit final financial bids. The government is aiming to declare the winning bidder by end March 2026, signaling a clear timeline for closure. Among the four front-runners, are Fairfax Financial and Kotak Mahindra Bank, both seen as strong contenders. And importantly, NDTV Profit's earlier news break on this development now stands confirmed. Netflix has stepped up its takeover bid for Warner Bros. Discovery, switching to a fully all-cash offer while keeping the deal value unchanged at $82.7 billion. The revised proposal offers $27.75 per share in cash, replacing the earlier mix of cash and Netflix stock. The move has won unanimous support from the Warner Bros. Board, which says the all-cash structure gives shareholders greater certainty and immediate liquidity once the deal closes. This shift comes as Netflix fends off a competing $30 per share hostile bid from Paramount Skydance, which has been pushing for more disclosure and even took the matter to court earlier this month. Netflix has also beaten Wall Street's revenue expectations for the holiday quarter, crossing a major milestone of 325 million subscribers worldwide. The streamer posted $12.1 billion in revenue from October to December, slightly above analyst forecasts of $11.97 billion. However, investors remain focused on its $82.7 billion bid for Warner Bros. Discovery as Netflix pushes for an all-cash agreement to secure major franchises, including Game of Thrones, Harry Potter, and DC superheroes. The company says the deal will give subscribers a wider, higher quality content library and more flexible plans with HBO Max added in. The International Energy Agency has raised its 2026 oil demand growth forecast to 930,000 barrels per day, up from 860,000 barrels per day earlier. That's an upward revision of 70,000 barrels per day and 8.1% boost, highlighting stronger expectations for global energy consumption. In its latest monthly report, the IEA says the upgrade reflects improving economic activity and firmer market fundamentals heading into 2026, signaling a more resilient outlook for global oil demand. On to some really important national stories now. The army has been deployed in sensitive areas of Assam's Kokrajhar district after mob violence left 2 people dead, triggering arson and clashes between Bodo and Adivasi communities. According to officials, the unrest began after a vehicle carrying 3 Bodos allegedly hit 2 Adivasi residents near the Karegaon outpost, sparking retaliation, violence and torching of the vehicle. 1 person died and another succumbed to injuries earlier this week. 4 army columns are now patrolling affected zones with flag marches planned, while internet services have been suspended and prohibitory orders imposed as security forces work to stabilize the situation there. In Kerala, a vigilance court has granted bail to Unni Krishnan Putti, the prime accused in the Sabrimala's gold loss case involving missing gold from the sanctum door frames. Now, the court allowed bail after investigators failed to file a charge sheet within the mandatory 90-day period. However, Putti will stay behind bars because he has been separately arrested in another linked case involving the loss of gold from Dwara Palaka IDBI plates. The SIT has made 12 arrests so far, including Putti and former Travancore Devasam board presidents. Now, in a dramatic escalation of the Kapoor family inheritance battle, 80-year-old Rani Kapoor has moved the Delhi High Court seeking cancellation of the Rani Kapoor Family Trust, alleging it was fraudulently created to divest her of her entire estate. According to her suit, the trust holding stakes in Sona Comstar was formed without her informed consent, allegedly through forged documents and undue influence of her late son Sanjay Kapoor and his wife Priya Kapoor. She claims she was made to sign papers after a 2017 stroke and only discovered the alleged fraud after Sanjay's death in June 2025. The petition names 23 defendants, including Priya Kapoor and several grandchildren. Motorists across major Indian cities are still losing hours to daily traffic jams, up to an entire week each year, according to TomTom's 2025 mobility data. Bengaluru ranked as the world's second most congested city with average speeds of just 16.6 km per hour and a 15-minute commute covering barely 4.2 kilometers. Pune also featured in the global top 10, coming in at 5th position. Mumbai showed some improvement with congestion down 3.3 percentage points from 2024, yet commuters still lost 126 hours a year at average speeds of 20.8 km per hour. Meanwhile, Delhi's congestion worsened to 60.2%, costing motorists 104 hours annually. Mexico City topped the global list for the worst traffic. On to some international stories. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accepted an invitation from US President Donald Trump to join the new Board of Peace, a body initially designed to support efforts to end the conflict in Gaza. Netanyahu's office confirmed the move in a post on X, noting that the board could eventually expand its mandate to address conflicts beyond Gaza. And viewers, that's all the time on today's Market Express, but on to our Budget for Bharat series. We put the spotlight on the auto sector. The industry is cruising on strong momentum. GSE 2.0 has powered a 5% growth last year and an impressive 18% surge in Q3. But to keep this pace going, the sector has a clear budget wish list. Here's what the big players across passenger vehicles, commercial vehicles and farm equipment want from Budget 2026.
India's auto industry is on a dream run aided by the GST 2.0 cuts, and in calendar year 2025, the industry recorded 5% jump in wholesale sales. The main jewel in the crown for the industry was the Q3 performance, in which wholesales for the industry recorded an 18% jump. But in order for a smooth ride, the industry has a budget wish list, and they believe that if the government can make certain announcements, then this dream run will continue.
Skoda Auto Volkswagen India is of the view that the upcoming budget should have announcements for the further growth of the EV segment. As the union budget approaches after the successful and welcome implementation of GST 2.0, the industry will be looking for policy continuity and long-term clarity. Sustained support for domestic manufacturing and increased allocation for road and transport infrastructure will be key priorities. Rationalizing the inverted duty structure for EVs will strengthen domestic manufacturing and competitiveness and will further accelerate India's transition to sustainable mobility. Continued focus on building the EV ecosystem alongside measures that support household disposable incomes will be essential to sustain demand momentum and reinforce the sector's role in India's broader economic growth. On the other hand, the CV and farm equipment players are of the view that the government has already been proactive with policies like GST 2.0 and RBI interest rate reductions. However, they expect the government to continue its growth-led initiatives and reforms for the agriculture sector.
We are just a few weeks away from the union budget. What are your expectations from Ashok Leyland's perspective?
Government these days is so proactive that we don't need to wait for a budget really. One thing that the government should consider is really coming up with some program or some scheme around scrappage of the old vehicles.
The government in the past 4 to 5 years have done all the positive gestures and announcements as far the farming community is concerned. In terms of visibility, in terms of incentivization, in terms of ensuring the money reaches the farmer. We are a 1.4 billion population today in India. We have to be self-sufficient. In many areas, we are self-sufficient. We can also become a food basket for the world. And also, as I mentioned slightly earlier, that in mechanization, we're only 47% in comparison to America and Canada at 90%. So I think that is the opportunity which the government and the industry and the farming community need to work towards in convergence.
I would certainly hope it's a consumption and a growth-led budget. As long as the domestic growth and the domestic demand continues to be robust, the industry will perform. And lastly, as we've been discussing exports, if there are some things that can be done to be able to help and boost exports, if there are some policy interventions that can be brought in there, that would be most welcome. If there are some policy corrections on duty drawback and things like that, and those conversations are on, the government has been considering a few of these things to strengthen the general capability of Indian exportability. That's the only thing we can continue to push for.
India's auto industry expects to continue its journey on the fifth gear, all thanks to GST 2.0 cuts. The industry also believes that in the upcoming budget, the government makes certain announcements through which the government can increase the EV infrastructure across the country. Besides that, the industry has also suggested to bring in a scrappage policy for commercial vehicle segment, and at the same time, the industry has also demanded that the government must make certain announcements and certain policies which can increase farm mechanization across the country. The industry believes that if the government is able to support the industry in the long term, then nothing can stop India from achieving the tag of becoming the largest auto industry in the whole world. With video journalist Suraj Singh, this is Danish Anand for NDTV Profit.
And viewers, in a breaking news at the moment that could raise many of your eyebrows as it did mine, Dipinder Goyal has resigned as the eternal CEO, and Goyal will take charge as vice chair and director of, and in fact, Eternal appoints Albinder Singh Dhinsa as the CEO, the current CEO. Now, this is an extremely important news because I'm not sure if this was expected. My colleague Mahima, who tracks the proceedings and the major updates of the company, joins us on the phone line. Mahima, was this expected?
Right. So, Malika, I think this is a big update coming in. He's posted a letter out to shareholders saying that he's going to step away as the group CEO and has now appointed Albinder Dindasa, who's going to be the new group CEO of Eternal. He's the founder of Grofers as well as the co-founder for Eternal and runs Blinkit right now as a CEO. He's mentioned that, off late he's found himself drawn to a set of new ideas, and that is why, he's stepping down. He'll, however, still remain on the board and board of directors, and as well as remain as the vice chairman of Eternal, but stepping down as the group CEO. Probably what changes is that from here on, it's going to be Albinder who's going to make the decisions going forward. Plus, the entire press release says that their alignment in terms of ESOPs is not going to change. Looking ahead, the idea of Eternal is going to stay as it was earlier as well. And in terms of Dipender Goyal, he said that his involvement in long-term strategy as well as culture, leadership, etc. for Eternal still will continue going forward. So this is with regards to the update coming in with regards to where Dipender Goyal stands. But overall, if you take a look at the numbers as well, Malika, it's a beat all round in terms of where the numbers, are concerned. Overall net profit surges 73% to the 102 crore mark, slightly lower than what the street was expecting of around 114 odd crore. But overall, it's, a beat in terms of where the profit is concerned. Revenue is also seen a good growth at that 16,315 odd mark, largely in line with what the street was expecting. So good set of numbers, but I think the idea of Dipender Goyal stepping down as a group CEO is going to probably disappoint the streets tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, because as you mentioned that Zomato as a company has done well financially, and in fact the stock was up about 5% in trade today as well. If we can get those charts there, you will see that they had an upswing, and in fact it was one of their sharpest intraday gains in about 6 months or so. But the big news of this given moment is the fact that Dipender Goyal has stepped down from his role as Group CEO of Eternal, transitioning to Vice Chairman, subject to shareholder approval, of course. And in his place will be Albinder Dhinsa, as Mahima highlighted. He currently runs Blinkit and also will be taking over what was earlier Dipender Goyal's role as a CEO of the company. But big update as far as Zomato is concerned, and let's see what these ideas are that Dipender is now pursuing after he steps down from his current role. But that's a wrap on this edition of Market Express and the breaking news. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit as we bring you a lot more news and updates. This is Malika Mishra. Thanks so much for watching.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर।
Well, the world comes together in Davos in a sense every single year. We talk about AI, we talk about commerce, we could talk about clean energy. But I dare say the focus this time is about the relation between Europe and the United States and Donald Trump. Is that impacting business at all? The India story is always very important over here. We've got several Indian pavilions over here, lots of Indian business leaders. We've got excellent business leaders and those linked with Indian business right here in the NDTV studio. Rajiv Mimani with us, Chandrajit Banerjee and Sanjeev Krishnan. Thank you all very much for being with us. Rajiv, I have to ask you the obvious question. How closely are you, as CII president, looking at what might emerge tomorrow with Donald Trump and what he says here?
No, I have not spent any time in predicting. I think it's a futile effort. But clearly, I think it's on the top of the agenda of everyone. I think it's in the interest of the global economy, of the entire world, that I think the relationship between Europe and US, I think, settle down a bit. I think that's the key thing. I think that's the key talking point. From our perspective, I think the way we are looking at it is, how is India doing? How is India faring? And I think there, I would say that both from how our macroeconomic numbers are being looked at, the quality of reforms and the number of reforms that are being done, also the trade diversification that India has done. Particularly the comments around the EU deal, UK deal, EFTA, Australia, New Zealand, the strengthening relationship with Middle East. And I think the reindustrialization of India through manufacturing and advanced manufacturing. I think in every interaction that we are having, I think that's being viewed very positively. Obviously, there's always a question on the India-US trade deal. And at least our view is that it's something that in the next, I think, distant future, I think hopefully, at least, if not the entire thing, at least some parts of it should get sorted out.
One of the reasons I was asking about Trump is also because what's happening here has resulted in the global markets being in a bit of a spook. They're scared. Our markets have suffered, the FTSE has suffered as well, and therefore, this insecurity that we find in geopolitics is impacting markets around the world. Is that a huge concern for you?
Well, I mean, certainty certainly has a premium. So there's no question about it that when there is so much uncertainty as there is now, markets will behave the way they have. I think, as Rajiv said, I think the conversations around here largely have been on US and Europe in some ways. But, I would actually, without sidestepping your question, I would say that, just the fact that the India-EU deal might get announced very soon, I think is a huge positive that we'll take away from Davos. And from our perspective, again, maybe corroborating what Rajiv said, I think Indian macro has been very, very resilient through 2025. Bunch of reforms which have been done. Even the survey that we released yesterday actually shows that a lot of Indian CEOs are now saying that we want to focus.
For taking that time. I appreciate that. So let me go right into it. Why do you believe that AI has the potential to be that significant engine of growth? And what makes this technology different than past technology cycles?
Yeah, this is, first of all, when you think about AI and you're interacting with AI in all these different ways, ChatGPT, of course, using Gemini, of course, using Anthropic, Claude, of course, and the magical things that it could do, it's helpful to reason back to the first principles of fundamentally what is happening to the computing stack. This is a platform shift. A platform is something where applications are built on top of. And this is a platform shift like the platform shift to PCs. New applications were developed to run on a new type of computer. A platform shift to the internet, a new type of computing platform, hosted all kinds of new applications, a platform shift to mobile cloud. In each and every one of these platform shifts, the computing stack was reinvented and new applications were created. This is a new platform shift in the sense that today you're using ChatGPT. It's important to understand that itself is an application, but very importantly, new applications will be built on top of ChatGPT. New applications will be built on top of Anthropic Claude, for example. And so it's a platform shift in that way. AI is really easy to understand if you realize what it can do that you could never do before. Software in the past was effectively pre-recorded. Humans would type and describe the algorithm or the recipe for the computer to execute. It was able to process structured information, meaning you've got to put the name, the address, their account number, their age, where they live. You create these structured tables that software would then go and retrieve information from. We call it SQL queries. SQL is the single most important database engine the world's ever known. Almost everything ran on SQL before now. Now we have a computer that can understand unstructured information, meaning it can look at an image and understand it. It could look at text and understand it. It's completely unstructured. It could listen to sound and understand it, understand the meaning of it, understand the structure of it, and reason about what to do about it. And so for the first time, we now have a computer that is not pre-recorded, but it's processed in real time, meaning that it's able to take the context of the circumstance, whatever the environmental information, the contextual information, and whatever information you give it, it could reason about what is the meaning of that information and reason about your intent, which could be described in a really unstructured way. You describe it however you want to describe it. We call it prompts. But you describe it however you like to describe it, and to the extent that it can understand your intention, it could perform a task for you. Now, the important thing about this is that because we're reinventing that entire computing stack, the question is, what is AI? You're asked, when you think about AI, you think about the AI models. But it's really important to understand industrially, AI is actually essentially a 5-layer cake. At the bottom is energy. AI, because it's processed in real time and it generates intelligence in real time, it needs energy to do so. Energy is the first layer. The second layer is the layer that I live in. It's chips and computing infrastructure. The next layer above it is the cloud infrastructure, the cloud services. The layer above that is the AI models. This is where most people think AI is. But don't forget that in order for those models to happen, you have to have all of the layers underneath it. But the most important layer, and this is the layer that's happening right now, the reason why last year was an incredible year, frankly, for AI, is that the AI models made so much progress that the layer above it, which is ultimately the layer that we all need to succeed, the application layer above that. And so this application layer could be in financial services, it could be in healthcare, it could be in manufacturing. This layer on top ultimately is where economic benefit will happen. But the important thing, though, because this computing platform requires all of the layers underneath it, it has started, and everybody's seeing it right now, it has started the largest infrastructure build out in human history. We're now a few $100 billion into it.
That's it.
We're a few $100 billion into it. Larry and I, we get the opportunity to work on many projects together. There are trillions of dollars of infrastructure that needs to be built out. And it's sensible. It's sensible because all of these contexts have to be processed so that the AI, so that the models can generate the intelligence necessary to power the applications that ultimately sit on top. And so when you go back and when you reason about it layer by layer by layer, and you realize that the energy sector is now seeing extraordinary growth. The chip sector, TSMC just announced they're going to build 20 new chip plants. Foxconn working with us and Wistron and Quanta building 30 new computer plants, which then go into these AI factories. So we have chip factories, computer factories, and AI factories all being built around the world.
And memory.
And memory, right, exactly. Those chip fabs. Micron has started investing $200 billion in the United States. SK Hynix is doing incredibly. Samsung is doing incredibly. You could see that entire chip layer growing incredibly today. And now Of course, we pay a lot of attention to the model layer, but it's really exciting that the layer above them is really doing fantastically. And now, one indicator is where are the VC funding going into? Last year, 2025, was one of the largest years in VC funding ever. And last year, most of the funding went to what is called AI native companies. These are companies in healthcare, the company in robotics, and company in manufacturing, financial services, all of the large industries in the world. You're seeing huge investments going in to those AI natives because for the first time, the models are good enough to build on top of.
So let's just dive a little further. Obviously, everybody, I'm sure, uses their own chatbot and getting information. So, but you're talking about the dispersion of AI is going to be the key. Let's talk about it, like go into a little more upside ideas related to the dispersion of it in the physical world. You mentioned, obviously, healthcare is a great example of that. But where do you see the transformational opportunities in areas like transportation or science?
Well, last year, I would say last year, I would say 3 major things happened in AI, in the AI technology layer, the model layer. The first one is that the models themselves started out being curious and interesting, but they hallucinated a great deal. And last year, we can all reasonably accept that these models are better grounded. They could do research. They can reason about circumstances that maybe they weren't trained on, break it down into step-by-step reasoning steps, and come up with a plan to answer your question, do your research, or perform the task. So last year we saw the evolution of language models becoming AI systems that we call agentic systems, agentic AI. The second major breakthrough is the breakthrough of open models. Several years ago, was it a year ago? DeepSeek came out.
Last year.
And DeepSeek was, a lot of people were quite concerned about it. Frankly, DeepSeek was a huge event for most of the industries, most of the companies around the world, because it's the world's first open reasoning model. Since then, a whole bunch of open reasoning models have emerged, and open models has enabled companies and industries, researchers, educators, universities, startups, to be able to use these open models to start something and create something that's domain specific or specialized for their needs. The third area that had enormous progress last year was the concept of physical intelligence, of physical AI. AI that understands not just language, but AI understands, if you will, nature. And it could be AI that understands the physical world here, AIs that understand proteins, chemicals, natural physics, for example, fluid dynamics, particle physics, quantum physics, AIs that are now learning all these different structures and different languages, if you will. Proteins is essentially a language. And so all of these AIs are now making such enormous progress that these industrial companies, whether it's manufacturing or drug discovery, are really making great progress. And one of the great indicators is a partnership that we had with Lilly, that they realize now that AI has made such extraordinary progress in understanding the structure of proteins and the structure of chemicals, essentially being able to interact and talk to the proteins like we talk to ChatGPT. We're going to see some really big breakthroughs.
So all these breakthroughs raises concerns about the human element. You and I have had many conversations on this, but we need to tell the whole audience, there is a huge concern that AI is going to displace jobs. And you've been arguing the opposite. Obviously, the build-out of AI, as you talked about, the biggest infrastructure build-out in history is going to occur, which
energy is creating jobs.
Yeah.
Chips industry is creating jobs. The infrastructure layer is creating jobs. Land, power, and shell. Jobs. I mean, right? It's incredible.
So let's get into that in a little more detail. So you actually believe we're going to face labor shortages. And so how do you see that AI and robotics changing the nature of work rather than eliminating it?
Yeah, there's several different ways that we could think through it. First of all, This is the largest infrastructure build out in human history. Yep. That's going to create a lot of jobs. And it's wonderful that the jobs are related to tradecraft. We're going to have plumbers and electricians and construction and steel workers and network technicians and people who install and fit out the equipment, and all of these jobs. We're going to, in the United States, we're seeing quite a significant boom in this area. Salaries have gone up, nearly doubled. Yeah. And so we're talking about six-figure salaries for people who are building chip factories or computer factories or AI factories. And we have a great shortage in that, and I'm really delighted to see so many people in so many countries really recognizing this important area. You know, everybody should be able to make a great living. You don't need to have a PhD in computer science to do so. And so I'm delighted to see that. The second thing to realize, and so we theorize about the automation of tasks and things like that, and what is the implication to jobs. You know, I'll just offer some anecdotes. These are real world anecdotes of what has actually happened. Remember 10 years ago, one of the first professions that everybody thought was going to get wiped out was radiology. And the reason for that was the first AI that became superhuman in capability was computer vision. And one of the largest applications of computer vision is studying scans by radiologists. Well, 10 years later, it is true that AI has now completely permeated and diffused into every aspect of radiology. And it is true that radiologists use AI to study scans now. The impact is 100%, and the impact is completely real. However, not surprisingly, I say not surprisingly, if you reason from first principles, not surprisingly, the number of radiologists have gone up.
Is that because of lack of trust of, or is that because the human interaction with the results of AI is a better outcome?
Exactly. The reason for that is because a radiologist, their job, the purpose of their job is to diagnose disease, to help patients diagnose disease. That's the purpose of their job. The task of the job includes studying scans. The fact that they're able to study scans now infinitely fast allows them to spend more time with patients, diagnosing their disease, interacting with the patients, interacting with other clinicians. Well, surprisingly, also not surprisingly actually, as a result of that, the number of patients that the hospital can see has gone up. Because, you know, there are a lot of people waiting a long time to get their scans done. And so now, because the number of patients have gone up, the revenues of the hospital has gone up, they hire more radiologists. This is the same thing as happening to nurses. We're 5 million nurses short in the United States. As a result of using AI to do the charting and the transcription of the patient visits, nurses spend half of their time charting.
Documenting.
And now they could use AI technology, and one particular company, Abridge, they're a partner of ours doing incredible work. As a result of that, the nurses could spend more time visiting patients.
Human touch.
That's right. And because you can now see more patients, and we're no longer less bottlenecked by the number of nurses, more patients could get into the hospital sooner. As a result, hospitals do better, they hire more nurses. And so surprisingly, AI is increasing their not surprisingly, AI is increasing their productivity. As a result, the hospitals are doing better. They want to hire more people. You have too many people waiting too long to get into hospitals. And so these are two perfect examples. Now, the easiest way to think about what is the impact of AI on a particular job is to understand whether the job, what is the purpose of the job, and what is the task of the job. If you just put a camera on the two of us and just watched us, you would probably think the two of us are typists because I spend all of my time typing. And so if AI could automate so much word prediction and help us type, then we would be out of jobs. But obviously that's not our purpose. And so the question is, what is the purpose of your job? In the case of radiologists and nurses, is to care for people and that purpose is enhanced and made more productive because the task has automated. To the extent that you can reason about each one of the people's purpose versus the task, I think it's a helpful framework.
Let's move this beyond the developed economies. Help me understand how AI is going to broaden the world and help the world. I read an Anthropic piece this past weekend that basically said the utilization of AI most recently is very dominant by the educated society. And they're even seeing the educated component of each society being heavily more utilized. And obviously they're using it against their own model, Claude, so it may have its own biases. So how do we ensure that AI is a transformational technology, maybe like what Wi-Fi and 5G was for the emerging world? And when you intersect that, what does it mean for the emerging world? And John, how do we broaden the global economy? And two, getting back to the whole job situation with robotics and AI, there is going to be some substitution there. And there's substitution in the United States already going on. We may be creating more plumbers and electricians, but we probably need less analysts at financial institutions. Lawyers need less analysts, because they're able to accumulate the data faster. So let's just pivot on to the emerging world for a second, in the developing world. How do you see that play out?
Well, first of all, AI is infrastructure, and there's not one country in the world, I can't imagine, that you need to have AI as part of your infrastructure, because every country has its electricity, you have your roads, you should have AI as part of your infrastructure. Of course, you could always import AI, but AI is not so incredibly hard to train these days, and because there are so many open models, these open models with your local expertise, you should be able to create models that are helpful to your own country. And so I really believe that every country should get involved to build AI infrastructure, build your own AI, take advantage of your fundamental natural resource, which is your language and culture, develop your AI, continue to refine it, and have your national intelligence be part of your ecosystem. And so I think that's number one. And number two, remember, AI is super easy to use. It's the easiest software to use in history, and that's the reason why it's the fastest growing and most rapidly adopted. I mean, in just a couple of 2-3 years, it's coming up to almost a billion people. I think, first of all, Claude is incredible. Anthropic has made a huge progress, huge leap in developing Claude. Yep. We use it all over our company. The coding capability of Claude, its reasoning capability, its ability is just really incredible. And anybody who's a software company really ought to get involved and use it. On the other hand, ChatGPT is probably the most successful consumer AI in history. And its ease of use and its approachability, I think everybody should get involved. And whether it's somebody in a developing country or a student, it is very clear that it is essential to learn how to use AI, how to direct an AI, how to prompt an AI, how to manage an AI, how to guardrail the AI, evaluate the AI. These skills are no different than leading people, managing people, things that you and I do all the time. So in the future, instead of biological, carbon-based AIs, in the future we're also going to have digital versions of AIs, silicon versions of AIs, and we'll have to manage them. They're just part of our digital workforce, if you will. And so I would advocate that for the developing countries, build your infrastructure, get engaged in AI, and recognize that AI is likely to close the technology divide.
Right.
Because it is so easy to use and so abundant and so accessible. And so, I'm actually fairly optimistic about the potential of AI to lift the countries that are emerging. And for many people who haven't had computer science degree, all of you can be programmers now. And so in the past, we had to learn how to program a computer. Now you program a computer by saying to the computer, how do I program you? You know, and if you don't know how to use an AI, just go up to the AI and say, I don't know how to use an AI. How do I use an AI? And it would explain it to you. And you know, you say, I like to write a program to create my own website. How do I do that? And
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर।
Well, the world comes together in Davos in a sense every single year. We talk about AI, we talk about commerce, we could talk about clean energy, but I dare say the focus this time is about the relation between Europe and the United States and Donald Trump. Is that impacting business at all? The India story is always very important over here. We've got several Indian pavilions over here, lots of Indian business leaders. We've got excellent business leaders and those linked with Indian business right here in the NDTV studio. Rajiv Mimani with us, Chandrajit Banerjee and Sanjeev Krishnan. Thank you all very much for being with us. Rajiv, I have to ask you the obvious question. How closely are you, as CII President, looking at what might emerge tomorrow with Donald Trump and what he says here?
No, I have not spent any time in predicting. I think it's a futile effort. But clearly, I think it's on the top of the agenda of everyone. I think it's in the interest of the global economy, of the entire world, that I think the relationship between Europe and US, I think, settle down a bit. I think that's the key thing. I think that's the key talking point. From our perspective, I think the way we are looking at it is, how is India doing? How is India faring? And I think there, I would say that both from how our macroeconomic numbers are being looked at, the quality of reforms and the number of reforms that are being done, also the trade diversification that India has done, particularly the comments around the EU deal, UK deal, EFTA, Australia, New Zealand, the strengthening relationship with Middle East. And I think the reindustrialization of India through manufacturing and advanced manufacturing. I think in every interaction that we are having, I think that viewed very positively. Obviously, there's always a question on the India-US trade deal. And at least our view is that it's something that in the next, not in the I think distant future, I think hopefully, at least if not the entire thing, at least some parts of it should get sorted out.
One of the reasons I was asking about Trump is also because what's happening here has resulted in the global markets being in a bit of a spook. They're scared. Our markets have suffered, the FTSE has suffered as well, and therefore this insecurity that we find in geopolitics is impacting markets around the world. Is that a huge concern for you?
Well, I mean, certainty certainly has a premium. So there's no question about it that when there is so much uncertainty as there is now, markets will behave the way they have. I think, as Rajiv said, I think the conversations around here largely have been on US and Europe in some ways. But I would actually, without sidestepping your question, I would say that just the fact that the India-EU deal might get announced very soon, I think is a huge positive that we'll take away from Davos. And from our perspective, again, maybe corroborating what Rajiv said, I think Indian macro has been very, very resilient through 2025. Bunch of reforms which have been done. Even the survey that we released yesterday actually shows that a lot of Indian CEOs are now saying that we want to focus on India, not so much necessarily wanting to align themselves with the global business. And again, the trade basket diversification beyond, some places where there are challenges that India has seen is enormous, including in sectors which are labor intensive. And I think there are many positives that we'll take back from Davos.
Yeah. One of the best aspects of the India story of late is the IMF having projected their numbers, GDP growth numbers for India upwards. And that upward movement comes despite the fact that we continue to suffer from tariffs from America. What does that say about the state of India's economy?
See, Vishnu, we find that capacity utilization in India pretty strong. Sectors after sectors are, investing. Adding on to investments, number one. Number two, if you really look at the health of the Indian economy as such, it's resilient, it's strong. If you really look at the way the private sector is doing very well. Second, if you really look at how the banks are today, well flushed, and the health of the banks are much improved than what it was earlier. Next, if you really go in, you find the rural demand.
All the top voices from Davos right here at NDTV Profit, and we're speaking with Mohit Joshi, CEO and MD of Tech Mahindra. Mohit, are you liking Davos so far? We're speaking at a very sunny time, so it's nice and warm.
No, it's been wonderful, right? I mean, obviously, like anybody in our business, you have to be in Davos every single year, and I've completed more than a decade over here. But this year has been nice. I think the participation has been very broad and extensive. Thankfully, it's been sunny, it hasn't snowed, and a good set of meetings, a good set of dialogues. So, yes, so far, very good.
What do you think is going to happen in the Trump address? Is that something you're looking forward to?
That is unfortunately beyond my pay grade. My hope is that given the fact that all the leaders are over here in Davos, that we find some amicable solution and we step off the ledge in a manner of speaking. Certainly, I think the market reaction yesterday has been quite negative. And so hopefully, as always, the world finds a way through the latest crisis.
Mohit, if I look at you, and I don't want to use the word turnaround, but definitely the vast improvement in the numbers for Tech Mahindra since you took over. It's displaying in the stock and everything that you've done. For you as a leader in the industry you are, do you see more challenges ahead, more headwinds ahead because of what's happening geopolitically, what's happening with the rupee, what's happening with discretionary appetite, etc. in the United States? How do you look at it?
So look, I think there is no denying it that the past 3 years have been challenging for the industry, especially in terms of growth, right? And so for us, it was doubly difficult because we were seeking to drive a turnaround and a transformation within the period. But so far, we have managed within the constraints that the market has set for us. When I look at Tech Mahindra specifically, I do feel that our geography exposure is helping because while we get about half of our revenue from the Americas, about a quarter of our revenue comes from Europe, about a quarter again comes from India, Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific and Japan. So geographically, we're quite well distributed, right? Again, from a sectoral perspective, our largest exposure is to telco. telco is a very national business, right? It is largely a domestic business pretty much across the world. Manufacturing, again, has seen a resurgence across the globe. That is our second largest vertical. Financial services, healthcare, and life sciences, and retail. Again, these are businesses where we're looking to establish a very strong challenger position. So I do feel that, surprisingly for a company, of our size, the calibration that we have, sort of the spread that we have, has actually worked out quite well for us. Obviously, in addition to this, a lot of the steps that we've taken to focus the organization, to drive an increase in productivity, and to really build the organization for the future. A lot of those bets have thankfully paid off so far, though clearly too early to declare victory.
So I'm just going to come to the first part about telecom and a nationalistic business in that sense. Concerns over there from the American context. Also, do you think that the concentration of business coming from America will have to strategically shift, or you'll wait for this crisis, quote unquote, to tide over?
No, I think, look, telecom obviously has been a business that has been challenged over the past, over the past 4 or 5 years. There was that huge wave of investment that happened in 5G. And I feel most telecom companies have really struggled to monetize the revenue from 5G, right? But over the past 1 year or so, we have seen signs of stabilization and growth in the business. Our Americas business has done exceedingly well. Telco business has done exceedingly well in the recent quarter. So after a long time, we had both quarter-on-quarter and year-on-year increases. Our European telecom business is doing really well, but that's been driven more by the consolidation, where we've been winning in terms of consolidation. And Asia Pacific continues to be a growth area from a telecoms perspective, right? As far as the Americas is concerned, look, candidly, it is too large a market to ignore, right? The fact of the matter is that the American market in terms of enterprise technology is by far the single largest in the world. Just to give you an example, the top 10 banks in the US spend more than the top 100 banks in the world if you exclude the American banks, right? So clearly the spend pools there are so large, the innovation being driven is so large, the ecosystem partnerships, whether it's with the Microsoft or AWS, it is a market that you can ignore at your own peril.
Fair enough, but for what Indian IT companies provide and the requirement from this, two challenges there. One is AI, and is that going to really work for companies which largely provide services? Will the requirements reduce? And I know you're on top of your game on AI, so I see that smile on your face. But the second one also, if it's become very nationalistic, polarized, is it going to be tougher to do business there? For example, would you feel safe sending Indian employees there with what is happening with immigration, etc.?
The fact of the matter is that obviously we're picking out individual instances and building a narrative out of it. I have, lived in the US for 10 years. I've been living in the UK for the past 16 years. And by and large, right, these are very safe, welcoming places to live in. There is a real desire, if you speak to policymakers, with exceptions, to build sort of the technology workforce of the future. And they recognize the role that Indian companies play in transforming their own enterprises towards greater productivity, greater innovation. So I personally would feel very comfortable advising any young person, including my children, if they wanted to move to the US or they wanted to move to Germany. These are, by and large, a few exceptions excluded, very safe and welcoming places where I feel Indian technology industry still has a long way to go. As far as your other question is concerned, look, this business, the IT services business is always being transformed, right? You always, every single year, have to pick up new things and learn new things, whether it was the metaverse a few years ago, cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, blockchain, distributed ledger. More recently, it is AI, agentic. People are talking about sort of whole world AI. So I feel the industry will keep changing. And as long as you keep changing, as long as you keep picking up new skills, hiring the best talent in the world, I feel the future is very safe, right? The example I'll give you is if you look at some of the audit firms like Deloitte or an EY, they've been around for 100+ years. These firms started out as tax businesses, as audit businesses, then they became advisory businesses, they became strategic consulting businesses, and now they become technology businesses, right? They compete with us. The only reason they have survived and grown for the past 100 years is not because the business has stayed the same. It's because they have a really deep understanding of their clients and their industries, and that is more than anything else.
So what is the adaptation you see in your context with AI at the bedrock?
Yeah.
Because, world calls India the anti-AI trade.
Yeah.
Someone has to go out and prove them wrong.
Yeah. Look, I think the anti AI trade is because the rest of the world really is an anti-AI trade, right? The US is the AI trade and the rest of the world is the anti-AI trade. I do feel that for us, a lot of the work, so there are three things that we're doing, right? One is obviously we're building the tooling to allow us to enable our clients to get the benefits of AI. We're investing significantly from an R&D perspective, right? So if you look at it, we are the only GSI to be selected for the National AI Mission. We have built a number of large language models from scratch. And now we're thinking about sort of a new model to price with AI, right? So I feel that the work that we've done, which was recently published with Forrester, how do you price for human labor? How do you price for digital labor? And the age-old conundrum of the industry, how do you break out from this linear pattern of linkage to human labor? This is our opportunity, right? So I really feel that AI will be, mark my words, in a couple of years, the tailwind, like COVID, right, that propels the industry to the next phase of growth and relevance.
How do you see it working out in terms of your corporate performance? And I know you've posted results, good results, but how do you see AI becoming a tangible part of the revenue stream?
Yeah.
Because right now it's pilot, let's see what happens, it's up in the air. Are we close enough to put a number to it, to what it would mean for you as a business?
We're trying to find out a meaningful metric to report that would show the progress that we're making in AI, right?
Look, some are already reporting.
Yeah, but my sense is that either you're applying too narrow an aperture, right, which is the work that you're doing, which is specifically to build AI models or to build AI consulting. And I would challenge anybody that it is going to be at most a few percentage points of the revenue. Or it's a very broad aperture, right, which is all the clients with whom we're working on AI projects, or where our work is being delivered using AI, like a code assist platform or a contact center AI platform, right? Which is 100% of the clients. So it's either going to be close to zero or it's going to be 100%, right? It is like the question, like I mentioned to a colleague yesterday. If you ask me how many people in India get more than $5,000 in income per year, it's relatively easy to calculate, right? If you ask me how many people in India are smart, it's a very hard question to answer.
Subjective.
Right? And so the thing with AI is that there's a huge amount of subjectivity. And so to come to that common benchmark is what we've been trying to accomplish.
Okay. We're speaking ahead of the budget, Mohit. I'll ask a couple of questions only because
Sure.
I know you have another meeting to rush to. That's how Davos is. What do you hope to see from the budget this year in the context of the geopolitical climate and how India needs to remain resilient?
So look, I think from a budget perspective, clearly some of the tax changes that have happened have given a boost to the economy, right? And I think it's very important that we build India as a significant consumption economy as well as an export economy. And I feel a lot of the steps to drive consumption have been very productive. I feel the government also has been quite forward-looking in terms of the National AI Mission. We're really proud of our part there. One of the things that our teams are doing, which is very interesting, is to build a large language model in Hindi so that students from class 6 to class 12 can ask physics-related questions and to learn physics effectively. I think it's a remarkable model, right? Because the number of physics teachers and good math teachers is very limited, especially in the vernacular languages. So to allow students to learn physics in their own language by querying a model is very powerful. And to think that this is not being done by a for-profit company, this is being done by the government in partnership with us. So it will be available to hundreds of millions of students, right? I feel that's a really powerful example of a transformation.
And last thing, if you have an opportunity to meet President Trump, what is the one thing you would say or ask him? Into the camera.
I think, candidly, I'd probably just ask for a picture with him with a big V sign and step away. I would certainly not ask him anything controversial because...
this is a hypothetical question.
I know, but...
You don't need to be so safe.
The reality is that you do not want to get to his wrong side. And so even hypothetically, I don't want to risk asking a question because I might inadvertently manifest something very dangerous for myself.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much, Mohit, for speaking with us.
Thank you. Lovely to see you. Thank you again.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement and energy on one of the country's most storied courses. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders, 23rd January 2026, Mumbai. This budget, India speaks from every direction, from metros to mandis, from factories to farms. NDTV Profit reports from 36 states and union territories. With our ear to the ground and our pulse to what people want. Watch Budget for Bharat, only on NDTV Profit. What Bharat wants, what Bharat expects. We are listening. Before the Finance Minister speaks. Budget 2026, the growth agenda. Only on NDTV Profit, for your profit.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Master Stroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
M3M presents NDTV Master Stroke Art Awards. An odyssey of creative brilliance, where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
I have always had this inclination towards art, and if we don't collaborate and bring those artists forward, give them a platform, who else will?
Honoring the masters who define our cultural landscape, M3M presents NDTV Master Stroke Art Awards, coming soon on the NDTV network.
India's auto industry is on a dream run aided by the GST 2.0 cuts, and in calendar year 2025, the industry recorded 5% jump in wholesale sales. The main jewel in the crown for the industry was the Q3 performance, in which wholesales for the industry recorded an 18% jump. But in order for a smooth ride, the industry has a budget wish list, and they believe that if the government can make certain announcements, then this dream run will continue.
Skoda Auto Volkswagen India is of the view that the upcoming budget should have announcements for the further growth of the EV segment. As the union budget approaches, after the successful and welcome implementation of GST 2.0, the industry will be looking for policy continuity and long-term clarity. Sustained support for domestic manufacturing and increased allocation for road and transport infrastructure will be key priorities. Rationalizing the inverted duty structure for EVs will strengthen domestic manufacturing and competitiveness and will further accelerate India's transition to sustainable mobility. Continued focus on building the EV ecosystem alongside measures that support household disposable incomes will be essential to sustain demand momentum and reinforce the sector's role in India's broader economic growth. On the other hand, the CV and farm equipment players are of the view that the government has already been proactive with policies like GST 2.0 and RBI interest rate reductions. However, they expect the government to continue its growth-led initiatives and reforms for the agriculture sector.
So we are just a few weeks away from the union budget. What are your expectations from Ashok Leyland's perspective?
Government these days is so proactive that we don't need to wait for a budget really. One thing that the government should consider is really coming up with some program or some scheme around scrappage of the old vehicles.
The government in the past 4 to 5 years have done all the positive gestures and announcements as far as the farming community is concerned. In terms of visibility, in terms of incentivization, in terms of ensuring the money reaches the farmer. We are a 1.4 billion population today in India. We have to be self-sufficient. In many areas, we are self-sufficient. We can also become a food basket for the world. And also, as I mentioned slightly earlier, that in mechanization, we're only 47% in comparison to America and Canada at 90%. So I think that is the opportunity which the government and the industry and the farming community need to work towards in convergence.
I would certainly hope it's a consumption and a growth-led budget. As long as the domestic growth and the domestic demand continues to be robust, the industry will perform. And lastly, as we've been discussing exports, if there are some things that can be done to be able to help and boost exports, if there are some policy interventions that can be brought in there, that would be most welcome. If there are some policy corrections on duty drawback and things like that, and those conversations are on, the government has been considering a few of these things to strengthen the general capability of India and exportability. That's the only thing we can continue to push for.
India's auto industry expects to continue its journey on the 5th gear, all thanks to GST 2.0 cuts. The industry also believes that in the upcoming budget, the government makes certain announcements through which the government can increase the EV infrastructure across the country. Besides that, the industry has also suggested to bring in a scrappage policy for commercial vehicle segment, and at the same time, the industry has also demanded that the government must make certain announcements and certain policies which can increase farm mechanization across the country. The industry believes that if the government is able to support the industry in the long term, then nothing can stop India from achieving the tag of becoming the largest auto industry in the whole world. With video journalist Suraj Singh, this is Danish Anand for NDTV Profit.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watching Your Money Matters here at NDTV Profit. I am Mahima Vachrajani, and today we are going to discuss about two very important things. One, the budget, and two, as to how the markets are going to look forward from here on. We've seen a free fall in the past 2 days, and what can you expect going forward? How can you construct your portfolio is going to be the second topic that we're going to take up. But before that, budget is around the corner, and it's important to understand as to what should you expect from the government, what were the changes that actually took place in the last budget, and in terms of what your expectations from the budget should be. And to discuss all of this, we are joined by Anant Ladda, who is the founder for Invest Aaj for Kal, joining us now. Anant, always a pleasure speaking with you. My first question to you is, before we go on to the expectations, if you can help our viewers quickly understand the brief of what happened in the last budget and what were the highlights.
Hi, firstly, thank you so much for having me on this show. Always fun and discussing interesting topics with you. I feel the biggest thing which happened in last budget was that income tax up to 12 lakh was effectively made tax-free. At the same time, rebates and standard deduction were increased. This was the biggest highlight of last budget. Along with it, we had some other features like 100% FDI limit was increased, NSS withdrawal was made tax-free, MSME support was increased, credit guarantee was doubled to 10 crores, which was actually good for the MSME segment. Even duties were cut on EV. So we had some different positives in the last budget, but the biggest positive or the biggest highlight was tax relief up to 12 lakh rupees.
Okay, all right. Now, going forward from a personal taxation point of view, what do you think are the expectations that, people have today in terms of what changes need to be made? And, this probably, if you can, help us break it down into different categories as to, this is the most important thing that needs to be done. This, could be taken up in the next budget and so on. If you can help us break that down.
I'll start with the most important point. That is the capital gain taxation. It is hurting Indian market. It is hurting FIIs and FIIs are regularly withdrawing fund. I feel we need to give some relaxation, specifically in the long-term taxation. I'll also explain the logic behind it. Till 2004, we had long-term taxation in India, but in 2004, long-term taxation was removed and an STT was introduced. STT was even increased in the coming years. Eventually, what we saw was recently STT is already there, plus income tax taxation on long-term capital gain is also introduced. So kind of we have double taxation specifically on equity investments. Any which ways, whenever an investor is investing in equity, he is taking an additional risk of volatility, additional risk of market, additional risk of company's performance. Plus, punishing him with more taxation, I think it is not a welcome step. We can probably see some relaxation in income tax, specifically on the capital gain side, is what I'm expecting. This is my first and the foremost expectations from this budget. Second important expectation is, presently in India, companies are taxed better as compared to individuals, but I feel eventually we need to have some synchronization between the two, and taxation which is applied on company and taxation which is applied on individuals have to come on a similar ground. So we might see some reduction or some relaxation in individual taxation. Obviously, they'll mange more, so we will be expecting that this 12 lakh limit will be further increased to maybe 14 lakhs or 15 lakhs, further increasing the tax bracket of India and further motivating individuals to increase taxation. So these three are, I feel, the most important pointers as far as I am concerned. Somewhat less important pointers, but which might be considered is at times we have many families where either one of the couple is earning. So there has to be an option of dual filing of the returns, which will give them benefit of taxation, and keeping both the individuals in mind, they might get a greater deduction. So this might be on the cards. Next important point might be increasing the 44 AD or 44 ADA limit. So these might be some additional pointers, but the first three are the most important pointers. Specifically, capital gain taxation is for me the most important pointer, looking at the regular outflows which we are seeing from FIS. In 2026 also, I think more than 25,000 crores has flown out of India, specifically from FIS. Already rupee is depreciating. So we need kind of some good news in the market, and this will be a cherry on the cake.
Anant, are you expecting any changes in terms of where new tax regime is concerned, further relief for somebody who's opting for the new regime, and make it more attractable so that more people shift to the new regime?
Absolutely, yes. I think department is quite clear that they want new regime to flourish, and they kind of want to remove the old regime. So if they keep their stance, which I think they will, obviously the limits will increase, benefits will increase, and probably people will be more attracted towards filing their tax regime in the new tax regime. So yes, absolutely yes. I am very sure something bonanza will be coming for the new tax regime filers.
All right. Just one last question, Anand, because you must be talking to a lot of people, right? Just want to understand, from the last budget, the relief that we already got in the new tax regime, right? Has that actually, kind of translated into savings? Did that feel light on pocket? What is the conversation looking like when you talk to people?
See, I feel the biggest benefit was that people have started filing their returns. A lot of people were not filing their returns, but now they're filing their returns. Once they file their return, they have what we call white key income in their bank account, and they can probably get more loans. It is easy for them to process their file. It is easy for them to buy a property, buy an asset. Everything is becoming simpler. Still, I feel we have a long way to go. We need to educate people further, importance of having a proper return, filing a return. Maybe it's a nil return, but we need to file it and we need to show it. We need to further educate people. But yes, we are on the right direction. And if this limit is increased to 15 lakhs, I think it will be a big plus for the complete budget.
Absolutely. And I think all of us will be hoping for that to happen. Anand, thank you so much for giving us those details and, of course, taking us through the highlights of the budget as well as what can you expect from this particular budget. So thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking with us at NDTV Profit.
Thank you so much.
All right, the second topic that we're going to discuss today is with regards to where markets stand. Now, we've seen a free fall in the past 2 odd days, and you as an investor or you as a trader, what should you do next? What changes should you make in terms of where your portfolio stands? Should this be a buy on the dip strategy? All of these questions are going to be answered in this next segment. And to take us through all of these questions, we are joined by Sachin Relekar, who's the equity fund manager at Axis AMC, joining us now. Sachin, thank you so much for taking out the time. My first question, probably a worry that a lot of investors have right now, is with the kind of free fall that we've seen. A lot of people know that this is on account of geopolitical uncertainty that's going on. You know, we've seen European markets 2 days straight of red. We've seen Asian markets also not, cheering the kind of commentary coming in from the world leaders, but just want to understand as to what is happening, and as an investor, should one be worried or this should be a buy on the dip strategy?
So as you're also alluding to certain things, what is happening is the genesis of that is more towards the global uncertainties. Rather than there are anything to do with the domestic situations per se. We are a very stable policy environment. We are likely to have a budget on the 1st of the next month. So those things are happening as per the expectations. I don't see any major policy changes also to happen in the near term or even in the medium term. These are something which are continuing for last more than a decade. Also, the reform direction domestically has picked up quite a lot. So those things are there. But at the same time, globally, if you see, there are a lot of uncertainties, starting with the change in the administration in US, and that has come out the change in the policy towards the trade, towards the geopolitics, and the shifting of macros is actually in alignment with that. So what we are seeing now, and some of that actually we are seeing in last year, April 2nd, 2025, when the reciprocal tariffs were got announced first time. And that time also markets, global markets reacted very in a jittery fashion. And now I think the similar things are also again playing out. If you closely see what exactly has happened is the hard currencies are actually depreciated. The dollar has depreciated against the dollar. The capital has moved into the safe haven asset like gold. It's the strongest performing asset class in the last 1 year or so. And followed by that, the industrial commodities also have performed quite strongly. The reflection of that is actually the weaker currencies is there. And this also has an impact on the long term or the riskier asset class wherever some element of uncertainty is there, which is where the equities have got impacted. India also is going through a trade negotiation, and there is some bit of a delay or some bit of a versus expectation, some kind of uncertainty is there in the minds of investors, and that has affected the Indian markets to an extent. But however, the majority of the fall in the market in our assessment is actually explained by how the global macros have shifted and how the discounting rates or the risk premium, which is reflected in the long-term bond yields, is actually affecting the valuations over here. And the other part of your question was how investors should respond to this and how they can adjust. So basically, all these things need to be taken into account. But at the same time, as I started with saying that the domestic outlooks and where our focus is majority has remained unchanged, and we had seen in the previous major crisis also some of these things actually sentiment wise also change also very fast. It's unpredictable. I also have to say that, but I don't think the outlook wise from a company position point of view has changed very, very drastically because of this. There are companies which have linkages or direct impact from trade negotiations, etc. But overall listed space does not have a very large linkage. And therefore, I think one need not have to be really defocused from the investment framework or the discipline which is there.
Understood. So then, Sachin, you talked about valuations, but do you think that the current correction that we've seen, and even 2025 was an year of consolidation, right? Do you think now there is some comfort in terms of where valuations stand?
You see, large cap valuations are closer to long-term averages. That's not a discomforting space. First of all, I'm talking about the top 100 names. The mid-cap valuations also have moved or ticked down, like they were about closer to 2 standard deviation from the long-term averages. And it has actually also ticked down quite a lot. In certain names, actually, in our assessment also, we are seeing perhaps the downside wise, unless we create a very bearish kind of outlook, they will not actually show that kind of a price correction further on a fundamental basis. Of course, the sentiments can weigh on the share prices in a different manner. But in that sense, that portion is, so the valuation concern by and I'll say at least in top 100 is not very, very prominent. In next 150 names or the mid-cap bucket, there is some improvement in the valuation comfort. Although there are expensive names, I will not deny that. I mean, there are expensive names, although they have a growth rates or the growth expectation is also very high. But from where we are, maybe 1 year ago or 2024 end to now, of course, the valuation has improved. In small cap, I think one cannot just go by one parameter because it's a very large universe. I mean, anything beyond 250 is actually a small cap, and it's a very large universe, and therefore it actually becomes very, very individual company specific. And over there, if I just take that same barometer or same measurements, then perhaps the valuations are not cooled off as much. But as I said, the individual names can differ quite a lot in that segment, and that basket is much wider. Perhaps I'll not use the same parameter over there.
Understood.
So leaving aside that, at least for the top 200 or top 250 names, there is some bit of valuation comfort which is there. What is weighing on right now is more of a sentiment, in my view. I'm not calling like things are going to change in a quick fashion, because these macros shift which is happening perhaps can be a long term, because there's a policy change which has been talked about, is quite radical also. Right. I mean, some of these things are actually getting questioned there.
Right, got it. Sachin, so do you think that the earnings cycle has now bottomed out and we will now see the recovery going forward? We're already in the middle of Q3 numbers coming out and we've seen some positives coming in, right? It's not as bad as it was in Q1 for that matter, or Q2 for that matter. What is your reading?
Certain. So I think the large caps IT numbers have been there already, most of them. Now some of the mid caps will also start reporting. You are seeing the print is actually slightly above expectation, not below expectation. The commentary wise, although it's cautious, but there is of course some kind of a positivity around it. Not a great positivity. Nobody is calling out double-digit revenue growth, etc. But all that is predicated on what is happening to the budget finalization, which will get finalized for the US clients over there. So yes, there is a cautious optimism which is there. I will say caution is more than the optimism, but still that cautious optimism is there, and that is one basket. So that which has actually given a positive outcomes or positive results. Stocks might have reacted differently depending on what was built in for the expectation, but commentary wise and what number is versus the expectation when we started September was much better. I think similar thing can be talked about financial results. They have corrected some of the companies which have reported numbers, but if you look at the stability, the earning quality, so all those parameters are good. So banks have reported healthy growth, the margins have been much more stable, and the asset qualities have actually continued to be very stable. So all the three parameters which matters for the financial names or the lenders per se has been quite healthier. So those are the buckets which are reported. So in a way, the outlook on just from those names is not suggesting any kind of negativity per se. Now, as we progress, of course, more companies will report, and so I think what you're saying in terms of the bottoming out, I think they are not like any major upsets on the expectations so far. So it should move in line with expectation broadly. And as we'll see, perhaps we will also have certain things which will come into the place over a period of time, which has become a bit of unpredictability, which is trade negotiations, all those things. That will actually also improve a lot of sentiment around it. And that will give the spillifts to the sentiment as well.
Okay. Sachin, a lot of sectors have already seen a lot of growth in terms of where the stock performance is concerned, especially something like metals, right? So many counters have seen the uptick that we've seen in the last couple of months. What all sectors are you going to be watching out for 2026? One thing. And secondly, would metals still be on your radar considering the run-up it's seen in the past couple of months?
Yeah, industrial commodities are definitely on our radar. Although our ownership in that space is very minuscule as of now. The way we look at it is basically we are just looking at the bottom of argument also for the individual companies to buy into. While as I said, the hardening of bond yields or depreciation of dollar per se is actually reflected into the precious commodities rising, and that is also followed by industrial commodities which are continue to go up. The one way of hedging that is either by the mining stocks which are into those commodities, which are unfortunately is not available in the Indian listed space, and then there is a industrial commodities like aluminum and maybe to an extent silver, which is where one can allocate. We are, as I said, that is something we are watchful about, but we are also assessing the bottom-up arguments in that, and perhaps we're also looking at what is the long-term averages for the metals which have been projected by the global analyst also, and how much is factored into the valuations. These are some of the things which are weighing. That will continuously be watched out for sure, and not only from owning the commodities per se, but what is the kind of impact of those will be there on the industrial names, automobile names. That risk assessment also is to be done. So there are both aspects of this. So we are watching that. As of now, our ownership is little less, but at the same time, we are also more watchful about the risk to the earnings or the margins for the users of those commodities. That's how we are looking at it. In terms of the sectors which we are keenly or where our allocation is slight overweight compared to the index are consumer discretionary. Within that there is automobile, there is consumer internet also, and there are certain platform companies also are there. This is one of the key overweights. Followed by that, we are also quite overweight in defense and industrials, wherever the energy transition themes are there. Those are the places where our allocation is meaningfully higher than the benchmark.
Okay.
These are some of the things which are watching very carefully. Financial is another important segment for us to be watchful about.
So Sachin, then is 2026 going to be the year for large caps still, or will the recovery in mid caps and small caps take place in 2026?
I think recovery in mid and small caps, the way we are looking at, is going to be very, very name specific and a very, very selective basis. Companies showing a clear break from the past in terms of the earning growth or in terms of the improvement in the visibility will be the ones which investors will favor. That is how we are also looking at that. But at the same time, large caps is more steadier and more predictable space, something where the volatility and the earnings is likely to be less. And of course, as I said, the valuation comfort is better. I think that is something obviously will be a major portion where we will also allocate. At the same time, I think the uncertainty which is emanating from the shifts in the macros, that I think is likely to be a little more longer drawn out, because some of these steps and some of these agreements, negotiations are going to continue. Right. And according to that, things are going to remain reactive to that or volatile to that. So that also need to be watchful about.
Okay, Sachin, thank you so much for giving us those insights, and I'm sure viewers will now understand as to how all of these factors are going to impact their portfolio and what they can expect from markets in 2026. Thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us understand everything that you just said.
Thank you for having us. Thank you very much.
All right, so we talked about what you can expect from the budget, what you can expect from markets in 2026, but I think it's also important to address two main things. One, being the fall in Bitcoin that we've witnessed in the past, couple of weeks, and the kind of fall has been drastic in nature. Now, to understand as to what is causing this fall in Bitcoins and to help us understand as to what you can expect going forward, we are now joined by Ridhima, who will give us a perspective on what is causing the free fall in the Bitcoins and what can you expect going forward. Ridhima, over to you.
Bitcoin has been under pressure in the recent sessions, slipping from earlier highs and losing key support levels. Here's what driving the cryptocurrency lower and why investors are concerned. Bitcoin, the world's largest cryptocurrency, has slid to around $90,000 level after a broad sell-off in the global markets, with its total crypto market down about 3% and major tokens in the red. First, the geopolitical uncertainty and rising trade tensions, particularly concerns surrounding US-EU tariff threats, have pushed investors towards traditional safe havens like gold, which has hit record highs, while risk assets including bitcoins are seeing outflows. Secondly, the market sentiment has turned risk off as macroeconomic factors bite. Investors are reducing exposure to higher risk assets amid worries over interest rates, regulatory uncertainty, and global fiscal pressures, conditions that historically dampen demand for the crypto. Thirdly, the technical factors are also at play. Bitcoin has failed to hold key breakout levels and breached important averages, triggering bearish signals that can prompt automated sell orders and stop losses. Analysts warn that this could push prices even lower if support doesn't return. On the regulatory front, delays in major crypto-related bills such as the Digital Asset Market Clarity Act in the US have also weighed on the sentiment, with prices dipping after key hearings were postponed. While some large buyers like Strategy continue to accumulate Bitcoin, their heavy unrealized losses and the overall selling pressure suggest that confidence is being tested rather than restored in the short term.
All right, Ridhima, thank you so much for getting us those details. Everybody who is invested or probably trading in Bitcoin now has a view as to why there was a free fall in the cryptocurrency that we just talked about. But moving on, the other aspect that everybody wants to know about is gold, silver, as well as copper, as to how these metals have been shining in the past couple of months, and whether they'll continue to shine going forward or not, and what are the factors behind it. To understand exactly this, we're joined by Shreyansi, who is going to give us a perspective on how the rally has been like, what are the factors behind it, and what can you expect going forward. Shreyansi, over to you.
Absolutely. Bunch of triggers that you're looking at when it comes to gold, silver, as well as copper. First things first, let's talk about gold prices, because you do have safe haven demand that has actually been helping gold prices quite a lot. You do have that record high that speaks for itself. And in terms of the other factors, you do have Trump's war, the trade war when it comes to US, as well as the European Union, and that is actually helping bullion as well. And that's something that you're seeing in terms of the next moves when it comes to this entire conflict. That's actually helping gold prices right now. Other than that, there's also a meltdown when it comes to Japanese government debt as well, and that's also something that is actually powering gold prices. Lower interest rates is also something that you're looking at in terms of key factors. The entire debasement trade, the de-dollarization trend as well is actually helping bullion as well, and the lower interest rates of course increase the opportunity cost of holding bullion. On the back of that, you do have a bunch of these triggers. Add to that list central bank purchases as well, and there you have the perfect mix when it comes to gold prices. When you talk about silver as well, which is a sister metal, similar updates that you have coming in there as well. Safe haven demand is actually powering silver prices as well, and the white metal is doing quite well for itself. When you talk about copper as well, there's actually a bunch of demand supply fundamentals that you should be looking at. So there's AI-led demand that you have that is new on the back of data centers that actually use a lot of copper, and against that you have this entire mine disruption story that is playing out for itself to copper.
All right, Shreyansi, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Viewers, I hope this episode helped with you, but do stay tuned. More news and updates on the other side.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंह। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete. charged with excitement and energy on one of the country's most storied courses. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 23rd January 2026, Mumbai. This budget, India speaks from every direction, from metros to mandis, from factories to farms. NDTV Profit reports from 36 states and union territories. With our ear to the ground and our pulse to what people want. Watch Budget for Bharat, only on NDTV Profit. What Bharat wants, what Bharat expects. We are listening. Before the Finance Minister speaks. Budget 2026, the growth agenda. Only on NDTV Profit, for your profit.
A very special moment for us as we are
all the top voices from Davos right here at NDTV Profit, and we're speaking with Mohit Joshi, CEO and MD of Tech Mahindra. Mohit, are you liking Davos so far? We're speaking at a very sunny time, so it's nice and warm.
No, it's been wonderful, right? I mean, obviously, like anybody in our business, you have to be in Davos every single year, and I've completed more than a decade over here. But this year has been nice. I think the participation has been very broad and extensive. Thankfully, it's been sunny, it hasn't snowed, and a good set of meetings, a good set of dialogues. So, yes, so far, very good.
What do you think is going to happen in the Trump address? Is that something you're looking forward to?
Yeah, that is unfortunately beyond my pay grade. My hope is that given the fact that all the leaders are over here in Davos, that we find some amicable solution and we step off the ledge in a manner of speaking. Certainly, I think the market reaction yesterday has been quite negative. And so hopefully, as always, the world finds a way through the latest crisis.
You know, Mohit, if I look at you, and I don't want to use the word turnaround, but definitely the vast improvement in the numbers for Tech Mahindra since you took over. It's displaying in the stock and everything that you've done. For you as a leader in the industry you are, do you see more challenges ahead, more headwinds ahead because of what's happening geopolitically, what's happening with the rupee, what's happening with discretionary appetite, etc. in the United States? How do you look at it?
So look, I think there is no denying it that the past 3 years have been challenging for the industry, especially in terms of growth, right? And so for us, it was doubly difficult because we were seeking to drive a turnaround and a transformation within the period. But so far, we have managed within the constraints that the market has set for us. When I look at Tech Mahindra specifically, I do feel that our geography exposure is helping because while we get about half of our revenue from the Americas, about a quarter of our revenue comes from Europe, about a quarter again comes from India, Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific and Japan. So geographically we're quite well distributed, right? Again, from a sectoral perspective, our largest exposure is to telco. Telco is a very national business, right? It is largely a domestic business pretty much across the world. Manufacturing again has seen a resurgence across the globe. That is our second largest vertical. Financial services, healthcare and life sciences and retail. Again, these are businesses where we're looking to establish a very strong challenger position. So I do feel that, surprisingly for a company, of our size, the calibration that we have, sort of the spread that we have, has actually worked out quite well for us. Obviously, in addition to this, a lot of the steps that we've taken to focus the organization, to drive an increase in productivity, and to really build the organization for the future. A lot of those bets have thankfully paid off so far, though clearly too early to declare victory.
So I'm just going to come to the first part about Telecom and a nationalistic business in that sense. Concerns over there from the American context. Also, do you think that the concentration of business coming from America will have to strategically shift, or you'll wait for this crisis, quote unquote, to tide over?
No, I think, look, Telecom obviously has been a business that has been challenged over the past, 4 or 5 years. There was that huge investment that happened in 5G. And I feel most telecom companies have really struggled to monetize the revenue from 5G, right? But over the past 1 year or so, we have seen signs of stabilization and growth in the business. Our Americas business has done exceedingly well. Telco business has done exceedingly well in the recent quarter. So after a long time, we had both quarter-on-quarter and year-on-year increases. Our European telecom business is doing really well, but that's been driven more by the consolidation, where we've been winning in terms of consolidation. And Asia Pacific continues to be a growth area from a telecoms perspective, right? As far as the Americas is concerned, look, candidly, it is too large a market to ignore, right? The fact of the matter is that the American market in terms of enterprise technology is by far the single largest in the world. Just to give you an example, the top 10 banks in the US spend more than the top 100 banks in the world if you exclude the American banks, right? So clearly the spend pools there are so large, the innovation being driven is so large, the ecosystem partnerships, whether it's with the Microsoft or AWS, it is a market that you can ignore at your own peril.
Fair enough, but for what Indian IT companies provide and the requirement from this, two challenges there. One is AI, and is that going to really work for companies which largely provide services? Will the requirements reduce? And I know you're on top of your game on AI, so I see that smile on your face. But the second one also, if it's become very nationalistic, polarized, is it going to be tougher to do business there? For example, would you feel safe sending Indian employees there with what is happening with immigration, etc.?
The fact of the matter is that obviously we're picking out individual instances and building a narrative out of it. I have lived in the US for 10 years. I've been living in the UK for the past 16 years. And by and large, right, these are very safe, welcoming places to live in. There is a real desire, if you speak to policymakers, with exceptions, to build sort of the technology workforce of the future. And they recognize the role that Indian companies play in transforming their own enterprises towards greater productivity, greater innovation. So I personally would feel very comfortable advising any young person, including my children, if they wanted to move to the US or they wanted to move to Germany. These are, by and large, a few exceptions excluded, very safe and welcoming places where I feel Indian technology industry still has a long way to go. As far as your other question is concerned, look, this business, the IT services business is always being transformed, right? You always, every single year, have to pick up new things and learn new things, whether it was the metaverse a few years ago, cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, blockchain, distributed ledger. More recently, it is AI, agentic. People are talking about sort of whole world AI. So I feel the industry will keep changing. And as long as you keep changing, as long as you keep picking up new skills, hiring the best talent in the world, I feel the future is very safe, right? The example I'll give you is if you look at some of the audit firms like Deloitte or an EY, they've been around for 100+ years. These firms started out as tax businesses, as audit businesses, then they became advisory businesses, they became strategic consulting businesses, and now they become technology businesses, right? They compete with us. The only reason they have survived and grown for the past 100 years is not because the business has stayed the same. It's because they have a really deep understanding of their clients and their industries, and that is more than anything else.
So what is the adaptation you see in your context with AI at the bedrock?
Yeah.
Because, world calls India the anti-AI trade.
Yeah.
Someone has to go out and prove them wrong.
Yeah. Look, I think the anti-AI trade is because the rest of the world really is an anti-AI trade, right? The US is the AI trade and the rest of the world is the anti-AI trade. I do feel that for us, a lot of the work, so there are three things that we're doing, right? One is obviously we're building the tooling to allow us to enable our clients to get the benefits of AI. We're investing significantly from an R&D perspective, right? So if you look at it, we are the only GSI to be selected for the National AI Mission. We have built a number of large language models from scratch. And now we're thinking about sort of a new model to price with AI, right? So I feel that the work that we've done, which was recently published with Forrester, how do you price for human labor? How do you price for digital labor? And the age-old conundrum of the industry, how do you break out from this linear pattern of linkage to human labor? This is our opportunity, right? So I really feel that AI will be, mark my words, in a couple of years, the tailwind, like COVID, right, that propels the industry to the next phase of growth and relevance.
How do you see it working out in terms of your corporate performance? And I know you've posted results, good results, but how do you see AI becoming a tangible part of the revenue stream?
Yeah.
Because right now it's pilot, let's see what happens, it's up in the air. Are we close enough to put a number to it, to what it would mean for you as a business?
We're trying to find out a meaningful metric to report that would show the progress that we're making in AI, right?
Some are already reporting.
Yeah, but my sense is that either you're applying too narrow an aperture, right, which is the work that you're doing, which is specifically to build AI models or to build AI consulting. And I would challenge anybody that it is going to be at most a few percentage points of the revenue. Or it's a very broad aperture, right, which is all the clients with whom we're working on AI projects, so where our work is being delivered using AI, like a code assist platform or a contact center AI platform, right, which is 100% of the clients. So it's either going to be close to zero or it's going to be 100%, right? It is like the question, like I mentioned to a colleague yesterday. If you ask me how many people in India get more than $5,000 in income per year, it's relatively easy to calculate, right? If you ask me how many people in India are smart, it's a very hard question to answer.
Subjective.
Right? And so the thing with AI is that there's a huge amount of subjectivity. And so to come to that common benchmark is what we've been trying to accomplish.
Okay, we're speaking ahead of the budget, Mohit. I'll ask a couple of questions only because I know you have another meeting to rush to. That's how Davos is. What do you hope to see from the budget this year in the context of the geopolitical climate and how India needs to remain resilient?
So look, I think from a budget perspective, clearly some of the tax changes that have happened have given a boost to the economy, right? And I think it's very important that we build India as a significant consumption economy as well as an export economy. And I feel a lot of the steps to drive consumption have been very productive. I feel the government also has been quite forward-looking in terms of the national AI mission. We're really proud of our part there. One of the things that our teams are doing, which is very interesting, is to build a large language model in Hindi so that students from class 6 to class 12 can ask physics-related questions and to learn physics effectively. I think it's a remarkable model, right? Because the number of physics teachers and good math teachers is very limited, especially in the vernacular languages. So to allow students to learn physics in their own language by querying a model is very powerful. And to think that this is not being done by by a for-profit company, this is being done by the government in partnership with us. So it'll be available to to hundreds of millions of students, right? I feel that's a really powerful example of a transformation.
And last thing, if you have an opportunity to meet President Trump, what is the one thing you would say or ask him?
Well,
into the camera.
I think, candidly, I'd probably just ask for a picture with him with a big V sign and step away. I would certainly not ask him anything controversial because...
this is a hypothetical question.
I know, but...
You don't need to be so safe.
The reality is that you do not want to get to his wrong side. And so even hypothetically, I don't want to risk asking a question because I might inadvertently manifest something very dangerous for myself.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much, Mohit, for speaking with us.
Thank you. Lovely to see you. Thank you again.
Thank you for that. Yes, in these cold climes and in this beautiful backdrop, we're having a conversation with the State Bank of India chairman, India's largest bank, over here at Davos, where I must tell you the ongoing commentary is that India seems to have taken over a lot of the promenade. Sir, thank you so much for coming into our studios and speaking with us. Absolute pleasure. How's the trip going so far?
Thank you, Tamanna, for having me here. So far, so good. I think a lot of fruitful meetings and also a lot of fruitful discussions where you could participate and listen to the people what exactly is happening in a very difficult geopolitical environment. Yes.
Yes, I know in a few hours from now, everyone's waiting to hear what Trump says. But in terms of what you are looking at here in Davos, a little birdie tells me that a lot of your conversations are around AI and adding that kind of tech to the prowess of State Bank of India. Are you shopping here, speaking to possible partners?
No, we do have partners and, of course, long-term partners. More importantly, my conversations with them is for the last 3 to 4 versions of Davos, we've been talking about AI. A lot of proof of concepts have happened, and we have not seen adoption of AI in the BFSI space at scale. So my venture here is to understand how do we bring AI adoption at scale as big as State Bank of India with 530 million customer base, that you need to have something which will change the customer experience, and also improve the productivity of our employees. I think this is what I've been focusing on. But what I believe now is that a lot of entities have moved away from POCs to adoption. And adoption also has a critical element in the sense that you need to have large-scale change management, the way how people use both of your employees as well as the customers. So this has been my focus. It's been a good conversation so far.
How do you see AI changing both the customer experience and your core requirement of financial inclusion? As India's largest bank and largest public sector bank, that's also a big part of the mission. How do you think that this can really change the game from that context?
So it's not that we have not used AI in the past. What we are talking, obviously now moving from the predictive analytics to Gen AI and agentic AI. So we were one of the early adopters of AI models, both for purpose of the customer service, lending, for instance, and also fraud risk management. If you really see cyber protection of our customers, where transaction monitoring happens, and also we need to protect them from the cyber frauds. A large-scale Gen AI adoption is happening in SBI on the fraud risk management side. But we can definitely use in terms of creating hyper-personalization. Today, a lot of people receive a lot of calls on many products, right? How do we cut down on them? What Tamanna really requires, only those calls should go.
I think all Indians will thank you if this is a model everyone can
I think
adopt.
definitely this is what AI is capable of doing, in the sense that you don't disturb or you don't trouble the customer as much because you have not understood the customer much. If AI tools can provide that insight in terms of what customer needs and when does he or she wants to be contacted for. I think these are some of the things on the customer side. More in terms of the customer protection side, I think agentic AI and AI have humongous applications going forward.
Now, let's come back to a bit of the domestic business. I know we're sitting here in Davos, but we must talk about what is your outlook on urban consumption. Some of those concerns which are being talked about there, are you actually seeing it? Because you will be in the right position to see if that kind of consumption is coming in. A lot of the conversation that after the GST rationalization, it is banks who will see that uptake as people want to go out and consume more and take loans to do the same.
So we did see, of course, I won't be able to speak about our Q3 numbers because the results is scheduled sometime during February. But broadly speaking, I think consumption demand helped in terms of growing some of the consumer loans. What we have seen is that, since you mentioned about urban consumption, the consumption numbers which have been announced now shows that the rural consumption is picking up faster than the urban consumption. And another dimension of the consumption is that it has been more in non-discretionary items. That means, auto sector, white goods have shown much more uptick than the discretionary or non-discretionary spending. Sorry, discretionary spending was more than non-discretionary. So I think GST has to help maybe the lower middle class to consume more. That consumption in the urban areas is yet to be seen. But on the discretionary spending, we have seen a significant uptick, both on the auto sector as well as white goods.
So I want to ask you about numbers because, like you said, it's the silent period. But just want to get a sense of how you're seeing deposit growth. Deposit growth has been a pain point for the industry and for several reasons. How do you look at it as the largest player?
So the kind of financialization, the overall financialization of savings which have been there, and the unconscious asset allocation which has been happening. People earlier probably used to have savings, and savings destinations were only bank deposits. But today you may not call it asset allocation in the truest sense, but you would like to keep some money in the mutual funds and some money goes to the insurance, some to the pension fund. So which means that I personally believe that it is a kind of irreversible movement which is happening from the bank deposits to the other alternative financial instruments. It may change. If the stock market is doing, probably more flows will be there towards that. But broadly, the banks have to live with a lower deposit growth rate. That's one. Number two, I think we also have to see that how do you structure your balance sheet? Do you want to structure your asset growth purely based on deposits, or you can go to the market and some of these savings which are currently going to various instruments have to come to the real economy, right? Back to the real economy.
Yes.
They are coming in some form. But ultimately, the banks have to build their balance sheets based on not only on deposits, but other alternate instruments, market instruments, certificate of deposits, bonds. I think this is inevitable. I think that will definitely happen.
There were some eyebrows raised when, a bank of your size goes after certificate of deposits.
No. See, this is. I mentioned certificate of deposit to make you to ask me that question. So I think it's important to realize that every bank in India has to look for alternate sources of funding their balance sheet. This is what happened globally. If you really take my New York office, for instance, 75 to 80% of the balance sheet is built on market borrowings, not on deposits. So as the individuals and households diversify their saving instruments, the banks also have to diversify their source of funding.
A few years ago at Davos, you couldn't turn a corner without some conversation about cryptocurrency. This year it's about AI, a spirit of dialogue. But the question is there a silent movement to bring cryptocurrency back to the fore? Well, one person definitely trying to make that happen is Rachel Conlon. She's Chief Marketing Officer at Binance and speaking with us this freezing morning. Rachel, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for having us. It is definitely freezing.
Okay, so just with the point that I started, where a few years ago it did seem like crypto is going to be the big revolution. That story seems to have dimmed. Why do you think that is? Is it because of a lot of pushback? A, pushback from governments, and B, the idea that it's not really changing things at the pace that people thought?
I'm going to take a little bit of a contrarian view to this. I think that rather than dim, it's in fact become part of the agenda, as is AI, and as we're seeing, we've just, as Binance, we're the largest crypto exchange globally. In the last 18 months, we've grown 150 million users to 300 million users across 180 markets. We have a full team of 12 on the ground here at Davos, and that is upon invitation from many of our traditional financial industry partners, from the Web 2 partners, and what we're seeing, is really where we've moved from something that was about the wealth narrative and about FOMO, we're really moving to crypto, digital assets, blockchain, being fully integrated, and the merging of traditional and digital assets. And I think that's something that's been great for us this week, is seeing that take shape and really manifest itself in more actual, tangible use cases.
Now, I'll tell you why I'm asking that question, because when the crypto craze, quote unquote, started, the idea was that in a few years, no one will be using plastic or, any payment gateways or real money, definitely not. It's going to all be crypto. That hasn't really happened. It's more a store of value, in a sense, an investment tool right now?
Well, I think what we're seeing at the moment is, digital assets were never there to replace sovereign currencies. And what we're seeing now is really the growth of digital infrastructure. And if you see from the discussions that we're having, across the traditional banking space, with many of the big e-commerce players, what we're seeing is a drive towards stablecoins and payments. Just last month, we launched MasterCard alongside Binance in Latin America. That's about to roll out globally over the next year. And these are really where we're seeing a full integration of blockchain and traditional finance, and an improvement. And that makes payment rails faster, it makes cross-border payments faster, ultimately, it's towards us building a financial infrastructure that is more in line with how the modern user and consumer lives, whether you be in India, UAE or Ireland. So, I think that's something that we're seeing. It's becoming the invisible technology that's supporting the modernization and optimization of the financial world. So, we may not call it the financial revolution anymore, but it's definitely an evolution in terms of the integrations that we're seeing.
No, so it's definitely top of mind in the last 1 year because of the backing of the US president, clearly, for cryptocurrency. Trump is arriving today in some time. What do you make of the changes that have happened in the last 1 year? It's impacted prices also very positively in some ways, and it's been quite volatile. That's something you track as an exchange. How do you think that this is going to continue? Do you think it now settles once it's clear that Trump is backing crypto?
Look, I think that the US has always had a disproportionate amount of influence on regulation across every industry. You know, in the history of the last 40 years, if we look at regulated industries, the US policies have always informed. What I'm seeing from my vantage point at Binance is that the US clarity really made a push globally towards there being more clarity. You know, we've been invited in with too many governments to have discussions around what should be their blockchain strategy. How do they integrate it into their economy in a way that's safe and you know, compliant? And as one of the most compliant exchanges, and one that has been pushing for regulation, because clear rules and regulation supports more user confidence, more user adoption, and ultimately, you know, that's what we as a business and industry are pushing for. So for me, I welcome the clarity from the US, but furthermore, I'm welcoming the clarity from, you know, many other markets where we're seeing around the world, from Kyrgyzstan to increased clarity in UAE, you know, to what we're seeing in India.
No, so are you speaking with governments, institutions in India? Because in India, policy-wise, it's quite clear. There's not much ambiguity. The gates are up, unless it's a CBDC, a central bank kind of a situation. So, having said that, you have also said India is one of your brightest markets. How do you reckon with the interest from India versus the government regulation there?
Look, I think we need to take a reality check on where we are today. The users are there in India. The technology is there. You know, India is one of the fastest growing in terms of adoption globally for crypto. That represents a huge domestic and international opportunity. And what we're seeing from our vantage point is a lot of positive progress. You know, and I think the best example of that is, you know, this year we received our licensing from the FIU, and that really is a testament to us stepping in the right.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, but this is gonna be concert of a lifetime. क्योंकि मेरे fans ही हैं, मेरी victory, मेरी history, मेरी glory. So come and witness Yo-Yo Honey sing. This is my story.
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement and energy on one of the country's most storied courses. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 23rd January 2026, Mumbai. This budget, India speaks from every direction, from metros to mandis, from factories to farms. NDTV Profit reports from 36 states and
Good evening, I'm Vikram Oza, and tonight on NDTV Profit, we are setting aside the big question for this special global focus, which is Trump in Davos. Yes, Donald Trump arriving at the World Economic Forum in Davos in Switzerland, having already set the agenda and has already unsettled allies even before delivering his speech. So there was drama en route as well, with his aircraft forced to turn back shortly after takeoff. Once again, though, it's what he's saying that has Europe on edge. There you see him, of course, arriving right now. And yes, this is just minutes ago. But from Davos, Trump has doubled down on tariff threats against the European Union. He's warning of steep duties against the backdrop of his comments on Greenland, questioning long-standing security arrangements under NATO, and hinting at strategic control, all of which have triggered the sharpest response. France and Denmark, they've pushed back firmly. European leaders have closed ranks, and NATO allies are signaling that sovereignty is not up for negotiation. This is not just rhetoric. It's a reminder that under the second Trump presidency, trade, security, and geopolitics are once again very tightly intertwined and very transactional. So that backdrop explains why one speech, not Trump's, not yet, but Mark Carney's, has gone viral. The former Bank of England governor, now the Canadian Prime Minister, is using his Davos address to issue a clear warning against economic coercion, urging allies to stand united, defend democratic norms, and resist the weaponization of trade and finance. It was widely seen as Europe and the broader West drawing an important line in the snow. So all of this lands at a moment when Europe is reassessing its partnerships and hedging its risks. And this includes the fast-tracking of the India-EU Free Trade Agreement, which is why tonight we are breaking down Trump's Davos message on tariffs, territory and power, Europe's response to this, and what this shifting global order means for India, for markets and global trade alliances. So as a precursor to his speech in Davos, of course, I understand he's already landed over there. And we've heard from Donald Trump, but what are the issues that stand as an overhang? That's what we're discussing over here. To discuss this, let's bring in David Roche. David Roche is joining us on the show to break this down. So David Roche, just before that speech is made by Donald Trump, in your opinion, where do we stand? What should we expect from Trump next with all that back and forth that we've got from European leaders, the kind of response we've got from Trump as well to President Macron, and what Mr. Carney has said as well? What's the important takeaway for you before Trump makes his speech in Davos?
Well, I think there are a couple of things to say here. First of all, to say that you said it right. I mean, this is an American foreign policy which is about protectionism, it is about power, it is about money, it is about transactions, and it is about the president's personal ego. So you got it absolutely dead right. Now, finally, he's gone too far. He has issued an ultimatum to Europe, which basically says we will put on tariffs unless you kowtow and surrender European territory, sovereign territory, to the United States. Now, this is important because it is the first time that Trump has used economic coercion only for political ends. And this has had such an electrifying effect on Europe and on Canada and on other countries, and I presume India is not watching it indifferently, because what he actually has done now is to cross a red line. And that red line has finally got European diplomacy off its supine stance of kind of always being nice to Trump because you just accept he's crazy, but at the same time, you never want to insult him because we're afraid he'll walk out of NATO. We're afraid of what he'll do next. So we're just going to go along with him all the way. That's why Europe signed this 15% tariff deal with Trump. Now the Europeans have realized that, as with any schoolyard bully, if you don't stand up to them, you know what happens to you? You get bullied more. So finally, Europe stands up, and so does everybody else. What this actually means is this. Number one, the existing tariff deal, which is stuck in the European Parliament, which has to ratify it for it to become law and go into practice, will not be passed. So essentially, that will trigger a tariff war. Automatically, you're going to go into escalation. Now, what the Europeans will do when Trump puts his tariffs on them is essentially to put on more tariffs, more measures to prevent the United States corporations making money in Europe, which will be passed under what's called the ACI, which is basically the anti-coercion initiative, which the European Union has never used, but is an emergency power which they can use and they probably will use. So that's a very bad scenario for markets. It's bad for economies, but it is about reining Trump in, which has to be done. And I think I would put it to you this way, that we are on the verge of hostilities between the United States and Europe, which won't stop, as you rightly said, at tariffs and trade. It's going to go into the spheres of geopolitics. And I believe personally that it probably spells the end of NATO, which in effect is dead already. But, you know, you don't want to drop the corpse in the middle of the ballroom floor. So people kept on dancing. But in reality, NATO is dead. This is a whole new world. It's a new world between Europe and the United States. And of course, Russia is watching this and saying, gosh, you know, the weaker Trump gets, the weaker Europe gets, the greater the opportunity for us. And that'll be another chapter in another couple of months.
That's going to happen in a couple of months. But David, for the moment, you did mention that Europe is reining in Trump, at least making that attempt, because we are seeing and hearing European leaders pushing back very publicly. Mark Carney's speech calling for unity against coercion, that has struck a chord as we are seeing the virality of the speech he made in Davos. But the question still is, though you're saying Europe is finally learning to stand up to Trump and maybe this is the end of NATO, but the question still stands if Europe still lacks the economic and the political muscle to go ahead and rein in Donald Trump.
I don't think so, because look, obviously everybody gets hurt when a new trade war starts, which I believe is the outcome of what we're talking about. But you've got to understand that Europe has an enormous power over America. Americans, corporations do probably $400 billion worth of direct exports to Europe. Their service sector exports are as big again. And the actual business they do in terms of international corporations, such as credit cards, such as their participation in government contracts, particularly defense, and in terms of the kind of Googles and Metas of this world, which of course Europe has got no equivalent. So these are the companies doing that business in Europe. You're talking about 1.6 trillion US dollars a year. So Europe can hit that. And they can actually say, well, Trump, you're going to hurt us on what we do with America. And, you know, the Europeans own, for example, $3.4 billion worth, $3.4 trillion worth of US treasuries, which is, about, let's say, about 8 times bigger than what China owns. So they've got plenty of levers. Don't assume just because Trump is the more aggressive and he can single out that Europe does more manufacturing trade with the US, that Europe cannot hurt the whole panoply of US business in Europe, which is absolutely vast and critical to the US economy and critical to the sort of people who support Trump, the Musks of this world.
Can Trump hold out against that kind of European pushback right now is the big question. And yes, from the Canadian side, we did hear Mr. Carney make that impassioned speech in Davos. Just let's listen in for a moment to what he said, and we have more panelists joining us on this discussion. But before we go to them, just let's listen in to what Mr. Carney said.
Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited.
Well, that's what we're hearing from the Canadian Prime Minister. Ajay Bagga is also joining us in this discussion. Ajay, markets are hearing what Trump is saying, what European leaders are saying, what Canada is saying. And the message seems to be clear. Tariffs on Europe, tougher trade lines, more uncertainty is what the markets are reading from all of this. But are investors already pricing in a fresh round of trade disruption? Or do markets still believe this is negotiation by threat?
I think it's the latter. Most analysts that I have spoken to, or the wirehouses that have come out with analysis on this, are saying this is temporary. So this is the Trump classic negotiation, take an outlier position, threaten a lot, bluster a lot, and then come away with something in the middle. So most of the market is very complacent. The moves that we have seen in the market is more on the Japanese yields rising that has hurt markets. Of course, sentimentally, there is an impact of Trump, but the sell US trade that we are seeing, as last year it became the taco trade, most of the market is still thinking this will Trump will chicken out eventually, and it will become a taco trade again. So I don't see this going very deep. This is all bluster. The unfortunate part is when you let a bully get away with language like this, as has happened over the last 1 year, all protocols, all international civilities have been put into the fire by allowing Trump to use such language. Imagine a US president putting on social media showing sovereign nations as part of his country and thinking that that is a right messaging. And then his whole team talks like that. Yesterday, the way Scott Bessent went after Macron or after Carney, it's just showing that even his team has got emboldened by using such language, which did not used to be the discourse in international relations. So we have gone down the rabbit hole, but it's not going to get as bad as the worst case scenarios that are being put out. If you look at Europe and US, it's $1.5 trillion of mutual trade. $4.7 trillion have been invested in terms of FDI in mutual companies. So it's not that easy to unravel this. And one Trump can't unravel this. It's good that the Europeans are growing a backbone finally. Let's see if they do that. If you see the former NATO chief's messages to Trump and what Trump put out on social media, along with Macron's message, Europe is still kneeling to Trump. It's not that they are, even in private, they are thinking that appeasement works rather than taking on this person. So I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know if Europe will stand up to it or they will let him buy out Greenland. Who knows?
David is quite convinced, though. David Roche is with us, and he's quite convinced that Europe is going to follow through. Trump, of course, threatening 10% tariffs on multiple European countries, and then that eye-popping 200% tariff on France. So, David, when you read headlines like this, or the kind of rhetoric that is flying around, is it really rhetoric? Because there is economic brinkmanship. Or do you think this is about negotiation by coercion, because Trump is testing whether Europe has the stomach to retaliate? You're saying the stomach is there, but is from Trump's strategy, do you think he's testing waters here to see how far Europe will go?
No, I don't. I think all of this ties into his now obsession with spheres of influence, which includes the conquering of land, as in medieval times. And I think he's crossed the Rubicon in threatening a sovereign state in Europe, one of his allies. That is not about the brinkmanship of negotiating economic advantage. It is about the obsession with global power and spheres of influence. That is why I think this is the real thing and not just about tariffs. Now, having said that, remember that the ability of China to retaliate to the United States was called into question in exactly the same way as the ability of Europe to actually retaliate against the United States can be called into question. But there is a difference. In the case of China, the US could not do without its rare earths, and neither could it do without its consumer products. In the case of Europe, the US cannot do without its markets, particularly for its intangible software products. And these are wide open under the ACI, that is the coercion emergency measures, which are at the disposal of the EU to take measures against, and they will. Now, having said that, whether Europe has finally learned that by kowtowing to a bully, you just get another kick in the face, it certainly took a lot of lessons to teach them, and I hope they have, but I can't guarantee it. But my view is, yes, they have. And this time, we're in it for real.
So there is a dichotomous view over here from Ajay, who believes that this isn't something that Trump is going to follow through on, but markets now, Ajay, they're staring at the possibility of the EU activating that anti-coercion instrument. That is a possibility, according to what we're hearing from David as well. Retaliatory tariffs on over $100 billion of American imports by Europe. So how destabilizing would this be for the global markets if it actually plays out?
Just say one thing before we let my colleague reply to that, and that is that it is not only the emergency coercion measures, it is the fact that the existing agreement with Trump on his tariffs, which was humiliating enough, cannot be ratified unless Trump backs down on Greenland, because it is stuck in the European Parliament, which must ratify it or it will not be applied. That will trigger Trump all on its own.
Ajay?
Yeah, if you look at, I agree with David that mostly that trade deal will not happen. And most of those terms are anyways not happening. If you look at energy, for example, there was an agreement that Europe would buy $750 billion worth over 3 years. The energy imports from the US have actually fallen 15% post that deal. So I don't think that deal was going to be followed. It was more like the Chinese signing in 2019, and they really did not deliver their part. So the Europeans were also winging it. What will change? I think Europe will have to invest a lot more on their own defense. What Europe can do, they can tell US to pack up the bases that it has in Europe and leave. But then what is the defense against Russia? It's the US nuclear umbrella which has made the Europeans complicit. There are no standing armies worthwhile. You will have to go back to conscription. You are looking at UK, where they're calling back ex-servicemen even at the age of 65 to come back and re-enlist. The experience is lacking in those armies. The equipment is lacking. Ukraine has used up a lot of the armaments. So even against Russia, it becomes a question mark. That will be at the back of the Europeans when they negotiate. But public posturing will need to be done now because it's gone beyond the Rubicon. So expect a lot of rhetoric, but let's see what Trump does tonight. He'll come out swinging. He's not going to back out. But I still feel these positions are outlier positions. He's not going to invade Greenland. He has got what he wants. There is a Chinese miner sitting in the south of Greenland mining some of the rare earths. He will want that out. Look at what he started with Panama. It's still not done. Those Chinese companies are still owning ports on both sides of the Panama Canal. He's not been able to get them into American hands even after 1 year. So I think the objectives are much smaller than the outlier rhetoric which he has let out. And if you look at Canada, Mexico as examples, there was a NAFTA. He negotiated another deal, and promptly as he came into the second term, he extinguished both those deals, and they are up for renewal. But Mark Carney has now gone and signed with the Chinese limited trade deal. Mexico doesn't have that flexibility right now because they're too dependent, and Trump is threatening action, boots on the ground against the cartel. So that is an issue, but Carney is really afraid that if Greenland goes and there's an American flag on Greenland, then Canada is next. He's been talking of it as 51st state. Now there, David might be right that something like that comes through. It is the biggest military in the world. There is nobody who can stand up to the American military. And after Venezuela, the way it was done exceptionally well, the way Maduro was taken out, I think that has emboldened this entire set of people around Trump.
Which is why we're thinking that this could be more than bluster, which is why it has set the cat among the pigeons, as it were. And Europe is now standing stronger, at least in terms of the rhetoric that is flying around. Joining us in this discussion is Sushil Singhal, former ambassador. Ambassador Singhal, great to have you with us as well. You know, as we're talking about, yes, great to have you. But look, as far as Trump is concerned, this proposed board of peace as well, besides the other pushes on the tariff front, on Greenland, etc., the board of peace is challenging institutions like the United Nations and even NATO. From a diplomatic lens, is this disruption by design, you think? How worried should allies be about the parallel power structures that seem to be coming up under Trump?
Well, it is quite a worrisome, thing which is going to happen, or at least President Trump, what he's trying to do. Well, what I have seen over the 1 year period, that he starts and sometimes he says it's a joke, and then one by one he start trying to follow it through. Be it in Gaza, he started with the real estate development that time. Then he said, no, we're just thinking, and now he has come out with the board of peace. So board of peace is nothing but substitution of the UN, and it's I was intrigued, or rather a very interesting term which he used for himself, that he will be the chairman of this or president of this board for life, and other members will pay, of course, $1 billion for 3 years term, and then they have to pay again. So it's a very interesting that the other countries will pay for what President Trump is planning to do in Gaza, and nobody else has any say in that. So it's clearly, in my view, his way of thinking. That's he already said that he doesn't trust, or he doesn't he used the term that only his moral compass is what is stops, not the international law. So his thinking is very clear. And also, if you draw the parallel from what he is doing domestically, I think that is the playbook which he's using for the international also. Domestically, he's pushing the envelope to the extent possible in all his powers, all his executive powers. He's already issued executive orders, which I think the other president didn't issue in an 8-year term. So in 1 year, he has issued so many executive orders which are being challenged. We don't know what is going to happen in the courts. Sometimes there, court also oscillate between different arena. I will not go into that, but that is a playbook which he's using in the international relations. And again, he's pushing envelope everywhere. And he claimed now, he's very openly assertive about the fact that he's using tariff as a instrument of state policy. And he is planning to punish everybody who's not willing to follow his rule. I think Europe or European Union has learned very bitter lesson in my view.
Indeed. So we were just talking about Europe and how it's hardly ever used its hard tools, which would be trade retaliation and coercion instruments. David, against the US, of course, this wouldn't have been even conceived. Is this moment really different? And if you're talking about tariffs escalating on both sides of the Atlantic, who pays the price fastest? Is it going to be American consumers or European exporters or global investors? How do you think it's going to affect which party and how much first? Because does that determine who blinks first?
Well, yes and no. But, once you start a war, it never turns out as the strategists say it will. It always turns out to be different. And the same is true of what Trump is actually creating as a trade and geopolitical war now. So everybody will get hurt. I think if the European Union is clever, what they will do is they will actually hit the revenues of the sort of companies which are run by the sort of people who support Trump. And if they use the anti-coercion powers, which they have at their disposal, they can really fire rifle shots at all the names, which I won't name, but you already know by heart, who are the big backers of Trump and MAGA, and who are also multi-billionaires. These guys run a political agenda which is domestic, less taxes, more Trump, and they run an international agenda which is globalized businesses. They are very vulnerable. And if I was the EU, I would be lining them up as little targets on the wall and get ready to shoot.
Will they shoot is the big question right now. Ajay, from your perspective, how do you think this is going to play out? Because a war of any kind, and much less even a trade war, is not good for anyone. But how do you think India is going to emerge? Do you think there is any takeaway for India in the kind of standoff that we are seeing between Europe and America right now?
Yeah, I think the one big takeaway is that in retrospect, thankfully, we don't have a deal. So we have suffered and we'll have a EU-India FTA hopefully next week after nearly 18 years of negotiation. So with Trump, it doesn't matter. Even if you have signed, the paper is not worth its price as a paper, leave aside as an international document. We've seen that with Canada and Mexico. So good that India stood its ground. We have lost out to some extent in textiles, gems, jewelry, leather. That is inevitable, but we found other markets. And hopefully with this deal, for India, if you look at the numbers, China, US and Europe are nearly similar trade partners. The complexion of the trade is different. We have a trade surplus against the US. With Europe, it's marginal $10 billion odd. With China, it's existentially poor. They have a $100 billion surplus against us. So we are very dependent and we have nothing to sell to China apart from some raw materials. But in terms of material numbers, those are equal blocks for us. So getting an FTA with Europe is quite interesting for India. I don't think an Indian deal will be very possible in the scenario that's coming out because Japan, Korea, Australia, all will be watching Europe now from the sidelines, apart from Mexico and Canada. Yeah. China is very clear from 2018-19 onwards. I remember Global Times had taken out 35 big articles, Vikram, where they did self-criticism on how do we get out of being so dependent on the US economy. And they worked on it for the last 5 years. They have a dominant position. They are dumping goods around the world. They've increased their exports into ASEAN, into Africa, into LATAM. even into India, we have $100 billion more that we import from them. So clearly, we are also victims. China is very dominant. Europe is very dependent on the US, mostly also for defense. So what does Putin think of a weakened Europe? It is a weakened Putin also, but they will have to put their defense industries on a very strong front burner to make up for this lack of Trump, for them being able to depend on Trump in a crunch. I think that's the big thing. And would agree with David that the backers of Trump, right from the farmers, so if you look at the 100 billion worth of tariffs that are being mulled, they're hitting soya farmers, they're hitting all the constituencies, the Republican states where these exports are based out of, and companies which are close to the MAGA loyalists. So very carefully they read this.
Ajay, we are just getting these live visuals right now of Trump arriving in Davos. Of course, he landed not too long ago. Remember, his flight had a delay. It had to turn back to Washington. So, yes, there has been a delay of about 3 hours. And then he landed in Zurich, and now this is the helicopter landing that we are seeing in Davos. That's where he's going to make his speech. That is widely awaited, what he's going to say over there. It's going to be a very important speech to watch because there is so much at play right now. So, Ambassador Singhal, if you can tell us, with all these alliances straining, institutions are questioned, what is the single most important diplomatic call that India must get right if Trump's worldview begins to dominate global decision making?
Well, we have to play our cards very carefully. And I think the government is playing very carefully. We are not reacting. I think that is very important. And we need to see what he is doing without reacting to it, because that is what he finds very, very, infuriating for himself, because he's not able to get the target. That's why, when you see, he differentiates between India and PM Modi. He said, PM Modi is my friend and all, but he keeps saying he doesn't talk to me. So what we are doing at the moment, I think, is just wait, and we are playing the waiting game with him, and which he finds in very disconcerting. So be it trade deal or any statements which are coming from his guys, I would say people from administration, they are making all kind of statements against India without any base, but we are not reacting to it. We are working behind the scene with them, and I think that is what we continue to, in my view, continue to do that, because that is the only way we can handle it, and we have to be very patient in dealing with it.
Fair enough. I mean, this is an ongoing discussion right now until we hit the speech. And of course, there will be much more to talk about. I want to thank my panelists for joining us. Ajay Bagga, Ambassador Singhal, David Roche, thank you for joining us with those sharp insights. Of course, we'll circle back once we hear more from Davos, from President Trump over there. We'll take a very small breather. We'll keep this discussion going. Ajay had a word to add to what you were saying, Ajay, before we say goodbye.
Yeah, just before closing, Vikram, Venezuela might have worked, but Iran did not work out because the Arabians refused to give overflight permissions. So I'm saying it's not a given what we are assuming. And that's what most of the market is assuming, that when we get through this rhetoric, it will be the Trump tax cuts, the Trump stimulus, and the AI story, which we will be back to. Might take a couple of weeks, might take a week, but we will be there back on the ground in the markets. This will blow away without causing serious harm.
That's a strong takeaway for the markets. We are going to watch developments very closely, but we'll take a small breather as we continue our special coverage of Trump in Davos. He's landed over there. You're seeing his chopper landing in Davos. His speech is going to follow. A quick break, and we'll be back with more on the flip side. Don't go away. We'll be back.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री।
All right, our continuing coverage of Trump in Davos, and we have an entire team of NDTV that is present in Davos, covering it from different perspectives. Right now, of course, we are watching Donald Trump's arrival in Davos, and he's going to make a speech over there. But even before he does, the stage is really set because there has been so much rhetoric that has been flying around about what we should expect next. All we wait for is the American president's speech at the World Economic Forum. But before that, let's go across to NDTV Network's editor-in-chief, Rahul Kanwal. Rahul is joining us from Davos. Rahul, this is happening at a time when Trump is threatening to acquire Greenland. So from this visit to Davos, from that speech that he's going to make over there, what can we expect from Donald Trump?
The World Economic Forum Congress Center is packed to the brim. I've been coming here for several years now. Very rarely are the halls quite as chock-a-block as they are, and as high profile. I just bumped into Commerce Secretary of the United States, Howard Lutnick, while I was walking up to the NDTV studios here in Davos. Former Ambassador Richard Verma, top businessmen, economists, they're all there. And the only thing they're talking about is what will Trump say? And the interesting thing there is no one's quite sure. So if you listen to those who cover the White House, the top journalists, the editors in the American newspapers whose job it is to cover the American president's office, like it is for many of my colleagues to cover the Prime Minister's office, they're saying that Trump will try and come across as an international player. He doesn't want to come across as somebody who's off the rails. He'll probably try and dial down and appear reasonable and talking to a global audience, talking about the globalization project and saying that it's not over. That's those who cover the White House. However, there's a lot of trepidation and concern amongst those from Europe. I was speaking earlier to the Secretary General of the NATO, the President of Finland, Alexander Stubb. Many of them are hugely concerned, with very good reason, with everything that they've heard President Trump say over the past few days, particularly on Greenland. When he was asked that question about Greenland, he says, how far will you go? He says, wait and see. What we're seeing very clearly is Europe trying to suggest that they will push back. They obviously realize that without American support, the ability to push back is very weak. In fact, that was the conversation in one of the WEF sessions this morning. Can Europe defend itself? And the unfortunate reality is, while defense spending has gone up from say 1.5% to 2% just in the last year, they've promised to take it up to 5%. The fact is that at this position, at this time, Europe is in no position to defend himself. Zelensky is here tomorrow. We're going to be in a session with him, and the critical concern is, with Russia already occupying about 20% of the landmass of Ukraine without support from the US, and with whatever little support Europe can continue to muster, can Ukraine defend itself? Those are the critical questions. It's never been as complicated to cover the World Economic Forum or even to cover geopolitics, because geopolitics in some sense is being replaced by ego politics. So much happening so quickly. It's almost as if you're watching a surreal television opera rather than decisions which influence the fate of nations. And the man who's literally at the center of that storm, creating that storm himself, Donald Trump, he'll be here at the World Economic Forum very soon, and we'll be bringing you live coverage all across the NDTV network.
But Rahul, this is also, like you said, it's becoming a battle of egos, and in Davos it's likely to play out. It certainly is when it comes to the European Union and the United States right now, and there seems to be a showdown of sorts that is happening in Davos. I understand there is a slew of protests also taking place over there. So this is a kind of messaging that is going out. How is it going to be read?
Oh, as I was walking into the Congress Center, in different places along the promenade, there were people protesting, down with Trump, go bad, all kinds of protest messages. And that is part of the surround sound. The critical thing is, in the bilateral meetings that he has, in the meetings he has with the heads of state, remember, 6 of the G7 countries are here. There's a massive business delegation that Trump is meeting. Many, in fact, had to change their flights to be able to be part of this meeting that Trump is doing with 100 plus global business leaders. So the conversation there is, how do you deal with this man? Nobody wants to get on his wrong side. We saw Mike Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, push back very strong. In fact, he got a very rare standing ovation inside the Congress Center yesterday when he was speaking, and a lot of people appreciated, especially off record, his very stern message. But they don't want to be on Trump's wrong side, so they're saying, they're trying to deliver in as firm, in as polite a way their sentiment. They're trying to communicate that, but they don't frankly want to get on his wrong side. These protesters, of course, trying to convey their message. Trump clearly immune to protest, immune to what anyone thinks. He even went out to say, I didn't get the Nobel, which is why I now want Greenland. There's no point in pursuing the path of peace. It doesn't get me anywhere. And he's indicated that he's willing to go any distance. Now, how much of that is rhetoric? How much of that is filibuster? How much of that is reality? We don't know. We saw what he did in Venezuela with Nicolas Maduro. At this moment, and nobody in Davos is quite certain of what he'll do.
You're absolutely right, Rahul. Of course, huge question marks on what he's going to do. Also on what he's going to say there in that speech in Davos. In fact, Tamanna, my colleague, who's also there, right outside the venue where Trump is going to speak. She's standing there with her handheld camera. You're at the venue, Tamanna. What's the mood like? What's the expectation like?
I'm going to apologize in advance, Vikram, for my filming capabilities. It's not my strong suit, but this is too exciting not to cover live. So what you're seeing behind me, this Congress Hall, is where Donald Trump is going to speak. And the lines to get in have been formed since about an hour and a half. Now, there was a lot of speculation over the last couple of hours. Is he going to be on time? Is he not going to be on time? But he absolutely is. In fact, I'm going to just flip around and show you some of what we're seeing around us. So this tells you, and this is where they're actually going to broadcast for those of us who don't get in, that 2:30 to 3:15 is going to be that special address from Donald Trump, and only official participants will go in. I just spotted Jensen Wong walking in a short while ago, and we sent you those pictures, so maybe those will be up shortly. But this is kind of the crowd, cheek to get in right now. And for the last few days, look at that. That staircase is where, the elite, the VIPs and the regular folks are also just jostling for a sight of the man who has, at this point, enthralled the world with what is going to come next. So that is really what's going on. It's insane, to say the very least. I think over the last 3 days in Davos, no matter who you speak to, whether it's an Indian corporate, it's a global voice, it's whoever it is or someone from the government, the conversation's only been about what does it mean for the world and what will Donald Trump say? I mean, speculations are rife. I've heard various versions. I don't know if any of them are true, but one of them being that he's going to announce that there has been a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. Maybe. The other is that, remember, all of the G7 leaders, 6 of the G7 leaders are here. The European Union leaders are here. And this venue where I'm standing, this is where all of the sound bites are being shot, where they come and actually talk about, pushing back against what Trump is doing on Greenland, on tariffs, on that kind of escalation. There's also the announcement of the Gaza Peace Board that is being reported. In fact, one of the people who is named on that peace board, I caught up with them on these very steps. Hey, I don't know if you can spot some of those celebrities coming down. There they are. Okay, I caught up with them on these very steps, and I actually asked that, what are you going to do on this Gaza Peace Board? And he said, I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure that I'm on it and what I'm supposed to do. So it's really minute by minute that things are changing. And all of that speculation about the snag that Air Force One hit and came back. I mean, people have been wondering if it was at the end of the day also a kind of a power play where Trump is keeping everyone guessing.
Tamanna, as we are the only channel who's getting all these live visuals right from the venue where Trump is going to be speaking not very far from now, I'm just wondering, with all the pressure that perhaps is building on this entire event, on what Trump is likely to say on many subjects, and there's so much speculation, there's so much buzz over there, I'm wondering if you think Trump is also feeling the pressure of having to deliver a huge announcement. Like you said, it could be a peace deal with Ukraine. Do you think the pressure is on him to deliver some big ticket announcement over there?
I'm yet to see any evidence of Trump feeling pressure on anything. If one thing must be said is that this man plays by his own rules. We've seen that across the board. Everyone else has to figure out what it means for them. But I don't know if he's feeling any pressure at all. But definitely, it remains to be seen what he's going to say at this point. I don't know if I can get a couple of people to pitch in and tell us what you think. Ishan, you have a minute? I'm live. Do you have a minute? I'm live. You want to give us a quick comment what you think Trump is going to say? Okay, I have Ishan Tharoor. He's a global journalist. You're live on NDTV Profit. Sorry for doing that. That's okay. What do you think Trump is going to talk about? And my uncle just asked me, do you think with all of this pressure, he's going to be nervous? My take was he's not nervous about anything.
Trump advisor. Someone I expect Trump's cash
Now we seem to have a very patchy line. I can't hear what Mr. Tharoor is saying over there. So perhaps we'll try and reconnect with you in just a moment. Tamanna, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
The line is very patchy.
Let me just try and flip it. Ishan, come here. The line is patchy. Okay, that's okay. No, wait, you know what? I'm going to try and get Ishan maybe to a spot. Remember, viewers, we're doing this on the fly. My camera is not my best suit. My hands are also too short to give a proper frame. But there, can you hear Ishan better?
Yes, go ahead.
I think, yeah, that's fine. My anchor says it's fine. Go for it, Ishan.
I don't know. Say, for this respect, also from this rhetoric.
Needs to be on Ishan.
You were saying you think he's going to sound more conciliatory.
No, we're not able to hear him.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Ishan. Thank you. That's very sporting of you to just jump into our broadcast. All right, so there you have it. So many voices coming in, and at this point, really, it's anybody's guess. But I think we're going to start any minute.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we'll try and get you as many updates from here as we can.
Tamanna, if I can ask you just before you leave, those protests that were happening over there, I was asking Rahul as well, did you witness those, and what were the protests about?
So there are so many people with signboards. I think you pick the issue and there's someone who's protesting against it or rooting for it. So I have seen people outside the USA House even talking about children's rights and, against transgender people. There are protests against the rich, which always happens every year at Davos. So I would say that's part of the color. But here, the moment you step into the Congress Center, what you need to understand, Vikram, is there are two parts of Davos. One is outside the Congress Center and one is inside. And, you need a badge which gets you in. So if you are on the outside, it's a whole different Davos. And once you're on the inside, it's then you have the people who've been invited, the movers and shakers, who really aren't too worried about the protests, let's be honest. They're worried about the conversation that's going to happen in there in a few minutes from now.
We're waiting, we're on standby right now to hear from Trump. And of course, you'll be getting us the very latest from there, Tamanna. We're looking forward to all the live updates. Of course, NDTV Profit, like I mentioned, the only channel over there at the venue where Trump is going to be speaking and getting you live footage right from where the action is about to unfold. Like we said, Trump has landed in Davos and his chopper is over there. Now it's onwards to the speech and what big ticket announcements he's going to make over there is going to be extremely critical to watch. Meanwhile, we are carrying on this conversation and we've got Arvind Sanghera joining us, managing partner at Geosphere Capital. Mr. Sanghera, great to have you with us. You think this is the clearest signal yet that the transatlantic relationship is entering a structurally unstable phase under Trump?
Yeah, I think that train has already left the station. I think at this point, the rupture was well explained by Prime Minister Carney. I think it is very hard to put, as they say, the proverbial genie back in the bottle. I think at this point, nobody in any major country can afford to trust anything that Trump says because it's subject to change of mind. So I think the answer is yes. I think Trump may talk nice, but he's not backing down on Greenland. I don't think he's going to back down on his strongman image or on his view that, his Donroe doctrine, which is the modern Monroe doctrine of spheres of influence, all of those are now cast in stone. How that plays out in which sphere, where, remains to be seen, but it's essentially destabilizing. And that's something that, markets, investors, business people have to get used to, and companies and governments have to get used to.
Are they going to get used to it? Richard Harris is joining us, Chief Executive at Port Shelter Investment Management. Good to have you with us as well, Richard. Richard, what do you think? How sanguine will the markets be? Knowing Trump's ways, yes, you wake up and then there is this headline that will grab attention and markets will react. But how much of all that is being talked about, all that becomes a rallying point between Europe and America right now on several critical issues that are at play because of the tariffs playing out, how much of that is actually getting factored into the markets? How is it being seen globally?
Well, I think the markets are still trying to figure out what's going on, just like everybody else. As your last speaker said, we wake up in the morning and Trump's contradicted something he said just before we all went to bed. So it is very difficult to see what's happening. But I think that Greenland, this issue is really quite fundamental because you can look at Iran, you can look at Gaza, you can look at Ukraine, you can look at Venezuela, but they are relatively small in terms of global market issues. We're talking about a real rupture between the US and Europe. And don't forget, you're looking at 1/3 of the world's trade between those two. So if that's disrupted, you can imagine exactly what's going to happen to the global economy. We may well see global recession. We'll certainly see some real issues in the markets. If nobody has any money, who's going to buy all those AI products that are going to be coming out? So that's why I think Greenland is significant. The other thing your speaker said a moment ago is the train's left the station in a lot of these things. People don't trust Trump now geopolitically. They don't trust him for the independence of the central bank. He changes his mind on a great number of things. He ignores the checks and balances with the presidency. So it's extremely difficult for market participants to really figure out where they are. A lot does depend on the speech today, but I think you're right. I think he will be conciliatory, and I also think that he will also dwell quite a lot on domestic issues. Remember that politicians often give speeches overseas for their domestic audience, so we may well see more on domestic issues such as affordability than we actually do on Greenland.
Do you agree, Mr. Sangir? What are your expectations from Trump's speech? Do you think this is going to be about domestic politics? Because Mr. Trump has a lot to gain from speaking directly to his voters at this point in time. But of course, Greenland is top of mind, and that's the buzz in Davos. So in terms of the disruption that any kind of Trump statement can cause in a speech of this kind, which is being so widely watched, where are your expectations pegged?
If the question is from me, I agree. Yes. I agree that domestic is, affordability and the midterm elections are top of mind for Trump. And it's ironic that in the last couple of days, he's focused on foreign affairs with Greenland coming to the fore. And then he's going to go to Davos and maybe talk a little more about affordability. And I think Trump likes to, mix things up and be unpredictable. So it would not surprise me at all to see a focus on how he's making things more affordable, and in a global sense, how he's, helping Venezuelan oil get unlocked, how he's helping, other affordability issues, including kind of claiming victory on foreign policy. But the idea that he will not touch on some of his grievances globally or some of his views, I think is probably too much to hope for. But hopefully, we don't get too much dwelling on that and more on domestic, because that would be a sigh of relief for global markets and for countries around the world if he's focused more on domestic affordability and can, focus on how he's going to make that better.
But how concerned would exporters be, Richard, at this time? Because this could be really damaging, this constant uncertainty. Tariffs today, counter tariffs tomorrow. For long-term contracts, for pricing, all of this is up in the air. And it's almost always up in the air. So for them, how do you see what is playing out right now? How is it likely to affect their future?
Well, I think obviously uncertainty is bad for markets. That's a truism. But don't forget, I think that one of the key truism is TACO. Trump always chickens out, TACO.
Yeah.
And by that, I mean that the Europeans have been really exercised by this. There's clearly a lot of opposition. I'm sure he will continue to talk tough for a little while, but if you see time and time again, when he meets real opposition, he chickens out. He'll know just as much as anybody that a real split with Europe is going to cause serious damage to the US economy. So I think he'll push it as far as he can. The big danger with that, of course, is how much damage is done in the meantime. We've already said that there's a real credibility issue with the Trump administration and pretty well the rest of the world. There's a lot of damage there. There's a lot of concern in the economy, as we're mentioning about the independence of the central bank, interest rates, the use of the judiciary against some of his opponents. All of these things have actually undermined credibility. And the key thing is how much damage is going to be done before he finally backs out and puts his spotlight somewhere else.
In fact, former diplomat and High Commissioner Veena Sikri is also with us. She's joining us on the phone line. Veena Sikri, what is your expectation? Is there a TACO that is expected over here from Trump? Because part of the expectation is that, because European leaders, they are pushing back and doing it strongly and doing it very publicly. So is this coordinated resolve, or do you think we're likely to see divisions within Europe once that economic pain sets in? And that's a little bit into the future. But do you think that could happen, or do you think Trump is going to retrace, seeing the kind of pushback that the Europeans are gunning for?
I think this is part of the Trump bargain. I think what he's going to get, what he wants in Greenland, minus the sovereignty. I think he will want this to be a breaking point with the Prime Minister. Carney's speech was very significant on this point. It is in many ways a path-breaking speech, signaling that countries are just not going to, roll over and wait to see what happens to them. So I think that there is going to be free and frank discussions. Already, America has a military base in Greenland. He will be able to get more military bases. He will be able to get the sole rights for exploitation of the rare earths and perhaps gold and other material. He will be able to get the real estate development that some of his friends like billionaire Lauder is already doing. And I think all that will happen. And there will be an agreeable settlement on on Greenland. And I think that it will be in Trump's interest to appear conciliatory. He cannot come on a global stage like this and again appear to be, taking on the entire world, because that won't help America's image at all in the rest of the world. And this is the important point that I think he has been told to watch out for. Back home in America, there has been a lot of murmurings from within Congress among the senators and the others, and I think that too he has to take on board. His popularity ratings are certainly not going up. They're only headed in the wrong direction. So I do think that he will make some important statements. I think as it is, his own proposals for the border peace haven't really been welcomed in the way that he thought they would have been welcomed. And we've even had President Macron declining and so on. So the pushback has started. President Trump will appear conciliatory. He will get everything that he wants on Greenland except the sovereignty, and that will be the way out.
So in that case, Europe may not activate or may not even to the point where they need to activate their anti-coercion instrument. Mr. Sanger, what are the chances that that could happen, this anti-coercion instrument that Europe may not have used? Is there a possibility right now that it could be against the US if the Americans do push through and Trump is not as conciliatory as Veena Sikri is pointing out, that some of you have been telling us? Does that materially change how global trade flows pan out?
Well, I'm not so sure that Trump is ready to call quits yet in terms of pushing. He may not push it too much in the speech today, but the reality is that if you look at the European side, the Germans already came out against that, that extreme measure which Macron from France has suggested. So I don't think the Europeans are divided. I think the Europeans are divided on how strongly they want to push back. They definitely want to push back. But what the nature of that pushback will take, there's been many thoughts about trade retaliation, about even selling US treasuries. So, there's a lot of stuff that's out there. And Trump's speech will, I think, to some extent determine as to how aggressively Europe responds or how they take it a step at a time. I think the minimum that's going to happen is that the trade deal that was signed with the US or that was agreed to with the US, which is supposed to pass the European Parliament imminently, will be put on hold till this whole 10%, 25% tariff threat is resolved. So I think that that all bets are off the table, and I think things are going to get worse before they get better, because I don't think Trump is going to completely back down, and I do believe that Trump is kind of more about history books about acquiring Greenland, like former presidents got Louisiana and Alaska and what have you. So he's been offered the full defense option, and he's refused.
Yes.
It's going to take serious pain before he agrees to that. The pain hasn't come yet.
The pain hasn't come yet, but can it anytime soon? Tamanna Inamdar, my colleague, is at the venue where Trump is going to make his speech. And Tamanna, if you can hear me, I'm having this interesting debate over here, Tamanna, where there is one side that believes that Trump may go conciliatory right now. He doesn't want to stretch too far. He's going to talk to his voters back home, and he wants to perhaps really, smoothen out the ruffled feathers as of now. He may not go too far in this speech. The other side believes that he would, because there is that much more grandstanding that needs to take place when it comes to Greenland and tariffs, and express the American point of view very clearly, or the Trump point of view more than anything else. What are you picking up there?
Look, before I tell you what I think, and frankly, either here nor there would be correct, or we'll just know in some time, I want to just give you a sense of where we are. So if you can see the Congress Hall, the sign there which says Congress Hall, that is where Trump is speaking. It has a capacity of about 3,000 people, if I'm not mistaken, and it is packed. This entire area has had people queuing up for the last hour and a half. What you're seing on the side, it was people waiting to see a glimpse of him, because
We're not sure what side he's going to come from. So, or is he coming right from inside? Everything has been very hush-hush. Since this morning, there has been speculation that this session would be extended.
Sorry.
That's all right. This session would be extended. Sorry, we're going on the fly here, so viewers should understand this is not maybe going to be like a perfectly produced piece, but we're trying to get to the live action from where we are. His flight got a snag, a technical snag on Air Force One, is what we were told, and had to go back. Meanwhile, he's come 3 hours later, but even so, well in time for his session. Can you see the whole 4 year? I don't know if you got it back in the shot, but that was Chandrababu Naidu just passing by right now. Yeah, there you have Chandrababu Naidu over there, you have who's who over here, all coming and listening into what maybe Trump is going to say. You're going to have everyone here. So the plenary session and that main hall is packed. They have 3 overflow sessions as well. People have made their way there. I think those are also full capacity. But no, everyone's starting to hear what has to say. Now, coming back to your question about what the buzz is there, many theories. I don't know if they're correct. One theory was that this idea of arriving late, maybe there was a technical snag, but a bit of a power play, because he kept the world guessing about when he was going to arrive. The second part of it is whether he was conciliatory or not. Let's look at it logically. Has he shown any signs of being conciliatory in all of the commentary and the social media posts in the last 48 hours? The answer is no. Is there any reason for him to be conciliatory? The answer is really no. And the fact that he didn't read the text that Macron sent him, I mean, that shows me that Trump is trying to give up. I don't really care what's I'm going to get my raise. Also, what we're picking up, some of the sessions, because remember, the Trump team has been here for some time. Eric Trump was here last evening. We were at an event where someone was heading to the East, Eric Trump. We know Howard Lutnick is here. He spoke earlier today. So his top team is already here. And what they're saying is on point. Nothing is changing in what they're saying. So there seems to be no real reason for Trump to go conciliatory at any point, is what I would add to the debate that you're having right now. But I must tell you, the atmosphere is completely exciting. Everyone's waiting with bated breath to see what's happening. And we're the only channel actually getting you the feel of what's happening here from the ground, just meters away from where Trump is going to talk. And maybe deliver the speech that the world is looking for.
And very quickly, Tamanna, because you said the who's who is over there and you've had a chance to speak to some of the who's who of India Inc., you asked them to look into the camera and have asked them to ask Trump a question. What was the trend question that you got from them?
I think some very interesting ones. One person said, Trump, India loves USA, India loves Trump, so let's try and watch this out. I think that was Amit Kalyani. You had, Mohit Joshi asked that question to him today. He said, I'm not going to say anything to Trump. I'm just going to give a victory sign and ask for a selfie because it's best, not to manifest. And you don't know how he will react to what anyone will say. So people have been pretty candid with their responses of what will happen. What response from someone who said, the one thing I would tell Trump is take a break. So I don't know if that's going to happen at all. And that was really on the lighter note to think about, to get a sense of how India Inc. is looking at what Trump is going to do. Remember, from that standpoint, and you've seen what's happened in the markets also the last couple of days, not just Indian markets, in the US markets as well. This whole brewing of tariff rhetoric is putting everyone at an unease. You've seen gold prices zoom as a result, etc. Now, some major Indian corporates here, and I was speaking to someone in the pharmaceutical sector today, who was saying that I don't know, from what Howard Lutnick said at one of the sessions which happened right here at this venue, it seems like the US may crack down on the pharma sector. If that were to happen, it's a problem.
Thank you so much
so
for your cooperation.
those are some of the comments which is going on. The World Economic Forum. Wait, if you just hear that.
The Fusion Room, Sonata, Aspen 2 or Aspen 4 for the overflow. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
So here's what she just said. The session, the hall is filled to capacity, and now there are 2 additional overflow rooms that have been opened up to seat people. I think at this point, it's every man, for themselves to find a spot to sit down and just listen into what Trump is going to say? He literally has the who's who of the global elite with bated breath waiting for his speech. And I know we're going to cut live to it as soon as it starts so our viewers can stay on with it and listen to it there as well.
Absolutely. We had a brief look at the venue, at the exact spot where Trump is going to be speaking. And of course, all eyes and ears are going to be trained in that direction. Tamanna, we'll keep coming back to you for more of the action as it unfolds. And the speech, of course, we'll be watching very closely and hearing very closely as well. So indeed, as far as the action unfolds, this is for India going to be a delicate balancing act as well, because at one level, we're trying to deepen ties with Europe without antagonizing Washington. Is this a real balancing act, Veena Sikri? What do you make of it? We seem to have lost connection with Veena Sikri, but in your opinion, we're looking at this entire development where the Indians are trying to do a deal with Europe. So, Richard, in your understanding, this kind of FTA that India is trying to do with Europe, how important a play and timing is this? Because we haven't been able to get that piece moving with the Americans, and that still lies in the balance. At that point in time, to deepen our ties with Europe, what do you think is going to be at play? Is going to be an important... sorry, before I come to you, we've got these live visuals from the center, the Congress Center, where Donald Trump is about to make his speech. He's arrived on stage, as you can see, and he's about to make that speech that everyone is about to listen to. So let's just tune in.
Larry, it's great to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland, and to address so many respected business leaders, so many friends, few enemies, and all of the distinguished guests. It's a who's who, I will say that. I've come to this year's World Economic Forum with truly phenomenal news from America. Yesterday marked the one-year anniversary of my inauguration, and today, after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging, investment is soaring, incomes are rising. Inflation has been defeated. Our previously open and dangerous border is closed and virtually impenetrable. And the United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround in our country's history. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth, and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite. Virtually no inflation and extraordinarily high economic growth. Growth like I believe you'll see very shortly our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. So that's in 1 year, 52 records, adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, 401ks, and people's savings. People are doing very well. They're very happy with me. Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. Think of that, 1 trillion, substantially less than that. In 4 years, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment. That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, the United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies, it should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. and this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than a year, maybe like a year and 1 month. But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we have achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way, it's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. But we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times what they were making in government. So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me. Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers, we're lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming, but we had no choice. To make a country great, you can't have all federal jobs. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion and slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month, they went up and up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every single new regulation, but instead I've cut, actually till this point, 129 regulations for every one new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation, we do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing. That's the one they like. And bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with that. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country, but it's done by us. It was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program. But you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%, and all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now they all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers. American exports are now up by more than $150 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%, and that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very quick, fast approvals. In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner, too. The European nations, Japan, South Korea. They're our partners. They've gone into massive deals with us, especially on oil and gas. And these agreements raise growth and cause stock markets to boom, not only in the U.S., but virtually every country that came to make a deal, because, as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you follow. It's really become a staple. In America, I've stopped the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices while sending jobs and factories to the world's worst polluters. They are indeed polluters. Under sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. And they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, and some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people that had no idea what the hell they were doing. Under my leadership, U.S. natural gas production is at an all-time high by far. U.S. oil production is up by 730,000 barrels a day, and last week we picked up 50 million barrels from Venezuela alone. Venezuela has been an amazing place for so many years, but then they went bad with their policies. 20 years ago, it was a great country, and now it's got problems, but we're helping them. And those 50 million barrels, we're going to be splitting up with them, and they'll be making more money than they've made in a long time. Venezuela is going to do fantastically well. We appreciate all of the cooperation we've been giving. We've been giving great cooperation. Once the attack ended, and they said, let's make a deal. More people should do that. But Venezuela is going to make more money in the next 6 months than they've made in the last 20 years. Every major oil company is coming in with us. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. The leadership of the country has been very good. They've been very, very smart. The price of gasoline is now below $2.50 a gallon in many states, $2.30 a gallon in most states. Then we'll soon be averaging less than $2 a gallon. In many places, it's already down even lower, $1.95 a gallon. Numerous states are at $1.99, numbers that nobody has heard for years. Actually, since my last administration, we got it down to around those numbers. I've signed an order directing and approval of many new nuclear reactors. We're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger, but they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe. And we're leading the world in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which when added up is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are. You got to hand it to them. But we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you know, you people are brilliant. You have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me. They didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks. But most aren't going that. They're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land, destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea, and they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. They're sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses, and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China's very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They use a thing called coal, mostly. China goes with the coal. They go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit, and they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though, and I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They are shocked that it continues to go. They're very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They killed the birds. They ruin your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration, more vulnerability to hostile foreign adversaries, and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe. Scotland and Germany, 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe as a civilization. I want to see it do great. That's why issues like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West, because Europe and those countries have to do their thing. They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. It's beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II, when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory, and hold it we did at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we've got him in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory that's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, you know, everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many places. There's no rare earth, no such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing, but there's so much rare earth. And to get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%, there's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. You can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it. When I went in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and they only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open. The inflation was raging. Everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well. He and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening, too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in, and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it with the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan. I settled other wars that were Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in 1 day. And President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. I'm talking about NATO, I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP, but they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then, more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said, we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5. They didn't pay the 2, and now they're paying the 5. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General, who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago, after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now, after I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today. We have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago, that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. What we did for Israel was amazing, but that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS. We did a lot. I did a lot of big things, all perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know. So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And let me say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people. Look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war. Their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call, your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going, they'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering, how many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked, we're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time because of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, they buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries, and I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment, F-35s. F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the Stage 6. It's supposed to be the first Stage 6 plane, undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO, and that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy and gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever. Whether it's 48 years or ever, it's terrible, costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early. But he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president, because I don't believe a sane president would have ever signed the kind of things that he signed. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess, but we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But we have a favored nations policy that every president wanted, no president was able to get. I got it, and other nations approved it. And I had to use tariffs in order to get it because they said, no way. In other words, a pill that costs 10% in London costs $130. Think it costs $10 in London, costs $130 in New York or in Los Angeles. And I'd say, boy, that's bad. Friends would say, you know, we go to London, you can buy the stuff for nothing. We go all over the world, we can buy it for nothing. Because basically America was subsidizing every nation in the world. Because presidents allowed them to get away with it. It became very tough. So when I called up Emmanuel Macron, I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened? But I watched him sort of be tough. But he was at $10 for a pill. And I said, Emmanuel, and I have all the big pharmaceutical companies are in total agreement. It wasn't easy, by the way. They're tough, smart. They've been getting away with the scam for a long time. But they gave it up. But they said, you'll never get the countries to approve it. I said, why is that? Because they won't. They always said, we're not paying any more. Get the rest for the United States. So over the years, they stayed the same. We just went up, up, up. And I mean, we would pay 13, 14, 15 times more than some certain countries would. So I said, no, they'll approve it 100%. Sir, you'll never get them to approve it. I said, I guarantee you. But I actually started with Emmanuel, who probably is in the room too. And I like him. I actually like him. Hard to believe, isn't it? And I said, Emmanuel, you're going to have to lift the price of that pill to $20, maybe $30. Think of that. That means it's a doubling of prescription drugs. Might be a tripling, might be a quadrupling. It's not easy. No, 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 Donald, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will, 100%. He said, no, no, no. You're asking me to double. I said, Emmanuel, you've been taking advantage of the United States for 30 years with prescription drugs. You really should do it, and you will do it. I have no doubt. In fact, I am 100% sure you're going to. No, 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 I will not do it. Because, yes, in all fairness to him, he has to double or triple. Because the world being a bigger place than the United States, it's not that you meet in the middle. You just have to go up some, and we come down a lot. They go up a little, we come down a lot. So we're at $130, they're at 10. So they may have to go to 20 or 30. No more than that. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to be doubling or tripling? No, no, no. I said, here's the story, Emmanuel. The answer is you're going to do it. You're going to do it fast. And if you don't, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything that you sell into the United States and a 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes. And that's about 10 times more than what I'm requesting. And you're going to do it. I don't want to go public with it, but you may make me do that. No, no, Donald, I will do it. I will do it. It took me, on average, 3 minutes a country, saying the same thing. You will do it. They all said, no, 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 I will not do it. You're asking me to double the cost of prescription. I said, that's right, because you've been screwing us for 30 years. And they said, we will not do it. I said, that's all right. On Monday morning, we're putting a 25, 30, 50. I gave different numbers for different countries. This is also national security we're talking about. Not fair. We're not going to subsidize the whole world. And every one of those countries have agreed to do it. So one of the biggest things that I've done is the fact that we have now most favored nation. We will pay whatever the lowest price is in the entire world. So our drug prices are going to be coming down by staggering 90%. Again, you could say 1,000%, 2,000%. Depends on the way you want to figure it, but we'll go with the way the fake news likes it better because it sounds, can you imagine a 90% reduction sounds much worse. But drug prices are going to be coming down tremendously in all the nations, and I appreciate them doing it, but they did it. In all fairness, without tariffs, I wouldn't have been able to get it done. After declining $3,000 under Biden, real incomes are up in the United States by $2,000, $3,000, and even $5,000 and more. Home ownership has always been a symbol of health and vigor of American society, but that goal fell out of reach for millions and millions of people in the Biden era because interest rates went up so high. Today, I'm taking action to bring back this bedrock of the American dream. In recent years, Wall Street giants and institutional investment firms, many of you are here, many of you are good friends of mine, many of you are supporters. Sorry to do this, Joe, I'm so sorry. But you've driven up housing prices by purchasing hundreds of thousands of single-family homes, and it's been a great investment for them. Often as much as 10% of houses on the market. You know, the crazy thing is a person can't get depreciation on a house, but when a corporation buys it, they get depreciation. Okay, that's something we're going to have to think about, too. I don't know if too many people think about that. You buy a corporation, they buy 500 houses, they buy hundreds of thousands, they buy 500 houses, they can take depreciation. A person sweats and works and buys one house, they can't. But homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. We're not going to do that. That's why I have signed an executive order banning large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. It's just not fair to the public. They're not able to buy a house. And I'm calling on Congress to pass that ban into permanent law, and I think they will. One of the biggest barriers to saving for a down payment has been surging credit card debt. The profit margin for credit card companies now exceeds 50%, one of the biggest. And they charge Americans interest rates of 28%, 30%, 31%, 32%. Whatever happened to usury? So to help our citizens recover from the Biden disaster, all caused by this horrible president, I'm asking Congress to cap credit card interest rates at 10% for 1 year. And this will help millions of Americans save for a home. They have no idea they're paying 28%. They go out there a little late in their payment and they end up losing their house. It's terrible. To unleash innovation in savings and financing, I'm also working to ensure America remains the crypto capital of the world. And to that end, last year, I signed the landmark Genius Act into law. Now Congress is working very hard on crypto market structure legislation, Bitcoin, all of them, which I hope to sign very soon, unlocking new pathways for Americans to reach financial freedom. And I did it for two reasons. Number one, I thought it was politically good, and it was. I got tremendous political support. But more importantly, China wanted that market, too. It's just like they want the AI. And we've got that market, I think, pretty well locked up. If I didn't do it, Biden was totally against it until before the election when they realized that, there were millions of people voting against him over crypto. And all of a sudden they loved it very much, but it was too late. They blew it. But it is politically popular, but it's much more importantly, we have to make it so that China doesn't get the hold of it. And once they have that hold, we're not going to be able to get it back. So I'm honored to have done it. Finally, I've instructed government-backed institutions to purchase up to $200 billion in mortgage bonds to bring down interest rates. And I'll be announcing a new Fed chairman in the not-too-distant future. I think he'll do a very good job. See, I gave away some of it. He did give that away. So we have something, got something, but somebody that's very respected. They're all respected. They're all great. Everyone that I interviewed is great. Everyone could do, I think, a fantastic job. Problem is they change once they get the job. They do. They're saying everything I want to hear, and then they get the job. They're locked in for 6 years. They get the job, and all of a sudden, let's raise rates a little bit. I call them, sir, we'd rather not talk about this. It's amazing how people change once they have the job, but it's too bad. Sort of disloyalty, but they got to do what they think is right. We have a terrible chairman right now. Jerome, too late Powell. He's always too late. And he's very late with interest rates, except before the election. He was just fine for the other side. So we're going to have somebody that's great, and we hope he does the right job. Last week, the average 30-year mortgage rate dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. Another major factor in driving up housing costs was the mass invasion of our borders. And I have to say one thing about housing, because nobody ever says this. I am very protective of people that already own a house, of which we have millions and millions and millions. And because we have had such a good run, the house values have gone up tremendously. And these people have become wealthy. They weren't wealthy. They become wealthy because of their house. And every time you make it more and more and more affordable for somebody to buy a house cheaply, you're actually hurting the value of those houses, obviously, because the one thing works in tandem with the other. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt the value of people that own a house who, for the first time in their lives, are walking around the streets of whatever city they're in, very proud that their house is worth $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Now, if I want to really crush the housing market, I could do that so fast that people could buy houses, but you would destroy a lot of people that already have houses. In some cases, they've mortgaged their house, and the mortgage would be very low, and all of a sudden the mortgage without any changes becomes very high, and they end up losing the house. I'm not going to hurt, and I speak with Scott, who's doing a fantastic job, and Howard, who's doing a fantastic job, and all of my people. And I always say, look, I can crush the hell out of the market. We can drop interest rates to a level, and that's one thing we do want to do. That's natural. That's good for everybody. The dropping of the interest rates, we should be paying a much lower interest rate than we are. We should be paying the lowest interest rate of any country in the world, because without the United States, you don't have a country. I mean, I had a case with Switzerland. We happened to be in Switzerland. Maybe I'll give you a quick story. But they were paying nothing. They make beautiful watches, great watches, Rolex, all of them. They were paying nothing to the United States when they sent their product in. And we had a $41 billion deficit. $41 billion with this beautiful place. Flew over it, isn't it nice? So I said, let's put a 30% tariff on them, so that we get back some of it, not all of it at all. We still have a deficit, big deficit. We had 41 million. That's a big deficit. And I said, let's put a tariff on. Different tariffs, different places. You're all party to them. In some cases, victims to them. But in the end, it's a fair thing. And most of you realize that. But we put a 30% tariff on Switzerland, and all hell broke loose. They were calling, like you wouldn't believe. And I know so many people from Switzerland, incredible place, incredible, brilliant place. But I didn't realize that they're only good because of us. And there's so many other examples. Us, probably other places, but a majority of the money they make is because of us, because we never charged them anything. So they come in, they sell their watches, no tariffs, no nothing. They walk away, they make $41 billion on just us. So I said, no, we can't do that. So I'm going to bring it up. I still would have a deficit pretty substantial, but I brought it up to 30%. And I guess Prime Minister, I don't think President, I think Prime Minister called a woman, and she was very repetitive. She said, no, you cannot do that, 30%. You cannot do that. We are a small, small country. I said, yeah, but you have a big, big deficit. You may be small, but you have a bigger deficit than big countries. He said, no, please, you cannot do it. Kept saying the same thing over and over. We are a small country. I said, but you're a big country in terms of... And she just rubbed me the wrong way, I'll be honest with you. And I said, all right, thank you, ma'am, appreciate it. Do not do this. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I made it 39%. And then all hell really broke out. And I was paid visits by everybody. Rolex came to see me. They all came to see me. But I realized, and I reduced it, because I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to hurt them. And we brought it down to a, lower level. Doesn't mean it's not going up, but we brought it down to a lower level. But they pay now, tariff. But I realized that we have many places like that where they're making a fortune because of the United States. Without the United States, they wouldn't be making anything. Think of it. Switzerland made $41 billion on us. And as she said, it's a small place. And I realized with that, I don't know, it was because she was so aggressive. And I realized in that conversation that the United States is keeping the whole world afloat. Many places, I could give you 6, 7 places just in the people in this little area. I know every one of them. They're looking down. They don't want to see me. They don't want to stare me in the eyes. But they're taking advantage of, everybody took advantage of the United States. But I've been very fair, and I gave them a tariff, and it was fine. But I realized that without us, it's not Switzerland anymore. Without us, it's not any of the countries that are represented here. And we want to work with the countries. We want to work with them. We're not looking to destroy them. I could have said 39, 40%. I could have said I want a 70% tariff, then we make money with Switzerland. But Switzerland would have been probably destroyed, financially destroyed. I don't want to do that. But we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. I hope Scott's listening to this, because we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. Without us, most of the countries don't even work. And then you have the protection factor. Without our military, which is the greatest in the world by far, without our military, you have threats that you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe. You don't have threats because of us, and that's because of NATO. One other thing, and I have to say it so importantly, in the old days, and I used to say I'm the youngest in the room. Now I'm among the older. I hate to say it. I don't feel old, but I'm among the older. But I remember not long ago, 20, 25 years ago, when good news came out about, let's say, the United States. The United States had a great quarter. The United States had a great month. All the stocks went up. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Now when they say the United States had a record quarter, it's unbelievable how well it's doing, all the stocks crash because they say, oh no, inflation, they're going to raise interest rates. And they do. Some of these stupid people like Powell, they raise interest rates. And what they do is they stop you from being successful. It used to be when we had a great quarter, a great month, great earnings, great anything, any good news, the stock market went up. That's the way it's going to be. We got to do that again because that's the way it should be. Now when we have a great month, they want to kill it. Like we did over 5%. People were surprised. We should do 20%. We could do 25%. When we announce good numbers, and the reason is they're so petrified of inflation. And growth doesn't mean inflation. We've had tremendous growth with very low inflation. In fact, growth can fight inflation, proper growth. So we want to get back to the days when we announce great numbers, because we're going to be announcing phenomenal. You know, all these factories that are being built at record, thousands of businesses are being built right now. Remember, $18 trillion is invested. I think the second number is 3. And that was China many years ago. Investments in the country from outside. 18 trillion, nobody's ever seen. And that's money coming in and building things, factories. Thousands of businesses are being built, thousands. Hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States. They're coming in from Canada, they're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs. They're coming in from China. They're coming in from all over the world. We have more plants being built now, car plants, than we've ever had built, even in the heyday from the 1940s and 50s. and they're bigger. They don't use renovations anymore where they take an old plant, they rip it down, they build a brand new plant, super modern plant. But it's happening at levels that nobody's ever seen. In 2024, the U.S. built less than 2 million new homes, but Biden admitted more than 8 million new migrants. And those days are over. In 2025, for the first time in 50 years, the United States had reverse migration. Boy, that was nice. And these were criminals that were being taken out of our country because they allowed people to come into our country from jails, from gangs, drug dealers, murderers. 11,888 murderers. We've gotten most of them out. And then ICE gets beat up by stupid people from leadership in Minnesota. We actually are helping Minnesota so much, but they don't appreciate it. Most places do. You know, Washington, D.C. is the safest place now in the United States. It was a very dangerous place to walk, and now you can walk with your wife, your kids, right through the middle of the city. Right now, Washington, D.C. is as safe as it gets. It was one of the most unsafe, I had to admit. We sent in the military, the National Guard. Within 2 months, it was great. Within 3 months, it's like a really great place and a safe place and a beautiful place. It's even been cleaned up. The graffiti's gone. The fences are gone. We don't have to worry about fences anymore. All of the places, the grasses are cut and replaced with new grass in many cases. It's all going to happen in the spring. But Washington and D.C. is beautiful again, and it's safe. New restaurants are opening up. They were all closing. Now you can't get into a restaurant. Restaurants in Washington, D.C. are all opening. Memphis also, Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, Louisiana. We're there for 3 weeks. We've cut the crime down by 64%. Within another month, we'll have virtually no crime there. We can do that all over. We're going to help the people in California. We want to have no crime. I know Gavin was here. I used to get along so great with Gavin when I was president. Gavin's a good guy. And we're going to, if he needed it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd love to see. We did help them a lot in Los Angeles, a lot with the early in my term when they had some problems. But we would love to do it. I will say this, if I were a Democrat governor or whatever, I would call up Trump and say, come on in, make us look good, because we're cutting crime down to nothing. And we're taking people out, career criminals who are only going to do bad things, and we're bringing them back to their countries. But where we've done it has been amazing, and we have a capacity to do it at much greater levels. We're cutting illegal aliens off welfare and other government benefits, and I have directed that starting immediately, there will be no more payments to sanctuary cities because they are really just sanctuaries for criminals. They're really protecting criminals, and those are the ones we have to get out of the country. Murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They emptied their mental institutions into the United States. And despite that, we have the lowest crime numbers that we've ever had in the history of the country. Just came out. But equally importantly, we're cracking down on more than $19 billion in fraud that was stolen by Somalian bandits. Can you believe that Somalian? They turned out to be higher IQ than we thought. I always say these are low IQ people. How did they go into Minnesota and steal all that money? And we have, you know, they're pirates. They're good pirates, right? But we shoot them out of the water just like we shoot the drug boats out. They're not pirating too many boats lately, do you notice? When they go out into those boats, they want to take over a $1.5 billion tanker loaded up with oil, and they say, we're going to blow up your boat. They have powerful weapons. You hit the side of the boat, you blow the whole thing up. The insurance companies are petrified, so they say, just give them the boat. We'll give them money instead. And I don't do that. We blow them right the hell out of the water. We see them going out, we blow them out of the water. We don't have any pirates so much anymore. If we do, they won't be there long. We've cut down with the hitting of the boats that are loaded up with drugs, including submarines. Can you believe they actually buy small, they call mini subs, very fast. They're meant for drugs. We've knocked out 2 of them. The Democrats say they were fishing. You have ruined somebody's fishing weekend, I would say. A submarine is not a fishing boat. You don't fish. But we've knocked down drugs by water, the oceans, the sea, by 97.2%. Think of that. And I actually say, who the hell are the 3%? Because I would not want to be piloting one of those boats. We knocked them down, and now we're going to start on land. We're going to knock it all out. The land is the easy part. What we did on sea is incredible, and that's our great military. The situation in Minnesota reminds us that the West cannot mass import foreign cultures which have failed to ever build a successful society of their own. I mean, we're taking people from Somalia, and Somalia is a failed, it's not a nation. Got no government, got no police, got no military, got no nothing. And then we have this fake congressperson who they just reported is worth $30 million. You believe this? Ilhan Omar, talking about the Constitution provides me. She comes from a country that's not a country, and she's telling us how to run America. Not going to get away with it much longer, let me tell you. The explosion of prosperity and conclusion and progress that built the West did not come from our tax codes. It ultimately came from our very special culture. This is the precious inheritance that America and Europe have in common. We share it. We share it, but we have to keep it strong. We have to become stronger, more successful, and more prosperous than ever. We have to defend that culture and rediscover the spirit that lifted the West from the depths of the Dark Ages to the pinnacle of human achievement. We live in an incredible, changing period. It's an unbelievable time, but we have to take advantage of the time that we're in. In our hands are technologies that our ancestors could scarcely have. I mean, they couldn't have even dreamt some of the things that we see today. And so rapidly they're produced. I mean, AI, 2 years ago, nobody ever heard of the term, and now everybody's talking about it. And it can have some very good purpose. It could also have some dangerous purpose, and for that we have to watch out. But some tremendous things are happening because of it. And we're leading by so much. We're doing so well. But opportunities that are bigger and grander than ever before in human history are right before us. It is the pioneers in this room. Many of you in this room are true pioneers. You're two truly brilliant people. Just your ability to get a ticket is brilliant because you have about 50 people for every seat. I don't know what, that's Larry. Everything Larry touches turns to gold. He made this very successful. But you're in this room, and some of you are the greatest leaders anywhere in the world. You're the greatest brains anywhere in the world. And the future is unlimited, and to a large part because of you, and we have to protect you, and we have to cherish you. I always say we have to cherish our brilliant people because there aren't many of them. So together with confidence, boldness, and persistence, let us lift up our people, grow our economies, defend our shared destiny, and build a future for our citizens that is more ambitious, more exciting, more inspiring, and greater than the world has ever seen. We're in a position to do things that nobody else has ever even thought of before. And many of the people in this room are the ones that are doing it, and I want to congratulate you, and I'm with you all the way. You can do things that nobody else can even think about. So I congratulate you on your tremendous success. And the United States is back, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. And I'll see you around. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This was supposed to be a nice fire chat, Mr. President.
Yes, good. I got set up now. I did know.
You made the job for the moderator really easy. Thank you, Mr. President, for your speech. I do have a few follow-up questions, if it's okay. Sure. I don't think I should start with Greenland, maybe. I'll start with the economy. The U.S. economy is doing really, really well. But how to sustain this growth moving forward? Because there's always a recession looming around the corner.
Well, you know, the one thing about economies and recessions is sometimes you get hit unexpectedly and there's nothing you can do about it. All brilliant people, but there's nothing. One example was COVID. We had an economy going at levels like nobody had ever seen my first 2.5, 3 years. And then I heard the word pandemic, not COVID. They came up with that name over a period of time. We won't get into that. But I heard the word pandemic. And I had a poll come out that was so strong just prior to that. And I was with the two best pollsters, McLaughlin and Fabrizio. And they said, sir, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, if they came back and ran as president and vice president, they couldn't beat you. And then what happened is the following day, I was told to stay tuned because there's something really bad happening in China. There are bodies laying all over Wuhan, right around that certain building that we talk about. I always said it came from Wuhan. It did come from Wuhan. And they were body bags. We saw it by satellite. And they said, there are strange things happening in China. And so it began. And we ended up with the COVID, and the whole world suffered. We did a phenomenal job. I don't think we got the credit we deserved. We did something that Operation Warp Speed, which some people say was one of the greatest military feats ever. We did a great job. Used our military, used a lot of people. But sometimes you get hit with things, nothing you can do. You get hit with things like that unexpectedly. And we got through it. And when I left, the stock market was higher than it was previous to the COVID coming up. And I called it a great achievement. But things happen. Bad things happen. The things that we can stop are wars if we're smart. That we can stop. Those are a matter of being intelligent and having intelligent people on the other side. Because wars are the worst of all. Wars are worse than anything. But we can stop wars because that's sort of up to us. But things like dust flying in the air, wherever COVID comes from or whatever comes, sometimes you have to be a little bit lucky. But we are poised to have an economy like no other, not only in this country, but anywhere. And you know, when you hear the kind of numbers that I can tell you that Scott Bessent was with me the other day, and he's looking at numbers. He said, I can't. And that's all he's done his whole life, pretty much your whole life. Scott, you weren't going to be a football player, I don't think. Scott was not that great at football, but he was always good at numbers, right? And he was looking at numbers. He said, I've never seen anything like this. We're poised to do things that no other country has ever done. And, you know, luck, I hate to say it, but we need a little luck. We don't want to get hit by something that nobody could have thought. Whoever thought we were going to hit by a pandemic? You know, when I heard the word pandemic, I said, oh, that's an ancient problem. World War I, they lost 100 million people. It actually ended World War I. A lot of people don't know. The Spanish flu in World War I ended the war because all the soldiers were sick. The soldiers were so sick on both sides, and that war was raging, and they were all dying from the Spanish flu. They were sick as dogs. They couldn't fight. So, you know, you don't know how that would have turned out. But so we do, I mean, subject to that, and I always have to put a caveat in for it, but we're poised to have the greatest growth of any large country, I think any country that there's been. When you look at what's happening in the United States, it's really amazing.
Thank you. One thing that maybe keeps you up at night, I know you don't sleep that much anyway, Mr. President, is the debt. The U.S. debt is high, is now the biggest expenditure on your budget. How to get out of that impasse?
Well, the big thing is growth. I mean, growth is the way. If we grow like this, we go from having at $37 trillion. We go from having high debt to low debt. But we also are cutting expenses, you know, the old-fashioned way. We have extraordinary growth. I think we're going to be growing our way out. I think we're going to be paying off debt. We're taking in tremendous money from tariffs fairly. And again, I'm using them judiciously. You know, Switzerland's a case study. I could have gotten much more. I could have asked for much more. But we're using them judiciously. But I think growth, most importantly, and then cutting costs. Now, if you take a look at Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud and other things. People going to airports, they came into the country, they don't have 10 cents, and they're leaving with hundreds of thousands of cash in their bags. When we get to that, and our DOJ, Pam, and Todd, and all the people that work over there, and all of the people that work in here, I can tell you, Scott Bessent is working on that. It's a priority, right? You have your whole team. We're in there looking for where this money is coming from, how much it is. It could be more than $19 billion. Can you believe that? That's just one state. If we were able to cut out 50% of the fraud, 50%, and we should be able to do better than that, we would have a balanced budget without having to talk about even growth. So we have a lot of options, but we're working very hard on that. That's a big deal. It's not just the protests, the fake protests done by agitators and, professional insurrectionists. That's what they are. They're professional troublemakers. But we are looking very strong at the money, too, in Minnesota and other places.
I think, Mr. President, also the $500 billion invested in artificial intelligence and the frontier technologies last year also were driving growth exponentially in the U.S.
Well, AI has been a big factor. AI is massive. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg showed me a plant where he put it over a map of Manhattan, and it was basically the size of Manhattan. This is not, I said, you got to be kidding. It's a plant that was miles long, miles wide, very high. I don't think it was high like the Empire State Building, but it was high. And it literally covered most of the island of Manhattan. That's called a big plant. And, when I heard they're going to spend $50 billion building it, I said, if you spend $50 million, you can build a nice little shopping center. If you spend $500 million, you can build a good shopping center. But how do you spend $50 billion? When I looked at this thing, I said, you think you'll be able to do it for that? It's amazing when, some of the plants that I see, and I see them all, and again, so big is we're letting them build their own electric generation. This way we have no problem, and otherwise they'd be complaining. There'd be nobody able to be, we have an old grid system. And not only that, they're going to sell at a very cheap price the excess electricity that they create back into our grid. So that'll solve some problems for certain states that don't have enough electricity.
We also know that on the AI, there is fierce competition between the U.S. as the largest economy in the world, 27% of the global GDP and 5% of the global population, not doing that badly, and China. And we know that competition is very tough on AI. I know you're heading to a state visit to China in April. How do you see the U.S.-China relationship moving forward? Are you able to combine this tough competition with also collaboration?
So I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi and with President Putin. Talk about, the larger powers. But I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi of China. He's an incredible man. What he's done is amazing. He's highly respected by everybody. And I do now. I mean, now I have good. It was very severely interrupted by COVID. I used to call it the China virus, but he said, do you think you could use a different name? And I decided to do that because why should we have a problem over that? But I would do that, and they were.
You're a true diplomat, huh?
I became a diplomat for the first time. Well, who taught me that? Marco Rubio. He said, let me teach you about diplomacy. Hey, any guy that gets approved by 100% of the votes, think of it, he got liberal Democrats and radical right Republicans to approve him. He's the only one. The next one was lost 45 votes, right? But he got all 100 votes voting for him. And at first I wasn't happy about it. I said, wait a minute, I don't like that. And now it turns out that the Democrats probably wish they didn't do that. And Marco has been fantastic. Marco, stand up, please. You have done a great job as Secretary of State. He's going to go down as the best Secretary of State. And Scott, and we have Susie, who's the first female Chief of Staff, and she's the best Chief of Staff, too. And I see Howard Lutnick, who I know spoke. And Howard's fantastic. Some of the deals we're doing are great. And I want to pay particular attention because we have Chris, and Chris, you got up and spoke, I think. He's the #1 oil man in the world, because I was going to put Doug Burgum, who's fantastic. I don't know if Doug's here. Is Doug here? Doug Burgum is fantastic. He said, sir, there's one man better than me. And he introduced me to Chris, and he turns out to be. So we're drilling more oil and gas now than we ever have, by almost double. Is that right, Chris? And on top of it, we got a lot coming out of Venezuela. So anyway, so we're doing great. The country is just doing great. We have great people. Thank you. And I see other people. We have Steve Witkoff. We have Jared. I got so many people. I'm in trouble, because when I go back, they're going to be people with long faces. Sir, you didn't introduce me. I got so many people. And we have a lot of the greatest people anywhere in the world. I know them all. So I won't continue, because we'd be here all day.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also know that you're a deal maker, and then maybe coming back to Greenland and Ukraine. What kind of deal in the end do you see between the U.S. And Denmark? Because, I guess you see it now as a negotiation going on, or?
Well, it's costing Denmark hundreds of millions a year to run it. And Denmark's a small country and wonderful people. But, it's very expensive. It's a very big piece of ice. And it's very important. I mean, I don't want to repeat the speech, but it's very important that we use that for national and international security. That can create a power that will make it impossible for the bad guys to do anything against the perceived good ones. And it's a great block for Europe. Just like, Denmark was supposed to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. They didn't spend the money. They didn't spend anything, almost. And we'll see what happens. I just say this. NATO has treated the United States of America very unfairly. We never asked for anything. We never got anything. We actually took care of the needs of NATO for years and years, which I felt was always unfair. So I got NATO to pay, because they're rich countries. But I think it's time that NATO step up. We're helping them with Ukraine. Without us, I think Putin would have gone all the way. I think we have it. I think that could have been a World War III, if you want to know the truth. If Kamala was elected, or Joe, any one of those, those thinkers, I think you could have ended up in World War III. And I will say Steve Witkoff has been dealing incredibly with. But we're not going to have World War III. We want to get it stopped, but we're not going to have World War III. I think if I wasn't elected, I think that could have evolved into World War III. It was a very, very bad situation. And it still is, but it's not that kind of bad. It's bad because so many young people are being killed.
How close do you think there is on an agreement on Ukraine? I had the pleasure of speaking with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner yesterday. I know they're working hard on it. I know that they're also traveling now. Do you see this very close or still?
Well, I hate to say it. I thought that was going to be so. I settled 8 wars plus. And I thought that was going to be one of my easier ones. Not the easiest. Some I settled in a matter of hours because I'm good at that stuff. The United Nations should be doing this. I shouldn't be doing it, but it doesn't matter. It's got to get done, saving a lot of lives. We're saving millions of lives. With Ukraine, Russia, there's tremendous hatred between President Zelensky and President Putin. That's not good. That's not good for settlements. We know from dealing. There's abnormal hatred. With that being said, I think Russia wants to make a deal. I think Ukraine wants to make a deal. And we're going to try getting a deal done. I think, Steve, I can say that we're reasonably close. But what happens is oftentimes we'll have a deal with Russia. Russia's set, and President Zelensky will not do it. You saw that when he was in the Oval Office. I was not happy. And then we'll have President Zelensky who wants to make a deal, and Putin doesn't want to make the deal. It's a very difficult balance, and it's big time, and it is, to use a word, it's a bloodbath. It's horrible what's happening. It's a drone war. The drones are killing, thousands of people a week, thousands. We have to get it stopped. So I believe they're at a point now. I'm going to meet with President Zelensky later today. I believe they're at a point now where they can come together and get a deal done. And if they don't, they're stupid. That goes for both of them. And I know they're not stupid. But if they don't get this done, they are stupid. So I don't want to insult anyone, but you got to get this deal done. Too many people are dying. It's not worth it.
President Sisi is sitting on the first row here. He spoke earlier today and also complimented you on the Gaza deal. I think there will be a signing tomorrow. Of course, there are different views on this, but how important do you think this signing is on the Board of Peace? And do you think this is going to sustain? Do you think we now will see Gaza reconstructed and the billions of US dollars invested?
I do. I mean, I think we have peace in the Middle East. There are some little situations like Hamas, and Hamas has agreed to give up their weapons. Now, you know, they were born with a weapon in their hand, so it's not easy to do. When they were born with a rifle in their hand. It's not an easy thing for them, but that's what they agreed to. They've got to do it. And we're going to know, Jared, over the next 2 or 3 days, certainly over the next 3 weeks, whether or not they're going to do it. If they don't do it, they'll be blown away very quickly. They'll be blown away. You know, we have 59 countries that are part of that whole peace deal. And some of those countries aren't even they're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East traditionally. And they want to come in and take out Hamas. They want to come in. They want to do whatever they can. There's a problem with Hezbollah in Lebanon, and we'll see what happens there. But that's a problem. But there are these little flames, but there's peace in the Middle East. Now, had we not gone in and knocked out with those big, beautiful, we just ordered 25 brand new ones, the latest and the greatest, the B-2 bomber. Think of them, they went in there at 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, no light, no nothing, and every single one of those massive bombs hit its target, 100,000-pound bombs hit its target, every one of them. And then on top of it, from a submarine 300 miles away, we hit the sites with tomahawks, which is an unbelievable weapon. So, you know, we did our job. If we didn't do that, you would have never had peace in the Middle East. And the countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar could never have, and others could never have signed anything because you would have had this dark cloud, and the dark cloud was Iran with nuclear. Iran would, if we didn't take them out, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 months. They were very close to having the nuclear weapon, and we hit them hard. And it was a total obliteration. If they may try again, but they're going to have to try from a different area because that area was obliterated. Incredible thing we did. And because we did that, we were able to make peace. If we didn't do that, I would say, Jared and Steve, if we didn't do that, there was no chance of making peace because the countries I just named and other countries could have never signed off. They were afraid. They were afraid. We had a bully. The bully was Iran, the bully of the Middle East. They used to call it for years. They were the bully of the Middle East. They're not the bully of the Middle East anymore.
Mr. President, I know you even had to change a plane last night, so I guess you didn't have much sleep, but I think but your energy is still there. I know you have several bilateral meetings. I know you're also hosting a reception. So thank you so much for coming back to Davos. Thank you so much. It's highly appreciated.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, very much.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. President Donald Trump speaking in Davos in Switzerland at the World Economic Forum. And he's dominating the stage over there, but not in the traditional spirit of global cooperation for sure. Instead, that address that he made is laying bare deep and growing tensions between Washington and Washington's European allies. Centering on that issue that has now become the flashpoint of that visit, Greenland is at the heart of it in a speech that has reverberated. Trump is reviving that long-standing campaign to bring Greenland, which is, of course, this autonomous territory of Denmark, back into U.S. strategic orbit. And he argues that it is vital to American, and not just American, global security as well. And he's telling the assembled world leaders that no nation is in a position to secure Greenland other than the United States. He's framing it as a core national security interest rather than any kind of land grab. Let's go across to my colleague Tamanna Inamdar. She is there in Davos and she's been listening to the American president just as we are. The big takeaway is, Tamanna, of course, Greenland was at the heart of it. That's what the standoff between Europe and the US so much really pegged on what he's going to say about it. And now we've heard it.
I'm just going to flip this and show you pictures of people screaming out after that long speech and the Q&A session, I think pretty much everything that was expected that US President Donald Trump would touch upon has been. He spoke in great detail about Greenland. Ironically, he started speaking about Greenland with a statement saying that I had cut Greenland out of my speech. But I am going to speak about it. And he answered in great detail what his thoughts and intentions were. He also said that I want to officially start a conversation about the position of Greenland. I thought that point really stood out for me. He also goes on to say that I don't want to use force. That's the big headline. And he said that's the big headline. I don't want to use force. There is no need for force, but I want to start this conversation. I think, I was saying this earlier in a conversation with someone, it is pretty much the greatest hits, isn't it, as far as Trump is concerned. So Greenland was talked about back and forth with Macron, mimicked Macron as well in their conversation on tariffs. So that was touched upon. Powell, of course, who can forget Powell? So he spoke about Powell and how interest rates have been kept low, how that's what's really keeping the US markets back. That was one commentary that came in from US President Trump. As far as that is concerned, Canada, I thought was interesting because, sorry, I'm saying this in a hushed tone because people coming out of here, but you're getting the live view really of that space outside where Trump has been speaking and many people coming out of that session. In Canada, I thought this was interesting. Mark Carney was sitting right in front of, and he actually made a statement saying, Canada is down because of us. So I think you're going to see a lot of repercussions. You're going to see a lot of responses to what Trump has said here tonight over the next couple of hours in the next few days. Now, what happens from here is a whole host of bilaterals, including the one where Trump is going to be meeting nearly 200 CEOs, including 7 from India. That's key to watch. And this is a representation of some of the top businesses in India. So you have celebrated some emphasis, you've got Nishat and the group who is also going to be represented over here. You've seen Bharti Missal from Bharti Airtel, who will be represented over here as well. Hari Bhatia from Jubilant. You have, of course, N. Chandra from Tata Sons. You have Srinipalia from Wipro. You have Sanjeev Vijay from Jar Fire. So you have all of the major Indian companies also, just 7 of them are the board. So the conversation is not so much about India as it is about Trump's message to industry. There are so many talking points that have come out of there, and I'm sure this is stuff that you have been tracking as well, Vikram.
Oh, definitely. And there are so many of these talking points, especially when he talks about the American economy and he talks about how the American economy is going to determine how the rest of the world does. There were several statements about what he's done, both in the first and the second term. And it'll be interesting to see how the markets are going to react to what Trump is saying. And there were specific mentions about the pharmaceutical industry, especially with the kind of negotiations, or at least what he would call perhaps negotiations with France as well, in terms of getting those prices down. Those have implications for India's pharmaceutical industry as well.
I don't know if you're getting these pictures, but I mean, he's a few feet away from where I am. I can't quite get you those live visuals. I'm trying to get them off other people's screens who are maybe taller than me and able to actually get those. But yeah, there he is behind that. He's there behind that red line coming out, and let's see if we actually get something out of it. So, this is going to be shaky footage. This is going to be shaky footage, guys. So apologies for that in advance, because everyone is trying to get voice on. I'm going to keep this live, but feel free to cut out if you think the footage is shaky. But I'm going to try and get a comment here. Is it
of Mr. Trump as well. He is addressing the media. Let's just listen into what he's saying there. I'm not sure if you're getting the audio yet, but you are seeing Trump addressing some of the media people who have gathered over there. And yes, he has spoken about the media, and he has said how he's not getting the support of media, which is why perhaps in a way he's addressing the issue of his popularity ratings, which haven't definitely been the highest in recent times. But he is talking about how the good things that he is doing for the American economy is not getting reflected in the media reports over there. And he's squarely laying the blame on the kind of coverage that his administration is getting. So definitely a word that was very strongly against media and the way his policies are getting reflected. But true to form, Trump has blended policy with a certain amount of provocation. He's criticized Europe's direction. He says parts of the continent were not recognizable and has contrasted that, what he called America's economic revival.
So Vikram, let me just describe for you what you're saying. So I am literally on top of a sofa trying to get some shots of Trump. We're probably going to get a better view. And now we're going to position ourselves and see if we catch him going up these stairs. It's absolute madness here. I don't think you're going to get much of a comment coming in, but just the sights and sounds of what it's like covering an event like this, where the world is trying to figure out what Trump will do next. So there you have it. I mean, there were some questions fired at him from the media, not that he answered any of them, but hopefully we'll get a shot of him going up these stairs that is in my frame right now. You're unlikely to hear much going on, but I think what's important to focus is that he's not moving from any of his stated positions. There you have it. I don't know if you guys are getting this, but there you have it. That's a clear shot I think you'll get. Okay, thank you very much. That's all he said while he's walking up there. You're getting this live and exclusive on NDTV Profit. There you have. Thank you very much. He has a lot of other meetings there as well. But I want to come back to that conversation we were having earlier, Vikram, which was, that you were asking me, do you think that he's going to be conciliatory? I think there's no question of that now.
Yes, there is no conciliatory tone over there. We heard the entire speech, and clearly, as far as his starting point, it seemed like he was going a little soft, but then all of the bits about Europe and about Greenland took center stage, and he went after European leaders, not least of them being Macron.
I have to get off now and maybe hang up because
all right,
out of here. So I think I'm going to sign off from this live report, but I think I'm sharing things fair. So I hope that follows it. That's fine.
We'll keep coming back to you, Tamanna, for more on this. But of course, we've got that entire coverage of Trump in Davos, an important speech over there. And Tamanna Inamdar getting us live action right from the hotspot where that speech has taken place. The mood is quite, it's enlightening to say the least, because there was so much that hung in the balance, and there was so much trepidation about the kind of statements that would be made by Trump, and especially on Greenland. And when he started talking about that, and he talked about Europe's direction, he was saying that parts of the continent are not recognizable. And he's contrasted that with what he called America's economic revival with Europe's alleged decline. So he's doing that contrast of how well America is doing as opposed to how badly he thinks Europe is doing. Let me connect with our guests who are joining us. Richard Harris is with us, and so is Sangeeta Godbole. Great to have you both with us. Sangeeta Godbole, in terms of the importance of this entire speech that has been made by Trump, where were your expectations, and from what you're hearing, what were your largest takeaways? Were you surprised at any bit that Donald Trump has included in his speech?
Well, first off, what a speech, right?
Very comprehensive.
Yes, not only that, but so much in your face. It reminds me of J.D. Vance's speech to the generals and the army brass of Europe. So direct and without mincing any words and without, trying to make it sound nice. And he gave a earful to many people who are actually sitting in the audience. And he has his own logic. He described how he thinks that America has been cheated and how the Europeans have created a huge amount of wealth for themselves on the back of Americans becoming poor. I mean, people are entitled to their own opinions, but that is what he thinks. And he just took off on that. I mean, that is one thing I must appreciate. A room full of audience whom is definitely against you, and then still going on saying exactly what you want to say. So,
Harris, would you say that there was a slight olive branch over there, because he has said he is not going to use military force to acquire Greenland?
Europe. I mean, that speech could have been given anywhere in the US. He didn't have to jump on a plane that didn't work and helicopters and things to get there. The key point is he has said that he is not going to use force in Greenland. That's very important. At least it holds NATO together. But I think it kind of, you know, when I was speaking to you before the speech, it kind of followed, I think, the plan that I was thinking, that he would be much more conciliatory because he knows the pushback he's having. So that really is a taco moment. Trump always chickens out. On the other stuff, you know, there are a bunch of issues which will get the verification people going. You know, a bunch of facts that weren't really facts, that weren't really true, that massively interpreted. His stories about Greenland and security don't ring true in terms of history. But he's left now to negotiate if he's not going to invade, which he was basically told not to do, I think, by both the politicians and the military in the US. So I think Greenland will probably disappear out of the picture. He clearly has an ideological dislike of Europe all round, which is where some of the insults are coming from. But in fact, he's done a great deal for Europe. He's actually got them together for once. He's got the blood moving. He's got them spending more on defense, and they'll probably start focusing a lot more on issues like nuclear power and these kind of things, the kind of things that he doesn't like. So strangely, although I don't think Trump's comments about his own economy really rang true, except in a few areas, what he's done for Europe, I think that they should be very grateful for.
Sangeeta Godbole, in your understanding, for the kind of messaging that is going out to the world, what the Trump administration plans to do with tariffs? Of course, already a lot has been done, but the stated stance, is it a reiteration of that stance? Do you think there is more to follow? How are the markets likely to read it is one side of it. But in terms of you, as someone who does negotiate deals, coming as it is at a time that India and US are trying to negotiate a deal, how important is the kind of messaging that you've got from Trump in that speech?
So he's very, very focused on tariffs, and he thinks of tariffs as some tools to, bring US back where he wants it, and US has been destroyed by his predecessors, etc., etc. And he seems to think that tariff is one important tool. And what also he let on about the negotiations with Macron and the negotiations with the Swiss was his very brutal and very business-like idea of negotiating. This is not how typically two political sovereigns negotiate, but Trump has a different style altogether, and this is what India, I'm sure, is confronting right now. As far as Europe is concerned, I feel that his sentence that I'm not going to really attack, but he still wants Greenland, right? He said it 10 times. I want Greenland. I want to own Greenland. Just a lease is not enough. So that makes Europe's job a little more difficult. If in fact he had said, okay, I will attack, then the Europeans would really come together, and then they really have to make some action and to in some way retaliate. It's not going to be easy at all for Europe to retaliate, because the bilateral relationship across the Atlantic is very, very tightly woven, and the Europeans are highly dependent on the US as a market and also for FDI. So I think Trump is also playing on the psychology, I won't attack you, so that EU doesn't retaliate, but he wants Greenland. He's not giving up Greenland at all. So India should take a lesson out of it, that any agreement that we do on tariffs there's no certainty there, right? One fine morning, there may be some demand and then there's another threat of tariffs. So I think what India is already doing, diversifying into new markets and negotiating only in their own interests, I think that is very, very important, and we should keep at it.
So the messaging that went around on the defense side, Richard, that was very clear in terms of putting it out there that the US is by far the only country that can defend a strategic location, which he called a massive piece of ice, which he kept referring to as far as Greenland goes. But he kept talking about the prowess of the Americans when it comes to defense for the world. And in that sense, he's gone on about that golden dome. He's spoken about how much money, the trillions of dollars that are going into defense spends by the US. What's the kind of messaging that this goes out when it when you talk about the entire defense industry?
Well, I think it's very positive for the defense industry, wherever you're talking about, in America, in Europe, in Korea, Japan, places where weapons are made for the West. It's going to be extremely positive, even if nothing really happens. The issues really with Greenland, I think what we're going to see is that, of course, America has Greenland already. It has a major treaty that has been going, during World War II and since World War II, where they could have early warning bases, missile sites, all sorts of things. So I think what will probably happen is that eventually the Americans will have the off-ramp of going in and start building up those bases, which is what they want. They'll sign concessions for minerals, which is what they want, and then Trump will declare victory, even though it's something he has in his pocket already. It's an off-ramp he hasn't used so far because he's playing the bully boy, but I think that that's how it's actually going to end up. We have to remember that Greenland really isn't strategic. You've got Canada in the way. You've got 5,000 miles of sea between Russia and Canada, Greenland. There are some big distances there. So even though the pole is becoming more accessible, yes, you can have more trade through there, it'll just become another pond like the Atlantic or the Pacific, where great powers face across each other across big parts of water. So the whole Greenland issue is not really about security. The security is assured if he just wants to take it. It may well be that if you add Greenland to the size of the United States, the US becomes the second biggest country in the world. Maybe that's his real instinct, that what he wants to do is be president of the second largest country in the world.
Well, that is perhaps an important takeaway. Sangeeta, I don't know if you agree with that, but in terms of the entire defense part of the deal that India is trying to strike with the US, and we've got a part of it moving as well, it could be an important piece in those discussions that remain. How much of that do you see in the speech that was made for India to take away from, especially also when you talk about sectors? There's the entire bit that he was talking about to France, about the pharma industry, and he's talking about some of those drugs that France charges them for, where there is a huge difference in prices, and that's where he's trying to level the field, as it were. Were there takeaways for India too in that?
Yes, exactly. So India is giving affordable pharmaceuticals to the rest of the world. US is only one of our markets, but many other countries like Africa, South America, they really survive on Indian generics, and therefore India makes a very good contribution to the US health system. And therefore, I think that exactly says why the Indian pharma has been exempted from the tariffs, because otherwise the Europeans are selling pharmaceuticals at some very exorbitant prices. That is at least what Trump understands and believes. And therefore, he's getting back at them that this is not what I want. But I think on the defense front, yes, of course, I believe that India, I'm not a defense expert, but I believe that India is a bit cautious with the US as far as the defense alignment is concerned, but also that we require the US defense tech. And that would definitely be part of the deal, although I don't know whether it will be very much in the public domain, but it will definitely be part of the talks that are going on with the US.
Indeed. And Sangeeta Godbole, I know you have to run, and thank you very much for being patient as we heard President Trump's speech as of now, and we'll let you go at this point. But of course, we hope to circle back to get more perspective, because there is the European deal as well, which is in the works. But Richard, in terms of your understanding of what the expectations were from Trump in this speech, which were the biggest surprises for you? Or was it, like you mentioned, that he could have just made the speech staying at home? He didn't have to travel all that much and gone through the entire snag in that airplane ride that he was taking to Switzerland to make this speech, because most of it was in the public domain. Were there any surprises for you over there in what he has said and how he said it too?
The big surprise, of course, was the about Greenland. He's obviously been speaking to people back home that said, no, don't do that. You cannot invade Greenland. It's just not. I mean, physically, it's actually very difficult, especially if Canada refused their airspace to military aircraft. So that is really a non-starter. And he really ended up almost being desperate, desperately saying, we must negotiate, I want it. Well, maybe so, but I can tell you what, the Europeans, this is their red line. This has really brought the blood up, and they are not going to give Greenland away. What they will do, and as I was saying a moment ago, is that all of the access the US wants in Greenland is all in place, all already. I dare say the Vikings probably discovered Greenland before America was actually established. So it's a bit difficult to say we gave it back to them. There were treaties that allowed America access for military purposes. It's very easy to get concessions for mining purposes. Everything Trump wants is already there on the table.
Very importantly, he has been running down, and of course, there is nothing new in that. But in terms of renewables and wind energy, has been at the raw end of the stake where Trump is concerned. But when it comes to oil and Venezuela, something else that he spoke about, there would be clear takeaways. Let me go across to Jayant Dasgupta, who's joining in on this discussion. Mr. Dasgupta, when it comes to the kind of pieces that India should take away from what Trump has said, especially when it comes to energy, what were your large takeaways from that speech?
I think there are several points which stand out in the speech. Of course, it is a rehash of what he has been saying at various points of time in the past 6 months. But the Greenland bit is new. And the reaction to Mark Carney's speech at Davos, I think that's also new, because Mark Carney made this very solid speech, and that has been, I think, lauded by almost all countries in the West and around the globe. So, and it is an act of defiance towards President Trump's actions and his administration, if I may put it that way. So obviously it didn't go down well with President Trump. The third point was about Greenland, which I think has been discussed by the other panelists. Now, he is, I think, backtracking. It is the old President Trump at play, when he, always has this habit or notoriety of chickening out at the last moment. Because landing troops, he didn't really need to land troops, because the US has a base there in Greenland. It has armed personnel there. But of course, in order to capture the whole of Greenland, which I don't know physically whether that would have been possible, he would have had to land tens of thousands of troops and airplanes and all other armaments, etc. Now that is something which for the moment he is desisting from. He has put it this way, that if the NATO were to give it to the US, they would be appreciated, but if they didn't give it, it would be remembered by the US. So I think it is a kind of a stop before he starts backtracking, and he will keep on negotiating. That is what he will try to do. On this energy security business, I think it is very clear that President Trump has this notion that the entire Western Hemisphere, which means the whole of South America, the Caribbean islands, and extending all the way up to perhaps Greenland, should run at the diktats of the US. And that is what he intends to do. And of course, he's also been very categorical about the UK step in taking this decision of giving back Diego Garcia to Mauritius, which has been in the offing for many years. But he's called it a very stupid decision of the UK government. Now, these are words which should not be used by heads of state, especially towards another head of state, because the decision has been made by Keir Starmer's government.
Yes.
On the other side, if you look at this pharma business and his prolonged recounting of his side of the story of how it went vis-a-vis President Emmanuel Macron emerged as kind of a sissy who, folded at the knees at the sign of the first, bullying. Which is, I'm sure President Macron would, of course, being the diplomat that he is, would not come out in the open and contradict. But there would be another side to the story which would be completely at variance with what President Trump has said.
Yes, that's what Richard was saying as well.
think.
That's exactly what Richard was saying as well, that there was a lot over there where you need to separate the wheat from the chaff on the economy front, on so many of the aspects that he brought up. But Anil Trigunayath is also joining us. Good to have you, Mr. Trigunayath. From your understanding of all that was brought in, and there was a wide variety, and he seemed to have addressed a lot of those concerns that the world across, the markets, all of them were watching this speech for very closely. In terms of the surprises over there, were there any for you? Yes, on the Greenland front, we seem to have an agreement among the panelists that the backtracking, but again, it was always suspected that there would be a moment where you would have that taco kick in, and it seems like that has actually happened. But in your understanding, were there any surprises over there, especially when at a time that India is trying to crack that deal with the US, that FTA, which has been long overdue?
Well, I mean, there was really no surprise, frankly, for me. I was listening to very painfully that a speech in which there are a lot of rambling going around, and there is no clarity exactly except bombastic approaches and words being used, telling Mark Carney to watch out, to calling Putin and Zelensky stupid. And, this is something, anyway, everybody is used to Trump using that. So this was simply a display of a brute power. And that's it, nothing else. And this Teco syndrome often happens because, the fellow is essentially does not want to deal with the war situation. That is his basic premise. And that's the reason he tries to come in a threatening tone, try to threaten everybody, and tries to get his way by imposing sanctions and all. You heard what he was talking about, Emmanuel Macron, that about 30% tariffs on his, pharmaceuticals and things like that. So, and that is, he went on in length to tell those things, which are generally likewise he did when
was
Macron
that
sent him a small.
So at that point, Mr. Trigunayath, a lot has been said would be bluster in reference to Donald Trump in the past. When the entire Venezuela event took place, that's when a lot of people started saying, oh, it is not bluster. Has that changed now? Or was that as far as he would go and no further than that?
No, I mean, you cannot say that he'll not go further. And I don't even buy the argument that there will be no further action on Greenland. He will continue to force them to come to, because the Europeans are already coming around, irrespective, because they don't have the heft to fight against Trump or the United States. Without the United States, they are going to be in a troubled water. What they have started doing, their choice has become China now. Do you know that Carney went to China, and after coming back from there, he's talking about it. And the Chinese are smiling under the sleeves. And so are the Europeans are doing the same thing again. So this is a very peculiar situation. And we have seen the kind of tweet or rather SMS, I think that Macron sent to Trump, which he put on his Truth Social, which clearly reflects the kind of mindset the others have. And even the Italian prime minister is saying that we should be handling him in a better way and all. So eventually, they are going to come around with something where he'll have his way. It may not be necessarily occupying or completely taking it, but it might come under his control as far as Greenland is concerned.
Richard,
we were talking that he will not do Venezuela. He has done Venezuela. He will not do this. He will do it.
Right.
So this is what I'm saying. And that's what his staffers, everybody, I mean, those who are like in Indian courts at one time, there used to be bards.
Yes.
And they used to sing these great songs in front of, for the, their master. And that's precisely what they're saying, that Marco Rubio was saying. That President Trump has been saying all this and he didn't take
Let
it
me take that
seriously.
across to
Now you
Richard.
start
Richard, do
taking
you
it seriously.
agree that, there was the pushback from Europe, but Mr. Trigunath is not convinced that this is going to stop Trump. He may have said that he's not going to go after them militarily, but perhaps there would be more pressure tactics. I mean, tariffs are still not off the table. So you think this is going to continue and Europe is still going to brace for American impact maybe a little later?
Well, of course, the threat of tariffs are there. They're not going to go away. But I think the Europeans are now really riled up about this and are certainly in a position to maybe throw big bazookas in the way of America. And don't forget that trade between Europe and the US is 1/3 of world trade. It's huge. This is a very, very big deal. It'd be a big deal for both sides. And I think the Europeans have now felt that, they've been Mr. Nice Guy. It hasn't worked. Now we're going to try the other route. And if it's going to be a tariff war, then so be it. Everybody loses. My feeling is that Trump will chicken out and the Europeans will come back as well. And they'll end up probably with the same deal as they have at the moment. But what has basically happened is there's a lot of damage, a lot of loss of trust between the two parties, and that's going to make deals further on much more difficult. On Greenland, of course, he's going to press. That's not going to stop. But what's going to happen at the end of the day, as I've said, is he will restock the bases, put in new equipment for early warning, maybe increase the dome, which, by the way, Reagan started. It's nothing to do with Trump. Started it, a couple of generations ago. So the US already has Greenland. What will happen is that when the US go in, Trump will declare victory, even though it's the kind of victory that he's had elsewhere, which has been where he's generally gone in, asked for something, negotiated it, got about a tenth of what he wanted, but he's come back and declared victory.
On the Chinese front, Richard, very importantly, at a certain point in time, he was sounding very laudatory about the way they go about their business. He's saying they use fossil fuels, but they sell these windmills to the rest of the world. But at the same time, he is talking about countering that threat as well. How much of that came through in the speech?
I don't think as much as we thought. I love the bit about windmills saying they make them and they don't use them. Well, all he's ever done is flown into the eastern seaboard and flown out again. He hasn't seen the massive wind farms elsewhere, or the fact that the Chinese are now producing a great deal of electricity from renewables. So all of that was basically poppycock. But of course, he's going to continue with the same rhetoric. We're better than them. We're faster than them. Our AI is better than them. And of course, you'd expect that from a politician on one side. That's political rhetoric. So we didn't really learn anything new from that. And indeed, as I said in the whole speech, the only thing we learned new is that basically he started a taco on the Greenland issue.
Well, that certainly seems to be the case. And Mr. Das Gupta, for India, listening to what Trump has to say right now, by way of the sticky points in the FTA that is currently in the works, how much of that speech actually resonated in the sticky points that we seem to have on finalizing the FTA with the Americans?
I think one issue has become quite clear, and that has only been reinforced by President Trump's, handing out loose threats about raising tariffs, 200% on French wine, 10% on anybody who does not support Greenland, etc. So the sanctity of an FTA signed with President Trump would be next to zero, to my mind, because he would say that no, you have done this or that, or you intend to do that, so I am imposing 100% tariffs on these few products, or the entire gamut of products covered by the bilateral trade agreement. It is not an FTA. It is just a bilateral trade agreement, which is another way of saying that I stand where I am. But you have to come down and you have to give market access in your country. But you have to accept whatever I dole out to you by way of tariffs, whether they are, they were part of my obligations to the WTO or bilaterally agreed upon. I don't care. So if that is the kind of attitude, I think India should take this message very clearly that he is too unreliable to have any agreement with. It is just not, it is going to last only for the day perhaps or 2 days. Till, he gets irked about something else. You didn't nominate me for the Nobel Prize, like he wrote to the Norwegian Prime Minister.
Yes.
So he may write something similar to India as well.
And very happily accepted that entire Nobel from the Venezuelan vice president. All of that, of course, is something that Trump does, and he kind of plays that up to the extent that he does, so which makes him an outlier to that extent. But Mr. Trigunayat, on the board of peace, as far as Gaza goes, was that something that you missed in that conversation? Because as soon as that entire piece came out, everyone was like, oh, you're bypassing the United Nations. Is that something that is still on the table, and was it conspicuous by its absence?
No, he said that the wars he's been stopping should have been done by the United Nations, but that's all right. That's what he said. On the Gaza question, of course, there was a question asked after the speech, to which he did answer. And still many countries are pondering over what to do or what not to do, or whether to join, because the limit is not clear. It is like any corporate board. Basically, that's what he's trying to do. It is not a multilateral exercise where all countries would be equal. That's not possible. It'll depend on the mercy or the pleasure of the chairman of the board, which Mr. Trump himself is. So, but one thing is there, if it is able to achieve peace and some reconstruction and some kind of a humanitarian assistance flowing into for the Gazans who have been suffering for such a long time, I think it'll be a good thing. But so far, I don't think that Mr. Netanyahu is also on board with whatever is being proposed. Apparently, tomorrow, some kind of a document is going to be signed, and we will hear more about this.
Richard, in your understanding, how are investors going to look at this piece, and how do you expect the global markets to react? Also, the oil markets.
Well, I think certainly if there is going to be no threatened invasion of Greenland, that's very positive, because that could have threatened bilateral trade between continent of Europe and the United States. That would have been very serious. Oil's been weak for a while. And I don't really expect, unless we see any major changes there, that there's going to be anything happening. Venezuela doesn't move the dial whatsoever. Of course, what we are seeing is some real concerns about debt in the global markets. We've seen the Japanese bond market sharply weaken in the last few days. We also seen the US market, bond market weaken. There is a slight concern about debt now, and I think that that's also a reason why we're seeing precious metals rise, because they, if you like, are a safe haven if financial assets have some concern. So I think what we're seeing is precious metals do well, financial assets maybe not do so well, except for equities, where, of course, there's this big influx of liquidity into the whole AI bubble. So we are in a very fragile position in the markets at the moment. Greenland could have tipped us over the edge. It hasn't done so. So I expect the markets to remain relatively optimistic over the next month or two.
Richard, on the American economy front, and there was a specific question in the Q&A that followed that speech as well, on American debt, what the president has said, that he's using tariffs to be able to kind of settle the debt situation where US is concerned. How convincing was that argument to investors?
Well, I mean, it's kind of like not even high school mathematics. If you're looking at government spending at $7 trillion a year, and you've got a few billion coming in through tariffs, a few tens of billions coming in through tariffs, it's not really going to move the dial. The biggest danger, of course, is the big, beautiful bill, which many people throw up their hands and say, oh, look, isn't it great? The issue there is that they're going to cut taxes a lot before they really have any growth or any revenue coming in. So we're in a situation of jam tomorrow with the big, beautiful bill. And it's always a situation with government debt is, well, let's spend money to get the economy going. For one reason or other, it's not very successful, and we end up just with more debt and still relatively moderate growth. So I think that element of his policies doesn't really match out in terms of the pure mathematics of what is actually the situation on the ground.
And then on the diplomatic front, this kind of coercive kind of tactics that are used by the American administration now under Trump, Mr. Trigunath, how exactly is that likely to play out now going ahead for the kind of deals? Because we're talking about a much more transactional kind of relationship that is being formed, which is outside what used to happen before this administration came in. So do you see a reiteration of that in Trump's speech today?
Of course, he's very clear. Everything that is good in the world is because of the United States. And you survive and you grow because of me. That was the message, actually, fundamental message of this. And he threatened nearly every leader there who was sitting and chastising them virtually. But at the same time, I mean, transactionalism is not a bad thing. I mean, I believe that this is excellent, especially for countries that tend to believe that some kind of a comprehensive strategic partnership with the United States or with any country for that matter is going to deliver you the kind of goods that you want. So once you are in transactionalism, you can take a realistic assessment approach, diversify, and hedge your risks. So it is good for India now that it has happened to us. And as Ambassador Dasgupta mentioned, that this deal, even if we sign it for the optics, it's okay. I mean, we don't know it's how much time, what is this lifespan. But at the same time, it's not going to address the key fundamental issues that have grown up, and that is the trust issues.
All right, fair enough. We'll leave it there. Of course, a lot more is going to be discussed, but Mr. Trigunath, Richard Harris, Mr. Dasgupta, always a pleasure getting your insights, and this one in particular, which was the speech that the world was watching, and very closely at that. No hijinks moments, a lot of it on expected lines, but on Greenland, very importantly, Mr. Trump has said that there is not going to be the use of force. That's the important takeaway. At least that stands for the moment. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on this discussion. Meanwhile, we're watching what's happening in the American markets, trading higher, and this as it rebounds after that big sell-off in the last session. So this reaction from Wall Street is coming even as it digests Trump's comments at the World Economic Forum in Davos. The three key indices trading in the green, they're gaining more than a percentage point each. Trump has ruled out military action, like I said, in Greenland, but still is reiterating his demand for ownership of Greenland. Meanwhile, the European markets, how are they doing? They're trading mixed because there are concerns about transatlantic trade continuing, and that's weighing on sentiment in the region, which is why we are seeing that kind of pressure build up, at least on the DAX, which is down about 3 to 4/10 of a percentage point. But that's about all we could wrap up in this edition. As far as Trump in Davos is concerned, it's a special coverage in Davos, which is going to continue as the action unfolds over there. And we'll be getting it to you live and exclusive with all the conversations that are taking place. Very importantly, that conversation that he's going to have with industry leaders. There are 7 industry leaders from India who will be present, and that's news exclusively on NDTV Profit. We'll keep getting you the action from Eva Kremosa and the entire team. Thanks for joining us. Good night.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying.